Chapter 20. Simple Reproduction. Part 1. Section 1. The formulation of the question. If we study the annual function of social capital, hence of the total capital of which the individual capitals form only fractional parts, whose movement is their individual movement and simultaneously integrating links in the movement of the total capital, and its results, that is, if we study the commodity product furnished by society during the year, then it must become apparent how the process of reproduction of the social capital takes place, what characteristics distinguish this process of reproduction from the process of reproduction of an individual capital, and what characteristics are common to both. The annual product includes those portions of the social product which replace capital, namely social reproduction, as well as those which go to the consumption fund, those which are consumed by labourers and capitalists, hence both productive and individual consumption. It comprises also the reproduction, that is, maintenance, of the capitalist class and the working class, and thus the reproduction of the capitalist character of the entire process of production. It is evidently the circulation formula increased commodity to money to commodity through productive capital through to increased commodity, which we have to analyze, and consumption necessarily plays a role in it. For the point of departure, increased commodity equals commodity plus surplus value. The commodity capital embraces both the constant and variable capital value and the surplus value. Its movement therefore includes both individual and productive consumption. In the circuits money to commodity through productive capital through to increased commodity to increased money, and productive capital through increased commodity to increased money to commodity through to increased productive capital, the movement of the capital is the starting and finishing point. And of course this includes consumption, for the commodity, the product, must be sold. When this has assumedly been done, it is immaterial for the movement of the individual capital what becomes of the commodities subsequently. On the other hand, in the movement of increased commodity through to increased commodity, the conditions of social reproduction are discernible precisely from the fact that it must be shown what becomes of every portion of value of this total product, increased commodity. In this case, the total process of reproduction includes the process of consumption brought about by the circulation quite as much as the process of reproduction of the capital itself. For our present purpose, this process of reproduction must be studied from the point of view of the replacement of the value as well as the substance of the individual component parts of increased commodity. We cannot rest content any longer, as we did in the analysis of the value of the product of the individual capital, with the assumption that the individual capitalist can first convert the component parts of his capital into money by the sale of his commodities, and then reconvert them into productive capital by renewed purchase of the elements of production in the commodity market. Inasmuch as those elements of production are by nature material, they represent as much a constituent of the social capital as the individual finished product, which is exchanged for them and replaced by them. Contrariwise, the movement of that portion of the social commodity product which is consumed by the labourer in expending his wages, and by the capitalist in expending his surplus value, not only forms an integral part of the movement of the total product, but intermingles with the movements of the individual capitals, and therefore this process cannot be explained by merely assuming it. The question that confronts us directly is this: how is the capital consumed in production replaced in value out of the annual product, and how does the movement of this replacement intertwine with the consumption of the surplus value by the capitalists, and of the wages by the labourers. It is then first a matter of reproduction on a simple scale. It is furthermore assumed that products are exchanged at their values, and also that there is no revolution in the values of the component parts of productive capital. The fact that prices diverge from values cannot, however, exert any influence on the movements of the social capital. On the whole, there is the same exchange of the same quantities of products, although the individual capitalists are involved in value relations no longer proportional to their respective advances and to the quantities of surplus value produced singly by every one of them. As for revolutions in value, they do not alter anything in the relations between the value components of the total annual product, provided they are universally and evenly distributed. To the extent, however, that they are partially and unevenly distributed, they represent disturbances which, in the first place, can be understood as such only as far as they are regarded as divergences from unchanged value relations. But in the second place, once there is proof of the law according to which one portion of the value of the annual product replaces constant, and another portion variable capital, a revolution either in the value of the constant or that of the variable capital would not alter anything in this law. It would change merely the relative magnitudes of the portions of value which function in the one or the other capacity, because other values would have taken the places of the original ones. So long as we looked upon the production of value and the value of the product of capital individually, the bodily form of the commodities produced was wholly immaterial for the analysis, whether it was machines, for instance, corn, or looking-glasses. It was always but a matter of illustration, and any branch of production could have served that purpose equally well. What we dealt with was the immediate process of production itself, which presents itself at every point as the process of some individual capital. So far as the reproduction of capital was concerned, it was sufficient to assume that that portion of the product in commodities which represents capital value finds an opportunity in the sphere of circulation to reconvert itself into its elements of production, and thus into its form of productive capital. Just as it sufficed to assume that both the labourer and the capitalist find in the market those commodities on which they spend their wages and the surplus value. This merely formal manner of presentation is no longer adequate in the study of the total social capital and of the value of its products. The reconversion of one portion of the value of the product into capital and the passing of another portion into the individual consumption of the capitalist as well as the working class form a movement within the value of the product itself, in which the result of the aggregate capital finds expression. And this movement is not only a replacement of value, but also a replacement in material, and is therefore as much bound up with the relative proportions of the value components of the total social product as with their use value, their material shape. Simple reproduction on the same scale, appears as an abstraction, inasmuch as, on the one hand, the absence of all accumulation or reproduction on an extended scale is a strange assumption in capitalist conditions, and on the other hand, conditions of production do not remain exactly the same in different years, and this is assumed. The assumption is that a social capital of a given magnitude produces the same quantity of commodity value this year as last, and supplies the same quantum of wants, although the forms of the commodities may change in the process of reproduction. However, as far as accumulation does take place, simple reproduction is always a part of it, and can therefore be studied by itself, and is an actual factor of accumulation. The value of the annual product may decrease, although the quantity of use values may remain the same, or the value may remain the same, although the quantity of the use values may decrease, or the quantity of value and of the reproduced use values may decrease simultaneously. All this amounts to reproduction taking place either under more favourable conditions than before, or under more difficult ones, which may result in imperfect, defective reproduction. All this can refer only to the quantitative aspect of the various elements of reproduction, not to the role which they play as reproducing capital, or as a reproduced revenue, in the entire process. Section 2. The two departments of social production. The total product, and therefore the total production of society, may be divided into two major departments. Department 1. Means of production. Commodities having a form in which they must, or at least may, pass into productive consumption. Department 2. Articles of consumption. Commodities having a form in which they pass into the individual consumption of the capitalist and the working class. All the various branches of production pertaining to each of these two departments form one single great branch of production, that of the means of production in the one case, and that of articles of consumption in the other. The aggregate capital employed in each of these two branches of production constitutes a separate large department of the social capital. In each department, the capital consists of two parts. 1. Variable capital. This capital, so far as its value is concerned, is equal to the value of the social labour power employed in this branch of production. In other words, it is equal to the sum of the wages paid for this labour power. So far as its substance is concerned, it consists of the labour power in action, that is, of the living labour set in motion by this capital value. 2. Constant capital. This is the value of all the means of production employed for productive purposes in this branch. These, again, are divided into fixed capital, such as machines, instruments of labour, buildings, labouring animals, etc., and circulating constant capital, such as materials of production, raw and auxiliary materials, semi-finished products, etc. The value of the total annual product created with the aid of this capital in each of the two departments consists of one portion which represents the constant capital C, consumed in the process of production and only transferred to the product in accordance with its value, and of another portion added by the entire labour of the year. This latter portion is divided in turn into the replacement of the advanced variable capital V, and the excess over and above it, which forms the surplus value, S. And just as the value of every individual commodity, that of the entire annual product of each department, consists of constant capital, plus advanced variable capital, plus surplus value, or C plus V plus S. Portion C of the value, representing the constant capital consumed in production, does not coincide with the value of the constant capital employed in production. True, the materials of production are entirely consumed and their values completely transferred to the product, but only a portion of the employed fixed capital is wholly consumed, and its value thus transferred to the product. Another part of the fixed capital, such as machines, buildings, etc., continues to exist and function the same as before, though depreciated to the extent of the annual wear and tear. This persistent portion of the fixed capital does not exist for us when we consider the value of the product. It is a portion of the capital value, which exists independently and alongside of this newly produced commodity value. This was shown previously in the analysis of the value of the product of individual capital, Volume 1, Chapter 8. However, for the present, we must leave aside the method of analysis employed there. We saw in the study of the value of the product of individual capital that the value of which the fixed capital was shorn through wear and tear is transferred to the product created during the time of wear, irrespective of whether or not any portion of this fixed capital is replaced in kind during this time, out of the value thus transferred. At this point in the study of the total social product and of its value, however, we are compelled, at least for the present, to leave out of account that portion of value which is transferred from the fixed capital to the annual product by wear and tear, unless fixed capital is replaced in kind during the year. In one of the following sections of this chapter, we shall discuss this point in particular. We shall base our study of simple reproduction on the following scheme, in which C stands for constant capital, V for variable capital, and S for surplus value, and assuming the rate of surplus value equals surplus value divided by variable capital, or S over V, to be 100%. The figures may indicate millions of marks, francs, or pounds sterling. Department 1. Production of means of production. Capital, 4,000 C plus 1,000 V equals 5,000. Commodity product, 4,000 C plus 1,000 V plus 1,000 S equals 6,000. Existing as means of production. Department 2. Production of articles of consumption. Capital, 2,000 C plus 500 V equals 2,500. Commodity product, 2,000 C plus 500 V plus 500 S equals 3,000. Existing as articles of consumption. Recapitulation. Total annual commodity product, Department 1, 4,000 C plus 1,000 V plus 1,000 S equals 6,000 means of production. Department 2, 2,000 C plus 500 V plus 500 S equals 3,000 articles of consumption. Total value, 9,000, exclusive of the fixed capital persisting in its natural form, according to our assumption. If we were now to examine the transformations necessary on the basis of simple reproduction, where the entire surplus value is unproductively consumed, and leave aside for the present the money circulation that brings them about, we should obtain at the outset 3 great points of support. 1. The 500 V, representing wages of the labourers, and 500 S, representing surplus value of the capitalists in Department 2, must be spent for articles of consumption, but their value exists in articles of consumption worth 1,000, held by the capitalists of Department 2, which replace the advanced 500 V and represent the 500 S. Consequently, the wages and surplus value of Department 2 are exchanged within this department for products of this same department. Thereby, articles of consumption to the amount of 500 V plus 500 S equals 1,000 drop out of the total product of Department 2. 2. The 1,000 V plus 1,000 S of Department 1 must likewise be spent for articles of consumption, in other words, for products of Department 2. Hence, they must be exchanged for the remainder of this product equal to the constant capital part, 2000 C. Department 2 receives in return an equal quantity of means of production, the product of Department 1, in which the value of 1000 V plus 1000 S of Department 1 is incorporated. Thereby, 2000 C of Department 2 and 1000 V plus 1000 S of Department 1 drop out of the calculation. 3. There still remain 4000 C of Department 1. These consist of means of production, which can be used only in Department 1 to replace its consumed constant capital, and are therefore disposed of by mutual exchange between the individual capitalists of Department 1, just as are the 500 V plus 500 S of Department 2 by an exchange between the labourers and capitalists, or between the individual capitalists of Department 2. Let this serve for the moment to facilitate the understanding of what follows. Section 3. Exchange between the two departments. Variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 versus constant capital of Department 2, or V plus S of Department 1 versus C of Department 2. We begin with the great exchange between the two departments, 1000 V plus 1000 S of Department 1, these values consisting in the hands of their producers of means of production in their natural form, are exchanged for 2000 C of Department 2, for values consisting of articles of consumption in their bodily form. The capitalist class of Department 2 thereby reconverts its constant capital of 2000 from the form of articles of consumption into that of means of production of articles of consumption, into a form in which it can once more function as a factor of the labour process and for purposes of self-expansion of value as constant capital value. On the other hand, the equivalent of the labour power of 1000 V of Department 1 and the surplus value 1000 S of the capitalists of Department 1 are realized thereby in articles of consumption. Both of them are converted from their bodily form of means of production into a bodily form in which they can be consumed as revenue. Now, this mutual exchange is accomplished by means of a circulation of money, which promotes it just as much as it renders its understanding difficult, but which is of decisive importance, because the variable portion of capital must ever resume the form of money, as money capital converting itself from the form of money into labour power. The variable capital must be advanced in the form of money in all branches of production carried on at the entire periphery of society simultaneously alongside each other, regardless of whether they belong to Department 1 or 2. The capitalist buys the labour power before it enters into the process of production, but pays for it only at stipulated times, after it has been expended in the production of use values. He owns, together with the remainder of the value of the product, also that portion of it which is only an equivalent for the money expended in the payment of labour power, that portion of the value of the product which represents variable capital. In this portion of value, the labourer has already supplied the capitalist with the equivalent of his wages. But it is the reconversion of commodities into money, their sale, which restores to the capitalist his variable capital in the form of money capital, which he may advance once more for the purchase of labour power. In Department 1, then, the aggregate capitalist has paid £1,000, I say pounds, solely to indicate that it is value in the form of money, equal to 1000 V, to the labourers for the value of product 1 already existing as the variable capital portion, that is, of the means of production created by them. With these £1,000, the labourers buy articles of consumption of the same value from capitalists 2, thereby converting 1/2 of the constant capital 2 into money. Capitalists 2, in their turn, buy with these £1,000 means of production valued at 1,000 from capitalists 1. Thereby, as far as the latter are concerned, the variable capital value equal to 1,000 V, which, being part of their product, existed in the bodily form of means of production, is thus reconverted into money, and can now function anew in the hands of capitalist 1 as money capital, which is transformed into labour power, hence into the most essential element of productive capital. In this way, their variable capital flows back to them in the form of money, as a result of the realization of some of their commodity capital. As for the money required to exchange the surplus value portion of commodity capital 1 for the second half of constant capital 2, it may be advanced in various ways. In reality, this circulation embraces innumerable separate purchases and sales by the individual capitalists of both departments, the money coming, in any event, from these capitalists, since we have already accounted for the money put into circulation by the labourers. A capitalist of Department 2 can buy, with the money capital he has besides his productive capital, means of production from capitalists of Department 1, and vice versa. A capitalist of Department 1 can buy, with money funds assigned for personal and not for capital expenditure, articles of consumption from capitalists of Department 2. A certain supply of money, to be used either for the advancement of capital or for the expenditure of revenue, must, under all circumstances, be assumed to exist beside the productive capital in the hands of the capitalists, as we have shown in sections 1 and 2. Let us assume, the proportion is wholly immaterial for our purpose, that 1/2 of the money is advanced by capitalists 2 in the purchase of means of production for the replacement of their constant capital, while the other half is spent by capitalists 1 for articles of consumption. In that case, Department 2 advances £500 for the purchase of means of production from Department 1, thereby replacing, inclusive of the £1,000 coming from the labourers of Department 1, 3/4 of its constant capital in kind. With the £500 so obtained, Department 1 buys articles of consumption from Department 2, thereby completing, for 1/2 of the surplus value portion of its commodity capital, the circulation commodity surplus value to money surplus value to commodity surplus value, and thus realizing its product in the consumption fund. By means of this second process, the £500 return to the hands of Department 2 as money capital, existing beside its productive capital. On the other hand, Department 1 expends money to the amount of £500 for the purchase of Department 2's articles of consumption, in anticipation of the sale of that half of the surplus value portion of its commodity capital which is still lying in store as product. With the same £500, Department 2 buys from Department 1 means of production, thereby replacing in kind its entire constant capital, 1,000 plus 500 plus 500 equals 2,000, while Department 1 realizes its entire surplus value in articles of consumption. On the whole, the entire exchange of commodities in the amount of £4,000 would be effected with a money circulation of £2,000, which amount is attained only because the entire annual product is described as exchanged in bulk, in a few large lots. The important point here is that Department 2 has not only reconverted its constant capital reproduced in the form of articles of consumption into the form of means of production, but has besides recovered the £500, which it had advanced to the circulation for the purchase of means of production, and that, similarly, Department 1 again possesses not only its variable capital, which it had reproduced in the form of means of production in money form, as money capital once more directly convertible into labour power, but also the £500 expended in the purchase of articles of consumption in anticipation of the sale of the surplus value portion of its capital. These £500 flow back to it not because of the expenditure incurred, but because of the subsequent sale of a part of its commodity product incorporating 1/2 of its surplus value. In both cases, it is not only that the constant capital of Department 2 is reconverted from the form of a product into the bodily form of means of production, in which alone it can function as capital, and likewise it is not only that the variable portion of the capital of Department 1 is converted into its money form, and the surplus value portion of the means of production of Department 1 into its consumable form, the form in which it can be used as revenue. It is also that the £500 of money capital advanced by Department 2 in the purchase of means of production prior to selling the corresponding compensating portion of the value of its constant capital, existing in the form of means of consumption, flow back to Department 2, and furthermore back to Department 1 flow the £500 which were expended anticipando by it for the purchase of articles of consumption. If the money advanced by Department 2 at the expense of the constant portion of its commodity product, and by Department 1 at the expense of the surplus value portion of its commodity product, flows back to them, this is solely because the one class of capitalists throws £500 into circulation over and above the constant capital existing in the form of commodities in Department 2, and the other class a like amount over and above the surplus value existing in the form of commodities in Department 1. In the last analysis, the two departments have mutually paid one another in full by the exchange of equivalents in the shape of their respective commodities. The money thrown into circulation by them in excess of the values of their commodities as a means of effecting the exchange of these commodities returns to each one of them out of the circulation in proportion to the quota which each of the two had thrown into circulation. Neither has grown a farthing richer thereby. Department 1 possessed a constant capital of 2,000 in the form of articles of consumption, plus 500 in money. Now it possesses 2,000 in means of production, plus 500 in money, the same as before. In the same way, Department 1 possesses, as before, a surplus value of 1,000, consisting of commodities, means of production, now converted into a consumption fund, plus 500 in money. The general conclusion is this: of the money which the industrial capitalists throw into circulation to accomplish their own commodity circulation, whether at the expense of the constant part of the commodity value, or at the expense of the surplus value existing in the commodities to the extent that it is laid out as revenue, as much returns into the hands of the respective capitalists as was advanced by them for the money circulation. As for the reconversion of the variable capital of Department 1 into the form of money, this capital, after the capitalists of Department 1 invested it in wages, exists for them first in the form of commodities in which the labourers delivered it to them. They paid this capital in the form of money to these labourers as the price of their labour power. To this extent, the capitalists have paid for that constituent part of the value of their commodity product which is equal to the variable capital expended in the form of money. They are, for this reason, the owners of this portion of the commodity product as well. But that part of the working class which is employed by them does not buy the means of production created by it. These labourers buy articles of consumption produced by Department 2. Hence, the variable capital advanced by the capitalists of Department 1 in the payment of labour power does not return to them directly. It passes by means of purchases made by the labourers into the hands of the capitalist producers of the commodities necessary for and within the reach of working folks. In other words, it passes into the hands of capitalists too. And not until these expend the money in the purchase of means of production does it return by this circuitous route into the hands of capitalists 1. It follows that, on the basis of simple reproduction, the sum of the values of variable capital plus surplus value of the commodity capital of Department 1, and therefore a corresponding proportional part of the total commodity product of Department 1, must be equal to the constant capital of Department 2, which is likewise taken as a proportional part of the total commodity product of Department 2. Section 4. Exchange within Department 2. Necessities of life and articles of luxury. Of the value of the commodity product of Department 2, there still remain to be studied the constituents variable capital plus surplus value. This analysis has nothing to do with the most important question which occupies our attention here, namely, to what extent the division of the value of every individual capitalist commodity product into C plus V plus S, or constant capital plus variable capital plus surplus value, even if brought about by different forms of appearance, applies also to the value of the total annual product. This question finds its answers, on the one hand, in the exchange of variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 for constant capital of Department 2, and on the other hand, in the investigation to be made later of the reproduction of the constant capital of Department 1 in the annual product of Department 1. Since variable capital plus surplus value of Department 2 exists in the bodily form of articles of consumption, since the variable capital advanced to the labourers in payment of their labour power must generally speaking be spent by them for articles of consumption, and since the surplus value portion of the value of commodities, on the assumption of simple reproduction, is practically spent as revenue for articles of consumption, it is prima facie evident that the labourers too buy back, with the wages received from capitalists too, a portion of their own product, corresponding to the amount of the money value received as wages. Thereby, the capitalist class of Department 2 reconverts the money capital advanced by it in the payment of labour power into the form of money. It is quite the same as if it had paid the labourers in mere value tokens. As soon as the labourers would realize these value tokens by the purchase of a part of the commodities produced by them but belonging to the capitalists, these tokens would return into the hands of the capitalists. Only, these tokens do not merely represent value, but possess it, in golden or silver embodiment. We shall analyze in greater detail, later on, this sort of reflux of variable capital advanced in the form of money by means of a process in which the working class appears as the purchaser and the capitalist class as the seller. Here, however, a different point is at issue, which must be discussed in connection with this return of the variable capital to its point of departure. Department 2 of the annual production of commodities consists of a great variety of branches of production, which may, however, be divided into two great subdivisions by their products. Subdivision A, Articles of Consumption, which enter into the consumption of the working class, and, to the extent that they are necessities of life, even if frequently different in quality and value from those of the labourers, also form a portion of the consumption of the capitalist class. For our purposes, we may call this entire subdivision consumer necessities, regardless of whether such a product as tobacco is really a consumer necessity from the physiological point of view. It suffices that it is habitually such. Subdivision B. Articles of luxury, which enter into the consumption of only the capitalist class, and can therefore be exchanged only for spent surplus value, which never falls to the share of the labourer. As far as the first subdivision is concerned, it is obvious that the variable capital advanced in the production of the commodities belonging in it must flow back in money form directly to that portion of the capitalist class of Department 2, that is, the capitalists 2A, who have produced these necessities of life. They sell them to their own labourers to the amount of the variable capital paid to them in wages. This reflux is direct so far as this entire subdivision A of the capitalist class of Department 2 is concerned, no matter how numerous the transactions may be between the capitalists of the various pertinent branches of industry, by means of which the returning variable capital is distributed pro rata. These are processes of circulation whose means of circulation are supplied directly by the money expended by the labourers. It is different, however, with subdivision 2B. The entire portion of the value, variable capital plus surplus value, produced in this subdivision 2B, exists in the bodily form of articles of luxury, that is, articles which the labouring class can buy no more than it can buy commodity value 1 existing in the form of means of production, notwithstanding the fact that both articles of luxury and the means of production are the products of these labourers. Hence, the reflux by which the variable capital advanced in this subdivision returns to the capitalist producers in its money form cannot be direct, but must be mediated, as in the case of the variable capital of Department 1. Let us assume, for instance, that variable capital V equals 500, and surplus value S equals 500, as they did in the case of the entire Department 2, but that the variable capital and the corresponding surplus value are distributed as follows. Department 2, Subdivision A, Necessities of Life. V equals 400, S equals 400, hence a quantity of commodities in consumer necessities of the value of 400V plus 400S equals 800, or Subdivision 2A, 400V plus 400S. Department 2, Subdivision B, Articles of Luxury, of the value of 100V plus 100S equals 200, or Subdivision 2B, 100V plus 100S. The labourers of Subdivision 2B have received 100 in money as payment for their labour power, or say £100. With this money they buy articles of consumption from the capitalists of Subdivision 2A to the same amount. This class of capitalists buys with the same money £100 worth of the 2B commodities, and in this way the variable capital of capitalists of Subdivision 2B flows back to them in the form of money. In 2A there are available once more 400 variable capital in money in the hands of the capitalists, obtained by exchange with their own labourers. Besides, a fourth of the part of the product representing surplus value has been transferred to the labourers of 2B, and in exchange 100 variable capital of Subdivision 2B have been received in the form of articles of luxury. Now, assuming that the capitalists of 2A and 2B divide the expenditure of their revenue in the same proportion between necessities of life and luxuries, 3/5 for necessities, for instance, and 2/5 for luxuries, the capitalists of subdivision 2A will spend 3/5 of their revenue from surplus value 400, i.e. 240, for their own products, necessities of life, and 2/5, or 160, for articles of luxury. The capitalists of subdivision 2B will divide their surplus value of 100 in the same way, 3/5, or 60, for necessities, and 2/5, or 40, for articles of luxury, the latter being produced and exchanged in their own subdivision. The 160 in articles of luxury received by subdivision 2A for its surplus value pass into the hands of the 2A capitalists in the following manner. As we have seen, 100 of the 400 surplus value of subdivision 2A were exchanged in the form of necessities of life for an equal amount of variable capital of subdivision 2B, which exists as articles of luxury, and another 60, consisting of necessities of life, for 60 of the surplus value of subdivision 2B, consisting of luxuries. The total calculation then stands as follows. Subdivision 2A, 400 variable capital plus 400 surplus value. Subdivision 2B, 100 variable capital plus 100 surplus value. Point 1. 400 variable capital of subdivision A are consumed by the labourers of subdivision 2A, a part of whose product, necessities of life, they form. The labourers buy them from the capitalist producers of their own subdivision. These capitalists thereby recover £400 in money, which is the value of their variable capital of 400 paid by them to these same labourers as wages. They can now once more buy labour power with it. Point 2. A part of the 400 surplus value of subdivision A equal to the 100 variable capital of subdivision B, in other words, 1/4 of the surplus value of subdivision A, is realized in luxuries in the following way. The labourers of B received from the capitalists of their subdivision B £100 in wages. With this amount they buy 1/4 of the surplus value of A, that is, commodities consisting of necessities of life. With this money, the capitalists of subdivision A buy articles of luxury to the same amount, which equals 100 variable capital of subdivision B, or 1/2 of the entire output of luxuries. In this way, the subdivision B capitalists get back their variable capital in the form of money, and are enabled to resume reproduction by again purchasing labour power, since the entire constant capital of the whole Department 2 has already been exchanged with the variable capital plus surplus value of Department 2. The labour power of the luxury workers is therefore saleable anew only because the part of their own product created as an equivalent for their wages is drawn by capitalists 2A into their consumption fund, is turned into money. The same applies to the sale of the labour power of Department 1, since the Department 2 constant capital, for which variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 is exchanged, consists of both articles of luxury and necessities of life, and that which is renewed by means of variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 constitutes the means of production of both luxuries and necessities. Point 3. We now come to the exchange between subdivision A and subdivision B, which is merely exchange between the capitalists of the two subdivisions. So far we have disposed of the variable capital, 400, and part of the surplus value, 100, in subdivision A, and the variable capital, 100, in subdivision B. We have furthermore assumed that the average proportion of the expenditure of the capitalist revenue was in both subdivisions 2/5 for luxuries and 3/5 for necessities. Apart from the 100 already expended for luxuries, the entire subdivision A still has to be allotted 60 for luxuries, and subdivision B has proportionately to be allotted 40. Subdivision 2A surplus value is then divided into 240 for necessities and 160 for luxuries, equals 400. Subdivision 2B surplus value is divided into 60 for necessities and 40 for luxuries, equals 100. The last 40 are consumed by this subdivision out of its own product, 2/5 of its surplus value. The 60 in necessities are obtained by this subdivision through the exchange of 60 of its surplus value for 60 of subdivision A surplus value. We have then, for the entire capitalist class of Department 2, the following: V plus S in subdivision A consisting of necessities, in B of luxuries. 400V plus 400S of subdivision 2A plus 100V plus 100S of subdivision 2B equals 1,000. If, for the sake of simplicity, we assume the same proportion between the variable and constant capital, which, by the way, is not at all necessary, we obtain for 400V of subdivision A a constant capital of 1,600, and for 100V of subdivision B a constant capital of 400. We then have the following two subdivisions A and B in Department 2 thus. Subdivision 2A, 1,600 constant capital, plus 400 variable capital, plus 400 surplus value, equals 2,400. Subdivision 2B, 400 constant capital, plus 100 variable capital, plus 100 surplus value, equals 600. Adding up to 2,000 constant capital, plus 500 variable capital, plus 500 surplus value, equals 3,000. Accordingly, 1,600 of the 2,000 constant capital of Department 2 in articles of consumption, which are exchanged for 2,000 variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1, are exchanged for means of production of necessities of life, and 400 for means of production of luxuries. The 2,000 variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 would therefore break up into 800 variable capital plus 800 surplus value of Department 1 for subdivision A, equal to 1,600 means of production of necessities of life, and 200 variable capital plus 200 surplus value of Department 1 for subdivision B, equal to 400 means of production of luxuries. A considerable part of the instruments of labour as such, as well as of the raw and auxiliary materials, etc., is the same for both departments. But so far as the exchange of the various portions of value of the total product, variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 is concerned, such a division would be wholly immaterial. Both the 800 variable capital of Department 1 and the 200 variable capital of Department 1 are realized because the wages are spent for articles of consumption 1,000 constant capital of Department 2. Hence the money capital advanced for this purpose is distributed evenly on its return among the capitalist producers of Department 1. Their advanced variable capital is replaced pro rata in money. On the other hand, So far as the realization of the 1,000 surplus value of Department 1 is concerned, the capitalists will here likewise draw uniformly, in proportion to the magnitude of their surplus value, 600 of subdivision 2A and 400 of subdivision 2B in means of consumption, out of the entire second half of the constant capital of Department 2, equal to 1,000. Consequently, those who replace the constant capital of subdivision 2A will draw 480, 3/5, out of 600 of the constant capital of subdivision 2A, and 320, 2/5, out of 400 of the constant capital of subdivision 2B, a total of 800. Those who replace the constant capital of 2B will draw 120, 3/5, out of 600 of the constant capital of subdivision 2A, and 80, 2/5, out of 400 of the constant capital of subdivision 2B, which equals 200. Grand total, 1,000. What is arbitrary here is the ratio of the variable to the constant capital of both Departments 1 and 2, and so is the identity of this ratio for Departments 1 and 2 and their subdivisions. As for this identity, it has been assumed here merely for the sake of simplification, and it would not alter in any way the conditions of the problem and its solution if we were to assume different proportions. However, the necessary result of all this, on the assumption of simple reproduction, is the following. Point 1. That the new value created by the labour of 1 year, divisible into variable capital plus surplus value, in the bodily form of means of production, is equal to the value of the constant capital contained in the value of the product created by the other part of the annual labour, and reproduced in the form of articles of consumption. If it were smaller than constant capital of Department 2, it would be impossible for Department 2 to replace its constant capital entirely. If it were greater, a surplus would remain unused. In either case, the assumption of simple reproduction would be violated. Point 2. That in the case of annual product, which is reproduced in the form of articles of consumption, the variable capital advanced in the form of money can be realized by its recipients, inasmuch as they are labourers producing luxuries, only in that portion of the necessities of life which embodies for their capitalist producers prima facie their surplus value. Hence that variable capital, laid out in the production of luxuries, is equal in value to a corresponding portion of surplus value produced in the form of necessities of life, and hence must be smaller than the whole of this surplus value, namely the surplus value of subdivision 2A, and that the variable capital advanced by the capitalist producers of luxuries returns to them in the form of money only by means of the realization of that variable capital in this portion of surplus value. This phenomenon is quite analogous to the realization of variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 in the constant capital of Department 2, except that in the second case the variable capital of subdivision 2B realizes itself in a part of the surplus value of subdivision 2A of the same value. These proportions remain qualitatively determinant in every distribution of the total annual product, since it actually enters into the process of the annual reproduction brought about by circulation. Variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 can be realized only in the constant capital of Department 2, just as the constant capital of Department 2 can only be renewed in function as a component part of productive capital by means of this realization. In the same way, the variable capital of subdivision 2B can be realized only in a portion of the surplus value of subdivision 2A, and the variable capital of subdivision 2B can only thus be reconverted into the form of money capital. It goes without saying that this applies only to the extent that it all is really a result of the process of reproduction itself, that is, to the extent that the capitalists of subdivision 2b, for instance, do not obtain money capital for variable capital on credit from others. Quantitatively, however, the exchanges of the various portions of the annual product can take place in the proportions indicated only so long as the scale and value relations in production remain stationary, and so long as these strict relations are not altered by foreign commerce. Now, if we were to say, after the manner of Adam Smith, that variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 resolve themselves into the constant capital of Department 2, and the constant capital of Department 2 resolves itself into variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1, or as he used to say more frequently, and still more absurdly, variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 constitute component parts of the price, or value in exchange, as he has it, of Department 2, and Department 2 constitutes the entire component part of the value of variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1, then one could and should likewise say that the variable capital of subdivision 2b resolves itself into the surplus value of subdivision 2a, or the surplus value of subdivision 2a into the variable capital of subdivision 2b, or the variable capital of subdivision 2b forms a component part of the surplus value of subdivision 2a, and vice versa. The surplus value thus resolves itself into wages or into variable capital, and the variable capital forms a component part of the surplus value. This absurdity is indeed found in Adam Smith, since with him wages are determined by the value of the necessities of life, and these commodity values in their turn by the value of the wages, variable capital, and surplus value contained in them. He is so absorbed in the fractional parts into which the value product of one working day is divided on the basis of capitalism, namely into variable capital plus surplus value, that he quite forgets that it is immaterial in simple commodity exchange whether the equivalents existing in various bodily forms consist of paid or unpaid labour, since their production costs, in either case, the same amount of labour, and that it is also immaterial whether the commodity of A is a means of production and that of B an article of consumption, and whether one commodity has to serve as a component part of capital after its sale, while another passes into the consumption fund, and, secundum Adam, is consumed as revenue. The use to which the individual buyer puts his commodity does not come within the scope of commodity exchange, the sphere of circulation, and does not affect the value of the commodity. This is in no wise altered by the fact that in the analysis of the circulation of the total annual social product, the definite use for which it is intended, the factor of consumption of the various component parts of that product, must be taken into consideration. In the exchange established of the variable capital of subdivision 2b for a portion of the surplus value of subdivision 2a of the same value, and in the further exchanges between subdivision 2a and subdivision 2b, it is by no means assumed that either the individual capitalists of subdivisions 2a and 2b, or their respective totalities, divide their surplus value in the same proportion between necessary articles of consumption and articles of luxury. The one may spend more on this consumption, the other more on that. On the basis of simple reproduction, it is merely assumed that a sum of values equal to the entire surplus value is realized in the consumption fund. The limits are thus given. Within each department, the one may spend more in subdivision A, the other in subdivision B. But this may compensate itself mutually, so that the capitalist groups of subdivisions A and B, taken as a whole, each participate in the same proportion in both. The value relations, the proportional shares of the two kinds of producers, subdivisions A and B, in the total value of the product of Department 2, consequently also a definite quantitative relation between the branches of production supplying those products, are, however, necessarily given in each concrete case. Only the proportion chosen as an illustration is a hypothetical one. It would not alter the qualitative aspects if another illustration were selected. Only the quantitative determinations would be altered. But if, on account of any circumstances, there arises an actual change in the relative magnitude of subdivisions A and B, the conditions of simple reproduction would also change accordingly. Since the variable capital of subdivision 2B is realized in an equivalent part of the surplus value of subdivision 2A, it follows that in proportion as the luxury part of the annual product grows, as therefore an increasing share of the labour power is absorbed in the production of luxuries, the reconversion of the variable capital advanced in the variable capital of subdivision 2B into money capital, functioning anew as the money form of the variable capital, and thereby the existence and reproduction of the part of the working class employed in subdivision 2B, the supply to them of consumer necessities depends upon the prodigality of the capitalist class, upon the exchange of a considerable portion of their surplus value for articles of luxury. Every crisis at once lessens the consumption of luxuries. It retards, delays the reconversion of the variable capital subdivision 2B into money capital, permitting it only partially, and thus throwing a certain number of the labourers employed in the production of luxuries out of work, while on the other hand it thus clogs the sale of consumer necessities, and reduces it. And this without mentioning the unproductive labourers, who are dismissed at the same time, labourers who receive for their services a portion of the capitalist luxury expense fund. These labourers are themselves, to that extent, luxuries, and who take part, to a very considerable extent, in the consumption of the necessities of life, etc. The reverse takes place in periods of prosperity, particularly during the times of bogus prosperity, in which the relative value of money, expressed in commodities, decreases also for other reasons, without any actual revolution in values, so that the prices of commodities rise independently of their own values. It is not alone the consumption of necessities of life which increases. The working class, now actively reinforced by its entire reserve army, also enjoys momentarily articles of luxury ordinarily beyond its reach, and those articles which at other times constitute for the greater part consumer necessities only for the capitalist class. This, on its part, calls forth a rise in prices. It is sheer tautology to say that crises are caused by the scarcity of effective consumption, or of effective consumers. The capitalist system does not know any other modes of consumption than the effective ones, except that of sub forma pauperis, or of the swindler. That commodities are unsaleable means only that no effective purchasers have been found for them, that is, consumers, since commodities are bought in the final analysis for productive or individual consumption. But if one were to attempt to give this tautology the semblance of a profounder justification by saying that the working class receives too small a portion of its own product, and the evil would be remedied as soon as it receives a larger share of it, and its wages increase in consequence, one could only remark that crises are always prepared by precisely a period in which wages rise generally, and the working class actually gets a larger share of that part of the annual product which is intended for consumption. From the point of view of these advocates of sound and simple common sense, such a period should rather remove the crisis. It appears, then, that capitalist production comprises conditions independent of good or bad will, conditions which permit the working class to enjoy that relative prosperity only momentarily, and at that always only as the harbinger of a coming crisis. We saw a while ago that the proportion between the production of consumer necessities and that of luxuries requires the division of variable capital plus surplus value of Department 2 between subdivisions 2A and 2B, and thus of the constant capital of subdivision 2 between the constant capital of subdivision 2A and the constant capital of subdivision 2B. Hence this division affects the character and the quantitative relations of production to their very roots, and is an essential determining factor of its general structure. Simple reproduction is essentially directed toward consumption as an end, although the grabbing of surplus value appears as the compelling motive of the individual capitalists. But surplus value, whatever its relative magnitude may be, is after all supposed to serve here only for the individual consumption of the capitalist. As simple reproduction is a part, and the most important one at that, of all annual reproduction on an extended scale, this motive remains as an accompaniment of, and contrast to, the self-enrichment motive as such. In reality, the matter is more complicated, because partners in the loot, the surplus value of the capitalist, figure as consumers, independent of him. Section 5. The mediation of exchange by the circulation of money. So far as we have analyzed circulation up to the present, it proceeded between the various classes of producers in Departments 1 and 2, as indicated in the following scheme. Department 1, 4000C plus 1000V plus 1000S. Department 2, 2000C plus 500V plus 500S. This disposes of the circulation of Department 2 constant capital equal to 2000, which is exchanged for 1000 variable capital plus 1000 surplus value of Department 1. Leaving aside for the present the 4000 of Department 1 constant capital, there still remains the circulation of 500V plus 500S within Department 2. Now this is divided between the subdivisions 2A and 2B in the following manner. 500V plus 500S equals subdivision A, 400V plus 400S, plus subdivision B, 100V plus 100S. The 400V of subdivision A circulates within its own subdivision. The labourers paid with it buy from their employers, the capitalists, 2A, necessary means of subsistence produced by themselves. Since the capitalists of both subdivisions spend 3/5 of their surplus value in products of subdivision 2A, necessities, and 2/5 in products of subdivision 2B, luxuries, the 3/5 of the surplus value of subdivision A, or 240, are consumed within the subdivision 2A itself. Likewise, 2/5 of the surplus value of subdivision B, produced and existing in the form of articles of luxury, within the subdivision 2B. There remains to be exchanged between subdivisions 2A and 2B surplus value on the side of 2A, 160, variable capital and surplus value on the side of 2B, 100 plus 60. These cancel each other. With their 100 variable capital received in the form of money wages, the labourers of subdivision 2B buy necessities of life in that amount from subdivision 2A. The subdivision 2B capitalists likewise buy necessities from subdivision 2A to the amount of 3/5 of their surplus value, or 60. The subdivision 2A capitalists thus obtain the money required for investing, as assumed, 2/5 of their surplus value, or 160, in luxuries produced by subdivision 2B. 100 held by the 2B capitalists as a product replacing the wages paid by them, and 60 surplus value. The direct reflux of the money capital advanced in variable capital, which takes place only in the case of the capitalist class of subdivision 2A, which produces necessities of life, is but an expression, modified by special conditions, of the previously mentioned general law that money advanced to the circulation by producers of commodities returns to them in the normal course of commodity circulation. From this it incidentally follows that if any money capitalist at all stands behind the producer of commodities and advances to the industrial capitalist money capital, in the strictest meaning of the word, that is, capital value in the form of money, the real point of reflux for this money is the pocket of this money capitalist. Thus the mass of the circulating money belongs to that department of money capital which is organized and concentrated in the form of banks, etc., although the money circulates more or less through all hands. The way in which this department advances its capital necessitates the continual final reflux to it in the form of money, although this is once again brought about by the reconversion of the industrial capital into money capital. The circulation of commodities always requires two things: commodities which are thrown into circulation, and money which is likewise thrown into it. Quote, "The process of circulation does not, like direct barter of products, become extinguished upon the use values changing places and hands. The money does not vanish on dropping out of the circuit of the metamorphosis of a given commodity. It is constantly being precipitated into new places in the arena of circulation, vacated by other commodities, etc." Unquote. Volume 1, Chapter 3. For instance, in the circulation between the constant capital of Department 2 and the variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1, we assumed that Department 2 had advanced £500 in money for it. In the innumerable processes of circulation into which the circulation between large social groups of producers resolves itself, representatives of the various groups will at various times be the first to appear as buyers, and hence throw money into circulation. Quite apart from particular circumstances, this is necessitated by the difference, if nothing else, in the periods of production, and thus of the turnovers of the various commodity capitals. So with these £500, Department 2 buys from Department 1 means of production of the same value, and Department 1 buys from Department 2 articles of consumption valued at £500. Hence the money flows back to Department 2. But this department does not in any way grow richer by this reflux. It had first thrown £500 in money into circulation, and drew commodities of the same value out of it. Then it sells £500 worth of commodities, and draws the same amount of money out of circulation. thus the £500 flow back to it. As a matter of fact, Department 2 has thrown into circulation £500 in money and £500 in commodities, which is equal to £1,000. It draws out of the circulation £500 in commodities and £500 in money. The circulation requires, for the handling of £500 in Department 1 commodities and £500 in Department 2 commodities, only £500 in money. Hence, whoever advanced the money in the purchase of commodities from the other producers recovers it when selling his own. Consequently, if Department 1 had at first bought commodities from Department 2 for £500, and later sold to Department 2 commodities of the value of £500, these £500 would have returned to Department 1 instead of to Department 2. In Department 1, the money invested in wages, that is, the variable capital advanced in the form of money, does not return directly in this form, but indirectly, by a detour. But in Department 2, the £500 of wages return directly from the labourers to the capitalists, and this return is always direct, in the case where purchase and sale take place repeatedly between the same persons in such a way that they are acting alternately as buyers and sellers of commodities. The capitalist of Department 2 pays for the labour power in money. He thereby incorporates labour power in his capital, and assumes the role of an industrial capitalist in relation to his labourers as wage earners, but does so only by means of this act of circulation, which is for him merely a conversion of money capital into productive capital. Thereupon the labourer, who in the first instance was a seller, a dealer in his own labour power, appears in the second instance as a buyer, a possessor of money, in relation to the capitalist, who now acts as a seller of commodities. In this way the capitalist recovers the money invested by him in wages. As the sale of these commodities does not imply cheating, etc., but is an exchange of equivalents in commodities and money, it is not a process by which the capitalist enriches himself. He does not pay the labourer twice, first in money and then in commodities. His money returns to him as soon as the labourer exchanges it for his commodities. However, the money capital, converted into variable capital, that is, the money advanced for wages, plays a prominent role in the circulation of money itself, since the labourers must live from hand to mouth, and cannot give the industrial capitalists credit for any length of time. For this reason, variable capital must be advanced in the form of money simultaneously at innumerably territorially different points in society at certain short intervals, such as a week, etc., in periods of time that repeat themselves rather quickly, and the shorter these periods, the smaller relatively is the total amount of money thrown at one time into circulation through this channel. Whatever the various periods of turnover of the capitals in the different branches of industry. In every country with a capitalist production, the money capital so advanced constitutes a relatively decisive share of the total circulation, the more so as the same money, before its reflux to its point of departure, passes through the most diverse channels and functions as a medium of circulation for countless other businesses. Now let us consider the circulation between the variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 and the constant capital of Department 2 from a different angle. Capitalists 1 advance £1,000 in the payment of wages. With this money the labourers buy £1,000 worth of means of subsistence from capitalists 2. These in turn buy for the same money means of production from capitalist 1. Capitalist 1 thus get back their variable capital in the form of money, while capitalists too have reconverted one half of their constant capital from the form of commodity capital into that of productive capital. Capitalists too advance another £500 in money to get means of production from 1. The capitalists 1 spend this money on articles of consumption from 2. These £500 thus return to capitalists 2. They advance this amount again in order to reconvert the last quarter of their constant capital, converted into commodities, into its productive bodily form. This money flows back to Department 1 and once more withdraws articles of consumption of the same amount from Department 2. Thus the £500 return to Department 2. The capitalists too are now, as before, in possession of £500 in money and £2,000 in constant capital, the latter having been newly converted from the form of commodity capital into that of productive capital. By means of £1,500, a quantity of commodities worth £5,000 has been circulated. Namely, 1. Department 1 capitalist pays £1,000 to his labourers for their labour power of the same value. 2. With these same £1,000, the labourers buy means of subsistence from capitalist 2. 3. With the same money, 2 buys means of production from 1, thereby restoring to 1 variable capital to the amount of £1,000 in the form of money. 4. 2 buys £500 worth of means of production from 1. 5. With the same £500, 1 buys articles of consumption from 2. 6. With the same £500, 2 buys means of production from 1. 7. With the same £500, 1 buys means of subsistence from 2. Thus £500 have returned to 2, which had thrown them into circulation besides its £2,000 in commodities, and for which it did not withdraw from circulation any equivalent in commodities. The exchange, therefore, takes the following course. 1. 1 pays £1,000 in money for labour power, hence for commodities equal to £1,000. 2. The labourers buy with their wages amounting in money to £1,000 articles of consumption from 2. Hence commodities equal to £1,000. 3. With the £1,000 received from the labourers, 2 buys means of production of the same value from 1, hence commodities equal to £1,000. In this way the £1,000 have returned to 1 as the money form of its variable capital. 4. 2 buys £500 worth of means of production from 1, hence commodities equal to £500. 5. With the same £500, 1 buys articles of consumption from 2, hence commodities equal to £500. 6. With the same £500, 2 buys means of production from 1, hence commodities equal to £500. 7. With the same £500, 1 buys articles of consumption from 2, hence commodities equal to £500. Total amount of commodity values exchanged, £5,000. The £500 advanced by 2 for the purchase have returned to it. The result is as follows. Point 1. 1 possesses variable capital in the form of money to the amount of £1,000, which it originally advanced to the circulation. It furthermore expended £1,000 for its individual consumption, in the shape of its own products. That is, it has spent the money which it had received for the sale of means of production to the amount of £1,000. On the other hand, the bodily form into which the variable capital existing in the form of money must be transformed, that is, labour power, has been maintained, reproduced, and again made available by consumption as the sole article of trade of its owners, which they must sell in order to live. The relation of wage labourers and capitalists has likewise been reproduced. Point 2. The constant capital of 2 is replaced in kind, and the £500 advanced by the same 2 to the circulation have returned to it. As for the labourer's 1, the circulation is the simple one of commodity to money to commodity. Commodity labour power to money, £1,000 money form of variable capital 1, to commodity, necessities of life, to the amount of £1,000. These £1,000 convert into money to the same amount of value the constant capital 2 existing in the form of commodities, of means of subsistence. As for the capitalist 2, the process is commodity to money, the transformation of a portion of their commodity product into the money form, from which it is reconverted into the constituents of productive capital, namely into a portion of the means of production required by them. In the money advance, £500, made by capitalists 2, for the purchase of the other parts of the means of production, the money form of that portion of 2 which exists as yet in the form of commodities, articles of consumption, is anticipated. In the act money to commodity, in which 2 buys with money and commodity is sold by 1, the money from 2 is converted into a portion of the productive capital, while commodity from 1 passes through the act commodity to money, changes into money, which, however, does not represent any component part of capital value for 1, but surplus value converted into money and expended solely for articles of consumption. In the circuit money to commodity through productive capital through to increased commodity to increased money, the first act, money to commodity, is that of one capitalist. The last, increased commodity to increased money, or part of it, is that of another. Whether the commodity by which money is converted into productive capital represents a component of constant capital, of variable capital, or surplus value for the seller of commodity, who exchanges this commodity for money, is wholly immaterial for the commodity circulation itself. Department 1, so far as concerns the component variable capital plus surplus value of its commodity product, draws more money out of the circulation than it has thrown in. In the first place, the £1,000 of variable capital return to it. In the second place, it sells means of production worth £500, as in exchange number 4. One half of its surplus value is thus turned into money. Then, exchange number 6, it sells once more £500 worth of means of production, the second half of its surplus value. And thus the entire surplus value is withdrawn from circulation in the shape of money. Hence, in succession, 1. Variable capital reconverted into money equal to £1,000. 2. One half of the surplus value turned into money equal to £500. 3. The other half of the surplus value equal to £500. Altogether, 1,000 variable capital plus 1,000 surplus value turned into money equal to £2,000. Although one threw only £1,000 into circulation, aside from those exchanges which promote the reproduction of one and which we shall have to analyze later, it has withdrawn double that amount from it. Of course, surplus value passes into other hands, that is, 2, as soon as it has been converted into money by being spent for articles of consumption. The capitalists of 1 withdrew only as much in money as they threw into it in value in the form of commodities. The fact that this value is surplus value, that is, that it does not cost the capitalists anything, does not alter the value of these commodities in any way. So far as the exchange of values in commodity circulation is concerned, that fact is of no consequence at all. The existence of surplus value in money is, of course, transient, the same as all other forms which the advanced capital assumes in its metamorphoses. It lasts no longer than the interval between the conversion of commodities won into money and the subsequent conversion of the money won into commodities too. If the turnovers had been assumed to be shorter, or, from the point of view of the simple circulation of commodities, the circulation of money more rapid, even less money would be ample to circulate the exchanged commodity values. The amount is always determined, if the number of successive exchanges is given, by the sum of the prices or the sum of values of the circulating commodities. It is immaterial in what proportion this sum of values consists of surplus value on the one hand and of capital value on the other. If the wages of one, in our illustration, were paid 4 times per year, we should have 4 times 250, or 1,000. Hence, £250 in money would suffice for the circulation variable capital of 1 to half the constant capital of 2, and for that between the variable capital of 1 and the labour power of 1. Likewise, if the circulation between 1 and 2 were to take place in 4 turnovers, it would require only £250, or in the aggregate a sum of money or a money capital of £500, for the circulation of commodities amounting to £5,000. In that case, the surplus value would be converted into money 4 times successively, 1/4 each time, instead of twice successively, 1/2 each time. If 1 instead of 2 should act as buyer in exchange number 4, and expend £500 for articles of consumption of the same value, 2 would buy means of production with the same £500 in exchange number 5. In 6, 1 buys articles of consumption with the same £500. In 7, 2 buys means of production with the same £500, so that the £500 finally return to 1, the same as before, to 2. The surplus value is here converted into money by means of the money spent by the capitalist producers themselves for their individual consumption. This money represents the anticipated revenue, the anticipated receipts from the surplus value contained in the commodities still to be sold. The surplus value is not converted into money by the reflux of the £500, for aside from £1,000 in the form of commodities represented by the variable capital 1 threw £500 in money into circulation at the close of exchange number 4, and this was additional money, so far as we know, and not the proceeds from the sale of commodities. If this money flows back to 1 merely gets back its additional money, and does not thereby convert its surplus value into money. The conversion of the surplus value 1 into money takes place only by the sale of the commodities represented by surplus value 1, in which it is incorporated, and lasts each time only until the money obtained by the sale of the commodities is expended anew in the purchase of articles of consumption. With additional money, £500, 1 buys articles of consumption from 2. This money was spent by 1, which holds its equivalent in 2 commodities. The money returns for the first time by the purchase from 1 by 2 of commodities to the amount of £500. In other words, it returns as the equivalent of the commodities sold by 1, but these commodities do not cost 1 anything. They constitute surplus value for 1. and thus the money thrown into circulation by this very department turns its own surplus value into money. On buying for the second time, exchange number 6, one has likewise obtained its equivalent in 2 commodities. Take it, now, that 2 does not buy, exchange number 7, means of production from 1. In that case, one would have actually paid £1,000 for articles of consumption, thereby consuming its entire surplus value as revenue, namely 500 in its own 1 commodities, means of production, and 500 in money. On the other hand, it would still have £500 in its own commodities, means of production, in stock, and would have got rid of £500 in money. On the contrary, 2 would have reconverted 3/4 of its constant capital from the form of commodity capital into that of productive capital, but 1/4, £500, would be held by it in the form of money capital, actually in the form of idle money, or of money which has suspended its function and is held in abeyance. Should this state of affairs last for any length of time, 2 would have to cut down its scale of reproduction by 1/4. However, the 500 in means of production which 1 has on its hands are not surplus value existing in the form of commodities. They occupy the place of the £500 advanced in money, which 1 possessed aside from its £1,000 of surplus value in commodity form. In the form of money, they are always convertible. As commodities, they are momentarily unsaleable. So much is evident, that simple reproduction, in which every element of productive capital must be replaced in both 2 and 1, remains possible in this case only if the 500 golden birds, which 1 first sent flying, return to it. If a capitalist, we have only industrial capitalists still to deal with here, who are the representatives of all others, spends money for articles of consumption, he is through with it. It goes the way of all flesh. It can flow back to him only if he fishes it out of circulation in exchange for commodities, that is, for his commodity capital. As the value of his entire annual commodity product, his commodity capital, so that of every one of its elements, that is, the value of every individual commodity, is divisible, as far as he is concerned, into constant capital value, variable capital value, and surplus value. The conversion into money of every individual commodity, as elements constituting the commodity product, is consequently at the same time such a conversion of a certain portion of the surplus value contained in the entire commodity product. In this case, then, it is literally true that the capitalist himself threw the money into circulation, when he spent it on articles of consumption, by which his surplus value is converted into money, or realized. Of course, it is not a question of the identical coins, but of a certain amount of hard cash equal to the 1, or to a portion of the 1, which he had previously thrown into circulation to satisfy his personal wants. In practice, this occurs in 2 ways. If the business has just been opened, in the current year, it will take quite a while, at least a few months, before the capitalist is able to use any portion of the receipts of his business for his personal consumption. But for all that, he does not suspend his consumption for a single moment. He advances to himself, immaterial whether out of his own pocket or by means of credit from the pocket of somebody else, money in anticipation of surplus value still to be snatched by him. But in doing so, he also advances a circulating medium for the realization of surplus value to be realized later. If, on the contrary, the business has been running regularly for a longer period, payments and receipts are distributed over different terms throughout the year. But one thing continues uninterruptedly, namely the consumption of the capitalist, which anticipates, and whose volume is computed on a definite proportion of, the customary or estimated revenue. With every portion of commodities sold, a portion of the surplus value to be produced annually is also realized. But if during the entire year only as much of the produced commodities is sold as is required to replace the constant and variable capital values contained in them, or if prices were to fall to such an extent that only the advanced capital value contained in the entire annual commodity product should be realized on its sale, then the anticipatory character of the expenditure of money in expectation of future surplus value would be clearly revealed. If our capitalist fails, his creditors and the court investigate whether his anticipated private expenditures were in proper proportion to the volume of his business and to the receipt of surplus value usually or normally corresponding to it. So far as the entire capitalist class is concerned, the proposition that it must itself throw into circulation the money required for the realization of its surplus value, correspondingly also for the circulation of its capital, constant and variable, not only fails to appear paradoxical, but stands forth as a necessary condition of the entire mechanism. For there are here only two classes, the working class, disposing only of its labour power, and the capitalist class, which has a monopoly of the social means of production and money. It would rather be a paradox if the working class were to advance in the first instance from its own resources the money required for the realization of the surplus value contained in the commodities. But the individual capitalist makes this advance only by acting as a buyer, expending money in the purchase of articles of consumption, or advancing money in the purchase of elements of his productive capital, whether of labour power or means of production. He never parts with his money unless he gets an equivalent for it. He advances money to the circulation only in the same way as he advances commodities to it. He acts in both instances as the initial point of their circulation. The actual process is obscured by two circumstances. 1. The appearance in the process of circulation of industrial capital of merchant's capital, the first form of which is always money, since the merchant as such does not create any product or commodity, and of money capital as an object of manipulation by a special kind of capitalists. 2. The division of surplus value, which must always be first in the hands of the industrial capitalist, into various categories, as vehicles of which there appear, aside from the industrial capitalist, the landlord for ground rent, the usurer for interest, etc. Furthermore, the government and its employees, rentiers, etc. These gentry appear as buyers vis-à-vis the industrial capitalist, and to that extent, as converters of his commodities into money, they too throw money, pro parte, into the circulation, and he gets it from them. But it is always forgotten from what source they derived it originally, and continue deriving it, ever anew. Chapter 20, Part 2. Section 6. The constant capital of Department 1. It remains for us to analyze the constant capital of Department 1, amounting to 4,000. This value is equal to the value, appearing anew in the commodity product 1, of the means of production consumed in the creation of this quantity of commodities. This reappearing value, which was not produced in the process of production of Department 1, but entered into it during the preceding year as constant value, as the given value of its means of production, exists now in the entire part of commodity mass 1, not absorbed by Department 2. And the value of this quantity of commodities thus left in the hands of the Department 1 capitalists equals 2/3 of the value of their entire annual commodity product. In the case of the individual capitalist producing some particular means of production, we could say, he sells his commodity product, he converts it into money. By converting it into money, he has also reconverted into money the constant portion of the value of his product. With this portion of value converted into money, he then buys his means of production once more from other sellers of commodities, or transforms the constant portion of the value of his product into a bodily form in which it can resume its function of productive constant capital. But now this assumption becomes impossible. The capitalist class of Department 1 comprises the totality of the capitalists producing means of production. Besides, the commodity product of 4,000, which is left on their hands, is a portion of the social product which cannot be exchanged for any other, because no such other portion of the annual product remains. With the exception of these 4,000, all the remainder has been disposed of. One portion has been absorbed by the social consumption fund, and another portion has to replace the constant capital of Department 2, which has already exchanged everything it could dispose of in an exchange with Department 1. The difficulty is solved very easily if we remember that the entire commodity product 1, in its bodily form, consists of means of production, that is, of the material elements of the constant capital itself. We meet here the same phenomenon which we witnessed before under Department 2, only in a different aspect. In the case of Department 2, the entire commodity product consisted of articles of consumption. Hence one portion of it, measured by the wages plus surplus value contained in this product, could be consumed by its own producers. Here, in the case of Department 1, the entire product consists of means of production, of buildings, machinery, vessels, raw and auxiliary materials, etc. One portion of them, namely that replacing the constant capital employed in this sphere, can therefore immediately function anew in its bodily form as a component of the productive capital. So far as it goes into circulation, it circulates within Department 1. In Department 2, a part of the commodity product is individually consumed in kind by its own producers, while in Department 1, a portion of the product is productively consumed in kind by its capitalist producers. In the part of the commodity product 1 equal to 4,000 constant capital, the capital value consumed in this category reappears, and does so in a bodily form in which it can immediately resume its function of productive constant capital. In Department 2, that portion of the commodity product of 3,000, whose value is equal to the wages plus the surplus value equal to 1,000, passes directly into the individual consumption of the capitalists and labourers of Department 2, while on the other hand, the constant capital value of this commodity product, equal to 2,000, cannot re-enter the productive consumption of the Department 2 capitalists, but must be replaced by exchange with Department 1. In Department 1, on the contrary, that portion of its commodity product of 6,000, whose value is equal to the wages plus the surplus value equal to 2,000, does not pass into the individual consumption of its producers, and cannot do so on account of its bodily form. It must first be exchanged with Department 2. Contrariwise, the constant portion of the value of this product, equal to 4,000, exists in a bodily form in which, taking the capitalist class of Department 1 as a whole, it can immediately resume its function of constant capital of that class. In other words, the entire product of Department 1 consists of use values which, on account of their bodily form, can under a capitalist mode of production serve only as elements of constant capital. Hence, 1/3, 2,000, of this product of 6,000 replaces the constant capital of Department 2, and the other 2/3 the constant capital of Department 1. The constant capital 1 consists of a great number of different groups of capital invested in the various branches of production of means of production. So much in ironworks, so much in coal mines, etc. Every one of these groups of capital, or every one of these social group capitals, is in its turn composed of a larger or smaller number of independently functioning individual capitals. In the first place, the capital of society, for instance, 7,500, which may mean millions, etc., is composed of various groups of capital. The social capital of 7,500 is divided into separate parts, every one of which is invested in a special branch of production. Each portion of the social capital value invested in some particular branch of production consists, so far as its bodily form is concerned, partly of means of production required in that particular sphere of production, partly of the labour power needed in that business and trained accordingly, variously modified by division of labour, according to the specific kind of labour to be performed in each individual sphere of production. Each portion of social capital invested in any particular branch of production in its turn consists of the sum of the individual capitals invested in it and functioning independently. This patently applies to both departments, 1 as well as 2. As for the constant capital value reappearing in Department 1 in the form of its commodity product, it re-enters in part as means of production into the particular sphere of production, or even into the individual business, from which it emerges as product. For instance, corn into the production of corn, coal into the production of coal, iron in the form of machines into the production of iron, etc. However, since the partial products constituting the constant capital value 1 do not return directly to their particular or individual sphere of production, they merely change their place. They pass in their bodily form to some other sphere of production of Department 1, while the product of other spheres of production of Department 1 replaces them in kind. It is merely a change of place of these products. All of them re-enter as factors replacing constant capital in 1, only instead of the same group of Department 1 they enter another. Since an exchange takes place here between the individual capitalist of 1, it is an exchange of one bodily form of constant capital for another bodily form of constant capital, of one kind of means of production for other kinds of means of production. It is an exchange of the different individual parts of constant capital 1 among themselves. Products which do not serve directly as means of production in their own sphere are transferred from their place of production to another, and thus mutually replace one another. In other words, similarly to what we saw in the case of the surplus value of Department 2, every capitalist 1 draws from this quantity of commodities, proportionally to his share in the constant capital of 4,000, the means of production required by him. If production were socialized instead of capitalistic, these products of Department 1 would evidently just as regularly be redistributed as means of production to the various branches of this department for purposes of reproduction, one portion remaining directly in that sphere of production from which it emerged as a product, another passing over to other places of production, thereby giving rise to a constant to-and-fro movement between the various places of production in this department. Section 7. Variable capital and surplus value in both departments. The total value of the annually produced articles of consumption is thus equal to the variable capital value 2 reproduced during the year, plus the newly produced surplus value 2, that is, equal to the value produced by Department 2 during the year, plus the variable capital value 1 reproduced during the year, and the newly produced surplus value 1, that is, plus the value created by Department 1 during the year. On the assumption of simple reproduction, the total value of the annually produced articles of consumption is therefore equal to the annual value product, that is, equal to the total value produced during the year by social labor. And this must be so, because in simple reproduction, this entire value is consumed. The total social working day is divided into two parts. 1. Necessary labor, which creates in the course of the year a value of 1,500 variable capital. 2. Surplus labor, which creates an additional value or surplus value of 1,500. The sum of these values, 3,000, is equal to the value of the annually produced articles of consumption, 3,000. The total value of the articles of consumption produced during the year is therefore equal to the total value produced by the total social working day during the year, equal to the value of the social variable capital plus the social surplus value, equal to the total new product of the year. But we know that although these two magnitudes of value are equal, the total value of commodities 2, the articles of consumption, is not produced in this department of social production. They are equal because the constant capital value reappearing in Department 2 is equal to the value newly produced by Department 1, value of variable capital plus surplus value. Therefore, the variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 can buy the part of the product of Department 2 which represents the constant capital value for its producers in Department 2. This shows, then, why the value of the product of capitalists 2, from the point of view of society, may be resolved into variable capital plus surplus value, although for these capitalists it is divided into constant capital plus variable capital plus surplus value. This is so only because the constant capital of Department 2 is here equal to the variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1, and because these two components of the social product interchanged their bodily forms by exchange, so that after this transformation, Department 2 exists once more in means of production and the variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 in articles of consumption. And it is this circumstance which induced Adam Smith to maintain that the value of the annual product resolves itself into variable capital plus surplus value. This is true, 1, only for that part of the annual product which consists of articles of consumption, and 2, it is not true in the sense that this total value is produced in Department 2, and that the value of its product is equal to the value of the variable capital advanced in Department 2, plus the surplus value produced in Department 2. it is true only in the sense that constant capital plus variable capital plus surplus value of Department 2 is equal to the variable capital plus surplus value of Department 2 plus the variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1, or because the constant capital of Department 2 is equal to the variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1. It follows, furthermore, the social working day, that is, the labour expended by the entire working class during the whole year, like every individual working day, breaks up into only two parts, namely into necessary labour and surplus labour, and the value produced by this working day consequently likewise resolves itself into only two parts, namely into the value of the variable capital, or that portion of the value with which the labourer buys the means of his own reproduction, and the surplus value, which the capitalist may spend for his own individual consumption. Nevertheless, from the point of view of society, one part of the social working day is spent exclusively on the production of new constant capital, namely, of products exclusively intended to function as means of production in the labour process, and hence as constant capital in the accompanying process of self-expansion of value. According to our assumption, the total social working day presents itself as a money value of 3,000, only 1/3 of which, or 1,000, is produced in Department 2, which manufactures articles of consumption, that is, the commodities in which the entire value of the variable capital and the entire surplus value of society are ultimately realized. Thus, according to this assumption, 2/3 of the social working day are employed in the production of new constant capital. Although from the standpoint of the individual capitalists and labourers of Department 1, these 2/3 of the social working day serve merely for the production of variable capital value plus surplus value, the same as the last third of the social working day in Department 2, still, from the point of view of society, and likewise of the use value of the product, these 2/3 of the social working day produce only replacement of constant capital in the process of productive consumption, or already so consumed. Also, when viewed individually, these 2/3 of the working day, while producing a total value equal only to the value of the variable capital plus surplus value for the producer, nevertheless do not produce any use values of a kind on which wages or surplus value could be expended, for their products are means of production. It must be noted, in the first place, that no portion of the social working day, whether in Department 1 or in 2, serves for the production of the value of the constant capital employed and functioning in these two great spheres of production. They produce only additional value, 2,000 of the variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1, plus 1,000 of the variable capital plus surplus value of Department 2, in addition to the value of the constant capital equal to 4,000 of Department 1 plus 2,000 of Department 2. The new value produced in the form of means of production is not yet constant capital. It merely is intended to function as such in the future. The entire product of Department 2, the articles of consumption, viewed concretely as a use value in its bodily form, is a product of the 1/3 of the social working day spent by Department 2. It is the product of labour in its concrete form, such as the labour of weaving, baking, etc., performed in this department, the product of this labour, inasmuch as it functions as the subjective element of the labour process. As to the constant portion of the value of this product too, it reappears only in a new use value, in a new bodily form, the form of articles of consumption, while it existed previously in the form of means of production. Its value has been transferred by the labour process from its old bodily form to its new bodily form. But the value of these 2/3 of the product value, equal to 2,000, has not been produced in this year's self-expansion process of Department 2. Just as from the point of view of the labour process, the product of Department 2 is the result of newly functioning living labour and of the assumed means of production assigned to it, in which that labour materializes itself as in its objective conditions. So, from the point of view of the process of self-expansion, the value of the product of Department 2, equal to 3,000, is composed of a new value, 500 variable capital plus 500 surplus value equals 1,000, produced by the newly added 1/3 of the social working day, and of a constant value, in which are embodied 2/3 of a past social working day that had elapsed before the present process of production of Department 2 here under consideration. This portion of the value of the Department 2 product finds expression in a portion of the product itself. It exists in a quantity of articles of consumption worth 2,000, or 2/3 of a social working day. This is the new use form in which this value portion reappears. The exchange of part of the articles of consumption equal to 2,000 constant capital of Department 2 for means of production of Department 1 equal to 1,000 variable capital plus 1,000 surplus value thus really represents an exchange of 2/3 of an aggregate working day, which do not constitute any portion of this year's labour and elapsed before this year, for 2/3 of the working day newly added this year. 2/3 of this year's social working day could not be employed in the production of constant capital, and at the same time constitute variable capital value plus surplus value for their own producers, unless they were to be exchanged for a portion of the value of the annually consumed articles of consumption, in which are incorporated 2/3 of a working day spent and realized before this year. It is an exchange of 2/3 of this year's working day for 2/3 of a working day spent before this year, an exchange of this year's labour time for last year's. This explains the riddle of how the value product of an entire social working day can resolve itself into variable capital value plus surplus value, although 2/3 of this working day were not expended in the production of articles in which variable capital or surplus value can be realized, but rather in the production of means of production for the replacement of the capital consumed during the year. The explanation is simply that 2/3 of the value of the product of Department 2, in which the capitalists and labourers of Department 1 realize the variable capital value plus surplus value produced by them, and which constitute 2/9 of the value of the entire annual product, are, so far as their value is concerned, the product of 2/3 of a social working day of a year prior to the current one. The sum of the social product of Departments 1 and 2, means of production and articles of consumption, is indeed, viewed from the standpoint of their use value in their concrete bodily form, the product of this year's labour, but only to the extent that this labour itself is regarded as useful and concrete, and not as an expenditure of labour power, as value-creating labour. And even the first is true only in the sense that the means of production have transformed themselves into new products, into this year's products, solely by dint of the living labour added onto them, operating on them. On the contrary, This year's labour could not have transformed itself into products without means of production independent of it, without instruments of labour and materials of production. Section 8. The constant capital in both departments. The analysis of the total value of the product of 9,000 and of the categories into which it is divided does not present any greater difficulty than that of the value produced by an individual capital. On the contrary, they are identical. The entire annual social product here contains 3 social working days, each of 1 year. The value expressed by each one of these working days is 3,000, so that the value expressed by the total product is equal to 3 times 3,000, or 9,000. Furthermore, the following portions of this working time have elapsed prior to the 1-year process of production, the product of which we are now analyzing. In Department 1, 4/3 of a working day, with a product worth 4,000, and in Department 2, 2/3 of a working day, with a product worth 2,000, making a total of 2 social working days with a product worth 6,000. For this reason, constant capital 4,000 of Department 1 plus constant capital 2,000 of Department 2 equals 6,000, figure as the value of the means of production, or the constant capital value reappearing in the total value of the social product. Furthermore, 1/3 of the social working day of 1 year newly added in Department 1 is necessary labour, or labour replacing the value of the variable capital of 1,000 of Department 1 and paying the price of the labour employed by Department 1. In the same way, 1/6 of a social working day in Department 2 is necessary labour with a value of 500. Hence, variable capital 1,000 of Department 1 plus variable capital 500 of Department 2 equals 1,500, expressing the value of 1/2 of the social working day, is the value expression of the first half of the aggregate working day added this year, and consisting of necessary labour. Finally, in Department 1, 1/3 of the aggregate working day, with a product worth 1,000, is surplus labour, and in Department 2, 1/6 of the working day, with a product worth 500, is surplus labour. Together they constitute the other half of the added aggregate working day. Hence the total surplus value produced is equal to 1,000 of Department 1 plus 500 of Department 2, or 1,500. Thus, the constant capital portion, C, of the value of the social product is 2 working days expended prior to the process of production. Expression of value equals 6,000. Necessary labour, V, expended during the year is 1/2 of a working day expended on the annual production. Expression of value, 1,500. Surplus labour, S, expended during the year is 1/2 of a working day expended on the annual production. Expression of value, 1,500. Value produced by annual labour, or V plus S, equals 3,000. Total value of product, or C plus V plus S, equals 9,000. The difficulty, then, does not consist in the analysis of the value of the social product itself. It arises in the comparison of the component parts of the value of the social product with its material constituents. The constant, merely reappearing portion of value is equal to the value of that part of this product which consists of means of production and is incorporated in that part. The new value product of the year equal to V plus S, or variable capital plus surplus value, is equal to the value of that part of this product which consists of articles of consumption and is incorporated in it. But with exceptions of no consequence here, means of production and articles of consumption are wholly different kinds of commodities, products of entirely different bodily or use forms, and therefore products of wholly different classes of concrete labour. The labour which employs machinery in the production of means of subsistence is vastly different from the labour which makes machinery. The entire aggregate annual working day, whose value expression is 3,000, seems spent in the production of articles of consumption equal to 3,000, in which no constant portion of value reappears, since these 3,000 resolve themselves only into variable capital value and surplus value. On the other hand, the constant capital value of 6,000 reappears in a class of products quite different from articles of consumption, namely in means of production, while as a matter of fact no part of the social working day seems spent in the production of these new products. It seems rather that the entire working day consists only of classes of labour which do not result in means of production, but in articles of consumption. This mystery has already been cleared up. The value product of the year's labour is equal to the value of the products of Department 2, to the total value of the newly produced articles of consumption. But the value of these products is greater by 2/3 than that portion of the annual labour which has been expended in the sphere of production of articles of consumption, Department 2. Only 1/3 of the annual labour has been expended in their production. 2/3 of this annual labour have been expended in the production of means of production, that is to say, in Department 1. The value product created during this time in Department 1, equal to the variable capital value plus surplus value produced in Department 1, is equal to the constant capital value of Department 2 reappearing in articles of consumption of Department 2. Hence they may be mutually exchanged and replaced in kind. The total value of the articles of consumption of Department 2 is therefore equal to the sum of the new value product of Departments 1 and 2, or 2C plus V plus S equal to 1V plus S plus 2V plus S, hence equal to the sum of the new values produced by the year's labour in the form of V plus S. On the other hand, the total value of the means of production, Department 1, is equal to the sum of the constant capital value reappearing in the form of means of production Department 1 and in that of articles of consumption Department 2. In other words, equal to the sum of the constant capital value reappearing in the total product of society. This total value is equal in terms of value to 4/3 of a working day preceding the process of production of Department 1, and 2/3 of a working day preceding the process of production of Department 2, in all equal to 2 aggregate working days. The difficulty with the annual social product arises, therefore, from the fact that the constant portion of value is represented by a wholly different class of products, means of production, than the new value V plus S added to this constant portion of value and represented by articles of consumption. Thus the appearance is created, so far as value is concerned, that 2/3 of the consumed mass of products are found again in a new form as new product, without any labour having been expended by society in their production. This is not so in the case of an individual capital. Every individual capitalist employs some particular concrete kind of labour, which transforms the means of production peculiar to it into a product. Let, for instance, the capitalist be a machine builder. The constant capital expended during the year, 6,000, the variable, 1,500, the surplus value, 1,500, the product, 9,000. The product, say, 18 machines of 500 each. The entire product here exists in the same form, that of machines. If he produces various kinds, each kind is calculated separately. The entire commodity product is the result of the labour expended during the year in machine building. It is a combination of the same concrete kind of labour with the same means of production. The various portions of the value of the product therefore present themselves in the same bodily form. 12 machines embody 6,000 constant capital, 3 machines, 1,500 variable capital, 3 machines, 1,500 surplus value. In the present case, it is evident that the value of the 12 machines is equal to 6,000 constant capital, not because there is incorporated in these 12 machines only labour performed previously to the manufacture of these machines and not labour expended on building them. The value of the means of production for 18 machines did not of itself become transformed into 12 machines, but the value of these 12 machines, consisting itself of 4,000 constant capital plus 1,000 variable capital plus 1,000 surplus value, is equal to the total value of the constant capital contained in the 18 machines. The machine manufacturer must therefore sell 12 of the 18 machines in order to replace his expended constant capital, which he requires for the reproduction of 18 new machines. On the contrary, the thing would be inexplicable if, in spite of the fact that the labour expended was employed solely in the manufacture of machines, the result were to be, on the one hand, 6 machines equal to 1,500 variable capital plus 1,500 surplus value, on the other, iron, copper, screws, belts, etc., of a value amounting to 6,000 constant capital. That is, the means of production of the machines in their bodily form, which, as we know, the individual machine-building capitalist does not produce himself, but must replace by way of the process of circulation. And yet it seems at first glance that the reproduction of the annual product of society takes place in this absurd way. The product of an individual capital, that is, of every fraction of the social capital endowed with a life of its own and functioning independently, has a bodily form of one kind or another. The only condition is that this product must really have a use form, a use value, which gives it the imprint of a member of the world of commodities capable of circulation. It is immaterial and accidental whether or not it can re-enter as a means of production into the same process of production from which it emerged as a product. In other words, whether the portion of its value representing the constant part of the capital has a bodily form in which it can actually function again as constant capital. If not, this portion of the value of the product is reconverted into the form of its material elements of production by means of sale and purchase, and thus the constant capital is reproduced in the bodily form capable of functioning. It is different with the product of the aggregate social capital. All the material elements of reproduction must in their bodily form constitute parts of this product. The consumed constant part of capital can be replaced by the aggregate production only to the extent that the entire constant part of the capital reappearing in the product reappears in the bodily form of new means of production, which can really function as constant capital. Hence, simple reproduction being assumed, the value of that portion of the product which consists of means of production must be equal to the constant portion of the value of social capital. Furthermore, considered individually, the capitalist produces in the value of his product, by means of the newly added labour, only his variable capital plus surplus value, while the constant part of the value is transferred to the product owing to the concrete character of the newly added labour. Considered socially, that portion of the social working day which produces means of production, hence adding new value to them, as well as transferring to them the value of the means of production consumed in their manufacture, creates nothing but new constant capital, intended to replace that consumed in the shape of old means of production in both departments 1 and 2. It creates only product intended for productive consumption. The entire value of this product, then, is only value which can function anew as constant capital, which can only buy back constant capital in its bodily form, and which, for this reason, resolves itself, considered socially, neither into variable capital nor surplus value. On the other hand, that part of the social working day which produces articles of consumption does not create any portion of the social replacement capital. It creates only products intended, in their bodily form, to realize the value of the variable capital and surplus value of departments 1 and 2. Speaking of the point of view of society, and therefore considering the aggregate product of society, which comprises both the reproduction of social capital and individual consumption, we must not lapse into the manner copied by Proudhon from bourgeois economy, and look upon this matter as though a society with a capitalist mode of production, if viewed en bloc as a totality, would lose this its specific historical and economic character. No, on the contrary, we have, in that case, to deal with the aggregate capitalist. The aggregate capital appears as the capital stock of all individual capitalists combined. This joint stock company has in common with many other stock companies that everyone knows what he puts in, but not what he will get out of it. Section 9. A retrospect to Adam Smith, Storch, and Ramsay. The aggregate value of the social product amounts to 9,000, equal to 6,000 C plus 1,500 V plus 1,500 S. That is, 6,000 reproduce the value of the means of production, and 3,000 that of the articles of consumption. The value of the social revenue, V plus S, amounts therefore to only 1/3 of the value of the aggregate product, and the totality of consumers, labourers as well as capitalists, can draw commodities, products, out of the total social product, and incorporate them in their consumption fund only to the amount of this 1/3. On the other hand, 6,000, or 2/3, of the value of the product are the value of the constant capital which must be replaced in kind. Means of production to this amount must therefore again be incorporated in the production fund. Storch recognized this as essential, without being able to prove it. Quote, "It is clear that the value of the annual product is divided partly into capital and partly into profits, and that each one of these portions of the value of the annual product is regularly employed in buying the products which the nation needs both for the maintenance of its capital and for replenishing its consumption fund. The products which constitute the capital of a nation are not to be consumed." Unquote. Storch, Considérations sur la nature du revenu national, Paris, 1824. Adam Smith, however, has promulgated this astounding dogma, which is believed to this day, not only in the previously mentioned form, according to which the entire value of the social product resolves itself into revenue, into wages plus surplus value, or, as he expresses it, into wages plus profit, interest plus ground rent, but also in the still more popular form, according to which the consumers must ultimately pay to the producers the entire value of the product. This is, to this day, one of the best established commonplaces, or rather eternal truths, of the so-called science of political economy. This is illustrated in the following plausible manner. Take any article, for instance a linen shirt. First, the spinner of linen yarn has to pay the flax grower the entire value of the flax, that is, the value of flaxseed, fertilizers, labouring cattle feed, etc., plus that part of the value which the fixed capital, such as buildings, agricultural implements, etc., of the flax grower, gives up to the product. The wages paid in the production of the flax, the surplus value, profit, ground rent, embodied in the flax. Finally, the carriage costs of the flax from its place of production to the spinnery. Next, the weaver has to reimburse the spinner of the linen yarn not only for the price of the flax, but also for that portion of the value of machinery, buildings, etc., in short of the fixed capital, which is transferred to the flax. Furthermore, all the auxiliary materials consumed in the spinning process, the wages of the spinners, the surplus value, etc., and so the thing goes on with the bleacher, the transportation costs of the finished linen, and finally the shirt-maker, who has to pay the entire price of all preceding producers, who supplied him only with his raw material. In his hands, a further addition of value takes place, partly through the value of constant capital consumed in the manufacture of shirts in the shape of instruments of labour, auxiliary materials, etc., and partly through the labour expended, which adds the value of the shirt-maker's wages plus the surplus value of the shirt manufacturer. Now let this entire product in shirts cost ultimately £100, and let this be the aliquot part of the value of the total annual product expended by society on shirts. The consumers of the shirts pay these £100, that is, the value of all the means of production contained in the shirts, and of the wages plus surplus value of the flax grower, spinner, weaver, bleacher, shirt manufacturer, and all carriers. This is absolutely correct. Indeed, every child can see that. But then it says, that's how matters stand with regard to the value of all other commodities. It should say, that's how matters stand with regard to the value of all articles of consumption, with regard to the value of that portion of the social product which passes into the consumption fund. That is, with regard to that portion of the value of the social product which can be expended as revenue. True enough, the sum of the values of all these commodities is equal to the value of all the means of production, constant portions of capital, used up in them, plus the value created by the labour last added, wages plus surplus value. Hence the totality of the consumers can pay for this entire sum of values, because although the value of each individual commodity is made up of C plus V plus S, nevertheless, the sum of the values of all commodities passing into the consumption fund, taken at its maximum, can be equal only to that portion of the value of the social product which resolves itself into V plus S. In other words, equal to that value which the labour expended during the year has added to the existing means of production, that is, to the value of the constant capital. As for the value of the constant capital, we have seen that it is replaced out of the mass of social products in a twofold way. First, through an exchange by capitalists 2, who produce articles of consumption, with capitalist 1, who produce the means of production for them. And here is the source of the saying that what is capital for the one is revenue for the other. But this is not the actual state of affairs. The 2,000 constant capital of Department 2, existing in the shape of articles of consumption worth 2,000, constitute a constant capital value for the capitalist class of Department 2. They therefore cannot consume this value themselves, although the product, in accordance with its bodily form, is intended for consumption. On the other hand, the 2,000 variable capital plus surplus value of Department 1 are wages plus surplus value produced by capitalist and working class of Department 1. They exist in the bodily form of means of production, of things in which their own value cannot be consumed. We have here, then, a sum of values to the amount of 4,000, one half of which, before and after the exchange, replaces only constant capital, while the other half forms only revenue. In the second place, the constant capital of Department 1 is replaced in kind, partly by exchange among capitalists 1, partly by replacement in kind in each individual business. The phrase that the value of the entire annual product must ultimately be paid by the consumer would be correct only if consumers were taken to comprise two vastly different kinds, individual consumers and productive consumers. However, that one portion of the product must be consumed productively means nothing, but that it must function as capital and not be consumed as revenue. If we divide the value of the aggregate product equal to 9,000 into 6,000 C plus 1,500 V plus 1,500 S, and look upon the 3,000 V plus S only in its quality of revenue, then, on the contrary, the variable capital seems to disappear, and capital, socially speaking, to consist of only constant capital. For that which appeared originally as 1,500 variable capital has resolved itself into a portion of the social revenue, into wages, the revenue of the working class, and its character of capital has thus vanished. This conclusion is actually drawn by Ramsay. According to him, capital, socially considered, consists only of fixed capital, but by fixed capital he means the constant capital, that quantity of values which consists of means of production, whether these means of production are instruments or materials of labour, such as raw materials, semi-finished products, auxiliary materials, etc. He calls the variable capital circulating capital. Quote, circulating capital consists exclusively of subsistence and other necessaries advanced to the workmen, previous to the completion of the produce of their labour. Fixed capital alone, not circulating, is, properly speaking, a source of national wealth. Circulating capital is not an immediate agent in production, nor even essential to it at all, but merely a convenience rendered necessary by the deplorable poverty of the mass of the people. Fixed capital alone constitutes an element of cost of production in a national point of view." Unquote. Ramsay defines fixed capital, by which he means constant capital, more closely in the following words. Quote, on the length of time during which any portion of the product of that labour, namely labour bestowed on any commodity, has existed as fixed capital, that is, in a form in which, though assisting to raise the future commodity, it does not maintain labourers." Unquote. Here we see once more the calamity Adam Smith brings on by submerging the distinction between constant and variable capital in that between fixed capital and circulating capital. Ramsay's constant capital consists of instruments of labour, his circulating capital of means of subsistence. Both of them are commodities of a given value. The one can no more create surplus value than the other. Section 10. Capital and Revenue, Variable Capital and Wages. The entire annual reproduction, the entire product of a year, is the product of the useful labour of that year. But the value of this total product is greater than that portion of the value in which the annual labour, the labour power expended during the current year, is incorporated. The value product of this year, the value newly created during this period in the form of commodities, is smaller than the value of the product, the aggregate value of the mass of commodities fabricated during the entire year. The difference obtained by deducting from the total value of the annual product that value which was added to it by the labour of the current year is not really reproduced value, but only value reappearing in a new form of existence. It is value transferred to the annual product from the value existing prior to it, which may be of an earlier or later date, according to the durability of the components of the constant capital which have participated in that year's social labour process, a value which may originate from the value of means of production which came into the world the previous year, or in a number of years even previous to that. It is by all means a value transferred from means of production of former years to the product of the current year. Take our scheme. We have, after the exchange of the elements hitherto considered between Departments 1 and 2, and within Department 2, Department 1, 4,000 C plus 1,000 V plus 1,000 S, the latter 2,000 realized in articles of consumption of Department 2 constant capital, equals 6,000. Department 2, 2,000 C, reproduced by exchange with Department 1 V plus S, plus 500 V plus 500 S, equals 3,000. Sum of values equals 9,000. Value newly produced during the year is contained only in V and S. The sum of the value product of this year is therefore equal to the sum of V plus S, or 2,000 of Department 1 V plus S, plus 1,000 of Department 2 V plus S, equals 3,000. All remaining value parts of the product of this year are merely value transferred from the value of earlier means of production consumed in the annual production. The current annual labour has not produced any value other than that of 3,000. That represents its entire annual value product. Now, as we have seen, the 2,000 of Department 1 V plus S replace for Department 2 its 2,000 constant capital, in the bodily form of means of production. 2/3 of the annual labour, then, expended in Department 1 have newly produced constant capital too, both its entire value and its bodily form. From the standpoint of society, 2/3 of the labour expended during the year have created new constant capital value realized in the bodily form appropriate for Department 2. Thus the greater portion of the annual labour of society has been spent in the production of new constant capital, capital value existing in the form of means of production, in order to replace the value of the constant capital expended in the production of articles of consumption. What distinguishes capitalist society in this case from the savage is not, as Senior thinks, the privilege and peculiarity of the savage to expend his labour at times in a way that does not procure him any products resolvable or exchangeable into revenue, that is, into articles of consumption. Footnote: when the savage makes bows, he exercises an industry, but he does not practice abstinence. The more society progresses, the more abstinence is demanded. Senior, Principes fondamentaux de l'économie politique, translated by Jean-Henri Vabend, Paris 1836. Compare Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 24, Section 3. End of footnote. No, the distinction consists in the following. Point A. Capitalist society employs more of its available annual labour in the production of means of production, ergo of constant capital, which are not resolvable into revenue in the form of wages or surplus value, but can function only as capital. Point B. When a savage makes bows, arrows, stone hammers, axes, baskets, etc., he knows very well that he did not spend the time so employed in the production of articles of consumption, but that he has thus stocked up the means of production he needs, and nothing else. Furthermore, a savage commits a grave economic sin by his utter indifference to waste of time, and, as Taylor tells us, takes sometimes a whole month to make one arrow. E. B. Taylor, Researches into the Early History of Mankind, etc., London, 1865. The current conception whereby some political economists seek to extricate themselves from the theoretical difficulty, that is, the understanding of the real interconnections, what is capital to one is revenue to another, and vice versa, is only partially correct and becomes utterly wrong, harbours therefore a complete misunderstanding of the entire process of exchange taking place in annual reproduction, hence also a misunderstanding of the actual basis of the partially correct, as soon as the character of universality is attributed to it. We now summarize the actual relations on which the partial correctness of this conception rests, and in doing so, the wrong conception of these relations will come to the surface. Point 1. The variable capital functions as capital in the hands of the capitalist and as revenue in the hands of the wage worker. The variable capital exists at first in the hands of the capitalist as money capital, and it performs the function of money capital by his buying labour power with it. So long as it persists in his hands, in the form of money, it is nothing but a given value existing in the form of money, hence a constant and not a variable magnitude. It is a variable capital only potentially, owing to its convertibility into labour power. It becomes real variable capital only after divesting itself of its money form, after being converted into labour power functioning as a component part of productive capital in the capitalist process. Money, which first functioned as the money form of the variable capital for the capitalist, now functions in the hands of the labourer as the money form of his wages, which he exchanges for means of subsistence, that is, as the money form of revenue derived from the constantly repeated sale of his labour power. We have here but the simple fact that the money of the buyer, in this case the capitalist, passes from his hands into those of the seller, in this case the seller of labour power, the labourer. It is not a case of the variable capital functioning in a dual capacity, as capital for the capitalist and as revenue for the labourer, It is the same money which exists first in the hands of the capitalist as the money form of his variable capital, hence as potential variable capital, and which serves in the hands of the labourer as an equivalent for sold labour power as soon as the capitalist converts it into labour power. But the fact that the same money serves another useful purpose in the hands of the seller than in those of the buyer is a phenomenon peculiar to the purchase and sale of all commodities. Apologetic economists present the matter in a wrong light, as is best seen if we keep our eyes fixed exclusively, without taking for the time being any notice of what follows, on the act of circulation, money to labour power, a variation of money to commodity, the conversion of money into labour power on the part of the capitalist buyer, which is labour power to money, the conversion of the commodity labour power into money on the part of the seller, the labourer. They say, here the same money realizes two capitals. The buyer, the capitalist, converts his money capital into living labour power, which he incorporates in his productive capital. On the other hand, the seller, the labourer, converts his commodity, labour power, into money, which he spends as revenue, and this enables him to keep on reselling his labour power, and thereby to maintain it. His labour power, then, represents his capital in commodity form, which yields him a continuous revenue. Labour power is indeed his property, ever self-renewing, reproductive, not his capital. It is the only commodity which he can and must sell continually in order to live, and which acts as capital, variable, only in the hands of the buyer, the capitalist. The fact that a man is continually compelled to sell his labour power, that is, himself, to another man, proves, according to those economists, that he is a capitalist, because he constantly has commodities, himself, for sale. In that sense, a slave is also a capitalist, although he is sold by another once and for all as a commodity, for it is in the nature of this commodity, a labouring slave, that its buyer does not only make it work anew every day, but also provides it with the means of subsistence that enable it to work ever anew. Compare on this point Sismondi and Say in the letters to Malthus. Footnote. Marx has in mind J.B. Say's Lettres à M. Malthus sur différents sujets d'économie politique, notamment sur les causes de la stagnation générale du commerce. Paris, 1820. Engels. End of footnote. Point 2. And so, in the exchange of 1,000 variable capital of Department 1 plus 1,000 surplus value of Department 1 for 2,000 constant capital of Department 2, what is constant capital for some becomes variable capital and surplus value, hence generally revenue, for the others. And what is variable capital and surplus value, hence generally revenue for some, becomes constant capital for the others. Let us first look at the exchange of Department 1 variable capital for Department 2 constant capital, beginning with the point of view of the labourer. The collective labourer of Department 1 has sold his labour power to the collective capitalist of Department 1 for 1,000. He receives this value in money, paid in the form of wages. With this money he buys from Department 2 articles of consumption for the same amount of value. Capitalist 2 confronts him only as a seller of commodities and nothing else, even if the labourer buys from his own capitalist, as he does, for instance, in the exchange of 500 variable capital of Department 2, as we have seen. Part 4, present chapter. The form of circulation through which his commodity, labour power, passes is that of the simple circulation of commodities for the mere satisfaction of needs, for the purpose of consumption. Commodity, that is labour power, to money, to commodity, that is articles of consumption, Commodities Department 2. The result of this act of circulation is that the labourer maintains himself as labour power for Capitalist 1, and in order to continue maintaining himself as such, he must continually renew the process, commodity, that is labour power, to money, to commodity. His wages are realised in articles of consumption. They are spent as revenue, and, taking the working class as a whole, are spent again and again as revenue. Now let us look at the same exchange of Department 1 variable capital for Department 2 constant capital from the point of view of the capitalist. The entire commodity product of Department 2 consists of articles of consumption, hence of things intended to enter into annual consumption, hence to serve in the realization of revenue for someone, in the present case for the collective labourer 1. But for the collective capitalist 2, one portion of his commodity product, equal to 2,000, is now the form of the constant capital value of his productive capital converted into commodities. This productive capital must be reconverted from this commodity form into its bodily form, in which it may act again as the constant portion of a productive capital. What Capitalist 2 has accomplished so far is that he has reconverted, by means of sales to labourers 1, 1/2, equal to 1,000, of his constant capital value, which had been reproduced in the shape of commodities, articles of consumption, into the form of money. Hence, it is not the variable capital of Department 1 which has been converted into this first half of the constant capital value of Department 2, but simply the money which functioned for Department 1 as money capital in the exchange for labour power, and thus came into the possession of the seller of labour power, to whom it does not represent capital, but revenue in the form of money. That is, it is spent as a means of purchase of articles of consumption. Meanwhile, the money amounting to 1,000, which has come into the hands of the capitalist 2 from the labourers of 1, cannot function as the constant element of productive capital 2. It is only as yet the money form of his commodity capital, to be commuted into fixed or circulating constituents of constant capital. So Capitalist 2 buys with the money received from the labourers of 1, the buyers of its commodities, means of production from labourers 1 to the amount of 1,000. In this way, the constant capital value 2 is renewed to the extent of 1/2 of its total amount in its bodily form, in which it can function once more as an element of productive capital 2. The circulation, in this instance, took the course commodity to money to commodity, articles of consumption worth 1,000, to money to the amount of 1,000, to means of production worth 1,000. But commodity to money to commodity represents here the movement of capital. Commodity, when sold to the labourers, is converted into money, and this money is converted into means of production. It is the reconversion of commodities into the material elements of which this commodity is made. On the other hand, just as Capitalist 2 acts vis-à-vis Department 1 only as a buyer of commodities, so Capitalist 1 acts only as a seller of commodities vis-à-vis Department 2. Department 1 originally bought labour power worth 1,000 with 1,000 in money intended to function as variable capital. It has therefore received an equivalent for the 1,000 variable capital, which it expended in money form. This money now belongs to the labourer, who spends it in purchases from Department 2. Department 1 cannot get back this money, which thus found its way into the Department 2 treasury, unless it fishes its way out of it again by the sale of commodities of the same value. Department 1 first had a definite sum of money amounting to 1,000, destined to function as variable capital. The money functions as such by its conversion into labour power of the same value. But the labourer supplied it as a result of the process of production with a quantity of commodities, means of production worth 6,000, of which 1/6 or 1,000 are equivalent to the variable portion of capital advanced in money. The variable capital value functions no more as variable capital now in its commodity form than it did before in its form of money. It can do so only after its conversion into living labour power, and only so long as this labour power functions in the process of production. As money, the variable capital value was only potential variable capital. But it had a form in which it was directly convertible into labour power. As a commodity, the same variable capital value is still potential money value. It is restored to its original money form only by the sale of the commodities, and therefore by Department 2 buying for 1,000 commodities from Department 1. The movement of the circulation is here as follows. 1,000 variable capital, money, to labour power worth 1,000, to 1,000 in commodities, equivalent of the variable capital, to 1,000 variable capital, money. Hence, money to commodity through commodity to money, equal to money to labour power through commodity to money. The process of production intervening between commodity through commodity does not itself belong in the sphere of circulation. It does not figure in the mutual exchange of the various elements of the annual reproduction, although this exchange includes the reproduction of all elements of productive capital, the constant elements, as well as the variable element, labour power. All the participants in this exchange appear either as buyers or sellers, or both. The labourers appear only as buyers of commodities, the capitalists alternately as buyers and sellers, and within certain limits either only as buyers of commodities or only as sellers of commodities. Result: Department 1 possesses once more the variable value constituent of its capital in the form of money, from which alone it is directly convertible into labour power. That is, it once more possesses the variable capital value in the sole form in which it can really be advanced as a variable element of its productive capital. On the other hand, the labourer must again act as a seller of commodities of his labour power before he can act again as a buyer of commodities. So far as the variable capital of Department 2 is concerned, the process of circulation between the capitalists and labourers of the same class of production takes place directly, since we look upon it as taking place between the collective capitalist 2 and the collective labourer 2. The collective capitalist 2 advances 500 variable capital for the purchase of labour power of the same value. In this case, the collective capitalist is a buyer, the collective labourer a seller. Thereupon the labourer appears with the proceeds of the sale of his labour power to act as a buyer of a part of the commodities produced by himself. Here the capitalist is therefore a seller. The labourer has replaced to the capitalist the money paid in the purchase of his labour power by means of a portion of commodity capital 2 produced, namely 500 variable capital in commodities. The capitalist now holds in the form of commodities the same variable capital which he had in the form of money before its conversion into labour power, while the labourer, on the other hand, has realized the value of his labour power in money, and now, in his turn, realizes this money by spending it as his revenue to defray his consumption in the purchase of part of the articles of consumption produced by himself. It is an exchange of the revenue of the labourer in money for a portion of commodities he has himself reproduced, namely 500 variable capital of the capitalist. In this way, this money returns to capitalist 2 as the money form of his variable capital. An equivalent value of revenue in the form of money here replaces variable capital value in the form of commodities. The capitalist does not increase his wealth by taking away again the money paid by him to the labourer in the purchase of labour power when he sells him an equivalent quantity of commodities. He would indeed be paying the labourer twice if he were to pay him first 500 in the purchase of his labour power, and then in addition give him gratis a quantity of commodities worth 500, which the labourers produced for him. Vice versa, if the labourer were to produce for him nothing but an equivalent in commodities worth 500 for the price of his labour power of 500, the capitalist would be no better off after the transaction than before. But the labourer has reproduced a product of 3,000. He has preserved the constant portion of the value of the product, that is, the value of the means of production, used up in it, to the amount of 2,000, by converting them into a new product. He has furthermore added to this given value a value of 1,000 variable capital plus surplus value. The idea that the capitalist grows richer in the sense that he wins a surplus value by the reflux of the 500 in money is developed by Destutt de Tracy, as shown in detail in section 13 of this chapter. Through the purchase of 500 worth of articles of consumption by labourer 2, capitalist 2 recovers the value of 500 variable capital of department 2, which he just possessed in commodities, in money, the form in which he advanced it originally. The immediate result of this transaction, as of any other sale of commodities, is the conversion of a given value from the form of commodities into that of money. Nor is there anything special in the reflux thus effected of the money to its point of departure. If capitalist 2 had bought, with 500 in money, commodities from capitalist 1, and then in turn sold to capitalist 1 commodities to the amount of 500, 500 would have likewise returned to him in money. This sum of 500 in money would merely have served for the circulation of a quantity of commodities, 1,000, and according to the general law previously expounded, the money would have returned to the one who put it into circulation for the purpose of exchanging this quantity of commodities. But the 500 in money which flowed back to capitalist 2 are at one and the same time renewed potential variable capital in money form. Why is this so? Money, and therefore money capital, is potential variable capital only because and to the extent that it is convertible into labour power. The return of £500 in money to capitalist 2 is accompanied by the return of labour power 2 to the market. The return of both of these at opposite poles, hence also the reappearance of 500 in money not only as money but also as variable capital in the form of money, is conditional on one and the same process. The money, equal to 500, returns to capitalist 2 because he sold to labourers 2 articles of consumption amounting to 500, that is, because the labourer spends his wages to maintain himself and his family, and thus his labour power. In order to be able to live on and act again as a buyer of commodities, he must again sell his labour power. The return of 500 money to capitalist 2 is therefore at the same time a return, or an abiding, of the labour power in the capacity of a commodity purchasable with 500 in money, and thereby a return of 500 in money as potential variable capital. As for subdivision 2b, which produces articles of luxury, the case with subdivision 2b variable is the same as with department 1 variable. The money, which renews for capitalists 2b their variable capital in the form of money, flows back to them in a roundabout way through capitalists 2a. But it nevertheless makes a difference whether the labourers buy their means of subsistence directly from the capitalist producers to whom they sell their labour power, or whether they buy them from capitalists of another category, through whose agency the money returns to the former only by a circuitous route. Since the working class lives from hand to mouth, it buys as long as it has the means to buy. It is different with the capitalists, as for instance in the exchange of 1,000 Department 2 constant capital for 1,000 Department 1 variable capital. The capitalist does not live from hand to mouth. His compelling motive is the utmost self-expansion of his capital. Now, if circumstances of any description seem to promise greater advantages to capitalist 2 in case he holds on to his money, or to part of it at least, for a while, instead of immediately renewing his constant capital, then the return of 1,000 Department 2 constant capital in money to Department 1 is delayed, and so is the restoration of 1,000 variable capital to the form of money, and capitalist 1 can continue his business on the same scale only if he disposes of reserve money, and, generally speaking, reserve capital in the form of money is necessary to be able to work without interruption, regardless of the rapid or slow reflux of the variable capital value in money. If the exchange of the various elements of the current annual reproduction is to be investigated, so are the results of the labour of the preceding year, of the labour of the year that has already come to a close. The process of production which resulted in this yearly product lies behind us. It is a thing of the past, incorporated in its product, and so much the more is this the case with the process of circulation, which precedes the process of production or runs parallel with it, the conversion of potential into real variable capital, that is, the sale and purchase of labour power. The labour market is no longer a part of the commodity market, such as we have here before us. The labourer has here not only already sold his labour power, but besides, the surplus value also supplied an equivalent of the price of his labour power in the shape of commodities. He has furthermore pocketed his wages, and figures during the exchange only as a buyer of commodities, articles of consumption. On the other hand, the annual product must contain all the elements of reproduction, restore all the elements of productive capital, above all, its most important element, the variable capital. And we have seen indeed that the result of the exchange in regard to the variable capital is this. By spending his wages and consuming the purchased commodities, the labourer as a buyer of commodities maintains and reproduces his labour power, this being the only commodity which he has to sell. Just as the money advanced by the capitalist in the purchase of his labour power returns to him, so labour power returns to the labour market in its capacity of a commodity exchangeable for money. The result is that the capitalists of Department 1 hold 1,000 variable capital in money, and the labourers of Department 1 offer them 1,000 in labour power, so that the entire process of reproduction of Department 1 can be renewed. This is one result of the process of exchange. On the other hand, the expenditure of the wages of the labourers of Department 1 relieved Department 2 of articles of consumption to the amount of 1,000 constant capital, thus transforming them from the commodity form into the money form. Department 2 reconverted them into the bodily form of its constant capital by purchasing from Department 1 commodities equal to 1,000 variable capital, and thus restoring to Department 1 in money form the value of its variable capital. The variable capital of Department 1 passes through 3 metamorphoses, which do not appear at all in the exchange of the annual product, or do so only suggestively. Point 1. The first form is 1,000 of Department 1 variable capital in money, which is converted into labour power of the same value. This conversion does not itself appear in the exchange of commodities between Departments 1 and 2, but its result is seen in the fact that Working Class 1 confronts Commodity Seller 2 with 1,000 in money, just as Working Class 2, with 500 in money, confronts Commodity Seller of 500 of Department 2 variable capital in commodity form. Point 2. The second form, the only one in which variable capital actually varies, functions as variable capital, where value-creating force appears in the place of given value exchanged for it. It belongs exclusively to the process of production which is behind us. Point 3. The third form, in which the variable capital has justified itself as such in the result of the process of production, is the annual value product, which in the case of Department 1 is equal to 1,000 variable capital plus 1,000 surplus value, or 2,000 Department 1 V plus S. In the place of its original value of 1,000 in money, we have a value of double this amount, or 2,000, in commodities. The variable capital value of 1,000 in commodities is therefore only 1/2 of the value produced by the variable capital as an element of the productive capital. The 1,000 of Department 1 variable capital in commodities are an exact equivalent of the 1,000 in money originally advanced by Department 1, and are intended to be the variable part of the aggregate capital. But in the form of commodities, they are money only potentially. They do not become so actually until they are sold, and still less directly are they variable money capital. They eventually become variable money capital by the sale of commodity 1,000 of Department 1 variable capital to Department 2 constant capital, and by the early reappearance of labour power as a purchasable commodity, as a material for which 1,000 in money may be exchanged. During all these transformations, Capitalist 1 continually holds the variable capital in his hands, 1, to start with as money capital, 2, then as an element of his productive capital, 3, still later as a portion of the value of his commodity capital, hence in the form of commodity value, 4, finally once more in money, which is again confronted by the labour power for which it can be exchanged. During the labour process, the capitalist is in possession of the variable capital as active, value-creating labour power, but not as a value of a given magnitude. But since he never pays the labourer until his power has acted for a certain length of time, he already has in hand the value created by that power to replace itself, plus the surplus value, before he pays him. As the variable capital always stays in the hands of the capitalist in some form or other, it cannot be claimed in any way that it converts itself into revenue for anyone. On the contrary, 1,000 of Department 1 variable capital in commodities converts itself into money by its sale to Department 2, half of whose constant capital it replaces in kind. What resolves itself into revenue is not variable capital 1, or 1,000 variable capital in money. This money has ceased to function as the money form of variable capital 1 as soon as it is converted into labour power, just as the money of any other buyer of commodities has ceased to represent anything belonging to him as soon as he has exchanged it for commodities of still other sellers. The conversions which the money received in wages goes through in the hands of the working class are not conversions of variable capital, but of the value of their labour power converted into money, just as the conversion of the value 2,000 V plus S of Department 1, created by the labourer, is only the conversion of a commodity belonging to the capitalist, which does not concern the labourer. However, the capitalist, and still more his theoretical interpreter, the political economist, can rid himself only with the greatest difficulty of the idea that the money paid to the labourer is still his, the capitalist's. If the capitalist is a producer of gold, then the variable portion of value, that is, the equivalent in commodities which replaces for him the purchasing price of the labour, appears itself directly in the form of money, and can therefore function anew as variable money capital without the circuitous route of a reflux. But so far as labourer 2 is concerned, aside from the labourer who produces articles of luxury, 500 variable exists in commodities intended for the consumption of the labourer, which he, considered as the collective labourer, buys directly again from the same collective capitalist to whom he sold his labour power. The variable portion of capital value 2, so far as its bodily form is concerned, consists of articles of consumption intended mostly for consumption by the working class. But it is not the variable capital which is spent in this form by the labourer. It is the wages, the money of the labourer, which precisely by its realization in these articles of consumption restores to the capitalist the variable capital 500 of Department 2 in its money form. The variable capital of Department 2 is reproduced in articles of consumption, the same as the constant capital, 2,000, of Department 2. The one resolves itself no more into revenue than the other does. In either case, it is the wages which resolve themselves into revenue. However, it is a momentous fact in the exchange of the annual product that by the expenditure of the wages as revenue, there is restored to the form of money capital, in the one case 1,000 constant capital of Department 2, likewise by this circuitous route 1,000 variable capital of Department 1, and ditto 500 variable capital of Department 2. In the case of the variable capital, partly by means of a direct, and partly by means of an indirect, reflux. Part 3. Section 11. Replacement of the fixed capital. In the analysis of the exchanges of the annual reproduction, the following presents great difficulty. If we take the simplest form in which the matter may be presented, where C equals constant capital, V equals variable capital, and S equals surplus value, we get Department 1, 4,000 C, plus 1,000 V, plus 1,000 S, plus Department 2, 2,000 C, plus 500 V, plus 500 S, equals 9,000. This resolves itself finally into 6,000 C plus 1,500 V plus 1,500 S equals 9,000. One portion of the value of the constant capital, which consists of instruments of labour in the strict meaning of the term, as a distinct section of the means of production, is transferred from the instruments of labour to the product of labour, the commodity. These instruments of labour continue to function as elements of the productive capital, doing so in their old bodily form. It is their wear and tear, the depreciation gradually experienced by them during their continual functioning for a definite period, which reappears as an element of value of the commodities produced by means of them, which is transferred from the instrument of labour to the product of labour. With regard to the annual reproduction, therefore, only such component parts of fixed capital will from the first be given consideration as last longer than a year. If they are completely worn out within the year, they must be completely replaced and renewed by the annual reproduction, and the point at issue does not concern them at all. It may happen in the case of machines and other more durable forms of fixed capital, and it frequently does happen, that certain parts of them must be replaced, lock, stock, and barrel within 1 year, although the building or machine in its entirety lasts much longer. These parts belong in one category with the elements of fixed capital, which are to be replaced within 1 year. This element of the value of commodities must not be confused with the costs of repair. If a commodity is sold, this value element is turned into money, the same as all others, but after it has been turned into money, its difference from the other elements of value becomes apparent. The raw and auxiliary materials consumed in the production of commodities must be replaced in kind, in order that the reproduction of commodities may begin, or that the process of production of commodities in general may be continuous. The labour power spent on them must also be renewed by fresh labour power. Consequently, the money realized on the commodities must be continually reconverted into these elements of the productive capital, from the money form into the commodity form. It does not alter the matter if raw and auxiliary materials, for instance, are bought at certain intervals in larger quantities, so that they constitute productive supplies, and need not be bought anew during certain periods. And therefore, as long as they last, the money coming in through the sale of commodities, inasmuch as it is meant for this purpose, may accumulate, and this portion of constant capital thus appears temporarily as money capital, whose active function has been suspended. It is not a revenue capital. It is productive capital suspended in the form of money. The renewal of the means of production must go on all the time, although the form of this renewal, with reference to the circulation, may vary. The new purchases, the circulation operation by which they are renewed or replaced, may take place at more or less prolonged intervals. Then a large amount may be invested at one stroke, compensated by a corresponding productive supply. Or the intervals between purchases may be small. Then follows a rapid succession of money expenditures in small doses, of small productive supplies. This does not alter the matter itself. The same applies to labour power. Where production is carried on continuously throughout the year on the same scale, continuous replacement of consumed labour power by new. Where work is seasonable, or different portions of labour are applied at different periods, as in agriculture, corresponding purchases of labour power, now in small, now in large amounts. But the money proceeds, realized from the sale of commodities, so far as they turn into money that part of the commodity value which is equal to the wear and tear of fixed capital, are not reconverted into that component part of the productive capital whose diminution in value they cover. They settle down beside the productive capital and persist in the form of money. This precipitation of money is repeated until a period of reproduction consisting of great or small numbers of years has elapsed, during which the fixed element of constant capital continues to function in the process of production in its old bodily form. As soon as the fixed element, such as buildings, machinery, etc., has been worn out, and can no longer function in the process of production, its value exists alongside it, fully replaced by money, by the sum of money precipitations, the values which had been gradually transferred from the fixed capital to the commodities in whose production it participated, and which had assumed the form of money as a result of the sale of these commodities. This money then serves to replace the fixed capital, or its elements, since its various elements have different durabilities, in kind, and thus really to renew this component part of the productive capital. This money is therefore the money form of a part of the constant capital value, namely of its fixed part. The formation of this hoard is thus itself an element of the capitalist process of reproduction. It is the reproduction and storing up, in the form of money, of the value of fixed capital, or its several elements, until the fixed capital has ceased to live, and in consequence has given off its full value to the commodities produced, and must now be replaced in kind. But this money loses only its form of a hoard, and hence resumes its activity in the process of reproduction of capital brought about by the circulation as soon as it is reconverted into new elements of fixed capital to replace those that died off. Just as simple commodity circulation is in no way identical with a bare exchange of products, the conversion of the annual commodity product can in no way resolve itself into a mere unmediated mutual exchange of its various components. Money plays a specific role in it, which finds expression particularly in the manner in which the value of the fixed capital is reproduced. How different the matter would present itself if production were collective and no longer possessed the form of commodity production, is left to a later analysis. Should we now return to our fundamental scheme, we shall get the following for Department 2. 2000C plus 500V plus 500S. All the articles of consumption produced in the course of the year are in that case equal in value to 3,000, and every one of the different commodity elements in the total sum of the commodities is composed, so far as its value is concerned, of 2/3 C plus 1/6 V plus 1/6 S, or in percentages, 66 2/3 C plus 16 2/3 V plus 16 2/3 S. The various kinds of commodities of Department 2 may contain different proportions of constant capital. Likewise, the fixed portion of the constant capital may be different. The duration of the parts of the fixed capital, and hence the annual wear and tear, or that portion of value which they transfer pro rata to the commodities in the production of which they participate, may also differ. But that is immaterial here. As to the process of social reproduction, it is only a question of exchange between Departments 2 and 1. These two classes here confront each other only in their social mass relations. Therefore, the proportional magnitude of the constant capital of the value of commodity product 2 the only one of consequence in the question now being discussed, gives the average proportion if all the branches of production classed under Department 2 are embraced. Every kind of commodity, and they are largely the same kinds, whose aggregate value is classed under 2000C plus 500V plus 500S, is therefore equal in value to 66 2/3% C plus 16 2/3% V plus 16 2/3% S. This applies to every 100 of the commodities, whether classed under C, V, or S. The commodities in which the 2000C are incorporated may be further divided in value into 1333 1/3 C plus 333 1/3 V plus 333 1/3 S equals 2000C. Similarly, 500V may be divided into 333 1/3 C plus 83 1/3 V plus 83 1/3 S equals 500V. And finally, 500S may be divided into 333 1/3 C plus 83 1/3 V plus 83 1/3 S equals 500S. Now, if we add the three constant capitals, we get 1333 1/3 C plus 333 1/3 C plus 333 1/3 C equals 2000. Furthermore, 333 1/3 V plus 83 1/3 V plus 83 1/3 V equals 500. And the same in the case of S. The addition gives the same total value of 3000. The entire constant capital value contained in the commodity mass of Department 2, representing a value of 3000, is therefore comprised in 2000C, and neither 500V nor 500S hold an atom of it. The same is true of V and S, respectively. In other words, the entire share of the commodity mass of Department 2 that represents constant capital value, and therefore is reconvertible either into its bodily or its money form, exists in 2000 constant capital. Everything referring to the exchange of the constant value of commodities 2 is therefore confined to the movement of 2000 constant capital of Department 2. And this exchange can be made only with 1000 variable plus 1000 surplus value of Department 1. Similarly, as regards Department 1, everything that bears in the exchange of the constant capital value of that class is to be confined to a consideration of 4000 constant capital of Department 1. Section 11A. Replacement of the wear and tear portion of the value in the form of money. Now, if to start with we take the scheme Department 1, 4000C plus 1000V plus 1000S, and Department 2, 2000C plus 500V plus 500S, the exchange of the commodities 2000 Department 2 constant capital for commodities of the same value, Department 1, 1000 variable capital plus 1000 surplus value, would presuppose that the entire 2000 constant capital of Department 2 are reconverted in kind into the natural elements of the constant capital of 2, produced by Department 1. But the commodity value of 2000, in which the latter exists, contains an element making good the depreciation in value of the fixed capital, which is not to be replaced immediately in kind, but converted into money, which gradually accumulates into a sum total until the time for the renewal of the fixed capital in its bodily form arrives. Every year registers the demise of fixed capital, which must be replaced in this or that individual business, or in this or that branch of industry. In the case of one and the same individual capital, this or that portion of its fixed capital must be replaced, since its different parts have different durabilities. On examining annual reproduction, even on a simple scale, that is, disregarding all accumulation, we do not begin ab ovo, from the very beginning. The year which we study is one in the course of many. It is not the first year after the birth of capitalist production. The various capitals invested in the manifold lines of production of Department 2 therefore differ in age. Just as people functioning in these lines of production die annually, so a host of fixed capitals expire annually and must be renewed in kind out of the accumulated money fund. Therefore the exchange of 2,000 Department 2 constant capital for 2,000 Department 1 variable capital plus surplus value includes a conversion of 2,000 Department 2 constant capital from its commodity form, articles of consumption, into natural elements which consist not only of raw and auxiliary materials, but also of natural elements of fixed capital, such as machinery, tools, buildings, etc. The wear and tear, which must be replaced in money in the value of 2,000 Department 2 constant capital, therefore by no means corresponds to the amount of the functioning fixed capital, since a portion of this must be replaced in kind every year. But this assumes that the money necessary for this replacement was accumulated in former years by the capitalists of Department 2. However, that very condition holds good in the same measure for the current year as for the preceding ones. In the exchange between Department 1, 1,000 variable capital plus 1,000 surplus value, and 2,000 Department 2 constant capital, it must be first noted that the sum of values, Department 1 variable capital plus surplus value, does not contain any constant element of value. Hence also no element of value to replace wear and tear, that is, value that has been transmitted from the fixed component of the constant capital to the commodities in whose bodily form V plus S exist. On the other hand, this element exists in Department 2 constant capital, and it is precisely a part of this value element that owes its existence to fixed capital, which is not to be converted immediately from the money form into its bodily form, but has first to persist in the form of money. The exchange between Department 1, 1,000 V plus 1,000 S, and 2,000 Department 2 constant capital, therefore, at once presents the difficulty that the means of production of Department 1, in whose bodily form the 2,000 V plus S exist, are to be exchanged to the full value of 2,000 for an equivalent in articles of consumption 2, while on the other hand the 2,000 Department 2 constant capital of articles of consumption cannot be exchanged at their full value for means of production Department 1, 1,000 V plus 1,000 S, because an aliquot part of their value, equal to the wear and tear or the value depreciation of the fixed capital that is to be replaced, must first be precipitated in the form of money that will not function any more as a medium of circulation during the current period of annual reproduction, which alone we are examining. But the money paying for this element of wear and tear, incorporated in the commodity value 2,000 of Department 2 constant capital, can come only from Department 1, since Department 2 cannot pay for itself, but effects payment precisely by selling its goods, and since, presumably, Department 1 V plus S buys the whole of the commodities 2,000 of Department 2 constant capital. Hence, Department 1 must, by means of this purchase, convert that wear and tear into money for Department 2. But according to the law previously evolved, money advanced to the circulation returns to the capitalist producer, who later on throws an equal amount of commodities into circulation. It is evident that in buying Department 2 constant capital, Department 1 cannot give Department 2 commodities worth 2,000, and a surplus amount of money on top of that once and for all, without any return of the same by way of the operation of exchange. Otherwise, Department 1 would buy the commodity mass of Department 2 above its value. If Department 2 actually exchanges its 2,000 constant capital for Department 1 1,000 V plus 1,000 S, it has no further claims on Department 1, and the money circulating in this exchange returns to either 1 or 2, depending on which of them threw it into circulation, that is, which of them acted first as buyer. At the same time, Department 2 would have reconverted the entire value of its commodity capital into the bodily form of means of production, while our assumption is that after its sale it would not reconvert an aliquot portion of it during the current period of annual reproduction from money into the bodily form of fixed components of its constant capital. A money balance in favour of Department 2 could arise only if it sold 2,000 worth to Department 1 and bought less than 2,000 from Department 1, say only 1,800. In that case, Department 1 would have to make good the debit balance by 200 in money, which would not flow back to it, because it would not have withdrawn from circulation the money it had advanced to it by throwing into it commodities equal to 200. In such an event, we would have a money fund for Department 2 placed to the credit of the wear and tear of its fixed capital. But then we would have an overproduction of means of production in the amount of 200 on the other side, the side of Department 1, and the basis of our scheme would be destroyed, namely reproduction on the same scale, where complete proportionality between the various systems of production is assumed. We would only have done away with one difficulty in order to create another one, much worse. As this problem offers peculiar difficulties, and has hitherto not been treated at all by the political economists, we shall examine seriatim, point by point, all possible, at least seemingly possible, solutions, or rather formulations of the problem. In the first place, we have just assumed that Department 2 sells commodities of the value of 2,000 to Department 1, but buys from it only 1,800 worth. The commodity value 2,000 of Department 2 contains 200 for replacement of wear and tear, which must be stored up in the form of money. The value of 2,000 Department 2C would thus be divided into 1,800, to be exchanged for means of production 1, and 200 to replace wear and tear, which are to be kept in the form of money, after the sale of the 2,000C to Department 1. Expressed in terms of value, 2,000 Department 2C equals 1,800C plus 200D, where D stands for déchet, or wear and tear. We would then have to study the exchange Department 1, 1,000V plus 1,000S, for Department 2, 1,800C plus 200D. Department 1 buys with £1,000, which has gone to the labourers in wages for their labour power, 1,000 Department 2C of articles of consumption. Department 2 buys with the same £1,000 means of production, 1,000 of Department 1V. Capitalists 1 thus recover their variable capital in the form of money, and can employ it next year in the purchase of labour power to the same amount. That is, they can replace the variable portion of their productive capital in kind. Furthermore, Department 2 buys with advanced £400 means of production Department 1S, and Department 1S buys with the same £400 articles of consumption 2C. The £400 advanced to the circulation by the capitalists of Department 2 have thus returned to them, but only as an equivalent for sold commodities. Department 1 now buys articles of consumption for advanced £400. Department 2 buys from 1 £400 worth of means of production, whereupon these £400 flow back to Department 1. So far, then, the account is as follows. Department 1 throws into circulation 1,000 V plus 800 S in commodities. It furthermore throws into circulation in money £1,000 in wages and £400 for exchange with Department 2. After the exchange has been made, Department 1 has 1,000 V in money, 800 S exchanged for 800 2C, articles of consumption, and £400 in money. Department 2 throws into circulation 1,800 C in commodities, articles of consumption, and £400 in money. On the completion of the exchange, it has 1,800 in commodities 1, means of production, and £400 in money. There still remain, on the side of Department 1, 200 S in means of production, and on the side of Department 2, 200 D in articles of consumption. According to our assumption, Department 1 buys with £200 the articles of consumption D of the value of 200. But Department 2 holds on to these £200, since 200 D represent wear and tear, and are not to be immediately reconverted into means of production. Therefore, 200 Department 1S cannot be sold. 1/5 of the surplus value 1 to be replaced cannot be realized or converted from its bodily form of means of production into that of articles of consumption. This not only contradicts our assumption of reproduction on a simple scale, it is by itself not a hypothesis which would explain the transformation of 200 D into money. It means rather that it cannot be explained. Since it cannot be demonstrated in what manner 200 D can be converted into money, it is assumed that Department 1 is obliging enough to do the conversion just because it is not able to convert its own remainder of 200 S into money. To conceive this as a normal operation of the exchange mechanism is tantamount to the notion that £200 fall every year from the clouds, in order regularly to convert 200 D into money. But the absurdity of such a hypothesis does not strike one at once, if Department 1S, instead of appearing as it does in this case in its primitive mode of existence, namely as a component part of the value of means of production, hence as a component part of the value of commodities which their capitalist producers must convert into money by sale, appears in the hands of the partners of the capitalists, for instance, as ground rent in the hands of landowners, or as interest in the bands of moneylenders. But if that portion of the surplus value of commodities which the industrial capitalist has to yield as ground rent or interest to other co-owners of the surplus value cannot be realized for a long time by the sale of the commodities, then there is also an end to the payment of rent and interest, and the landowners or recipients of interest cannot therefore serve as dei ex machina, gods from the machine, to convert at pleasure definite portions of the annual reproduction into money by spending rent and interest. The same is true of the expenditures of all so-called unproductive labourers, government officials, physicians, lawyers, etc., and others who, as members of the general public, serve the political economists by explaining what they left unexplained. Nor does it improve matters if, instead of direct exchange between Departments 1 and 2, between the two major departments of capitalist producers, the merchant is drawn in as a mediator and helps to overcome all difficulties with his money. In the present case, for instance, 200 of Department 1S must be definitively disposed of to the industrial capitalists of Department 2. It may pass through the hands of a number of merchants, but the last of them will find himself, according to the hypothesis, in the same predicament vis-à-vis Department 2, in which the capitalist producers of Department 1 were at the outset. That is, they cannot sell the 200 Department 1S to Department 2, and this stalled purchase sum cannot renew the same process with Department 1. We see here that, aside from our real purpose, it is absolutely necessary to view the process of reproduction in its basic form, in which obscuring minor circumstances have been eliminated, in order to get rid of the false subterfuges which furnish the semblance of scientific analysis when the process of social reproduction is immediately made the subject of the analysis in its complicated, concrete form. The law that when reproduction proceeds normally, whether it be on a simple or on an extended scale, the money advanced by the capitalist producer to the circulation must return to its point of departure, whether the money is his own or borrowed, excludes once and for all the hypothesis that 200 of Department 2D is converted into money by means of money advanced by Department 1. Section 11b. Replacement of fixed capital in kind. Having disposed of the hypothesis thus considered, only such possibilities remain as, besides replacing the wear-and-tear portion in money, include also the replacement in kind of the wholly defunct fixed capital. We assumed hitherto, a. that £1,000 paid in wages by Department 1 are spent by the labourers for Department 2 to the same amount, that is, that they buy articles of consumption with them. It is merely a statement of fact that these £1,000 are advanced by Department 1 in money. Wages must be paid in money by the respective capitalist producers. This money is then spent by the labourers for articles of consumption, and serves the sellers of the articles of consumption as a medium of circulation in the conversion of their constant capital from commodity capital into productive capital. True, it passes through many channels: shopkeepers, house owners, tax collectors, unproductive labourers such as physicians, etc., who are needed by the labourer himself, and hence it flows only in part directly from the hands of the labourers 1 into those of capitalist class 2. Its flow may be retarded more or less, and the capitalist may therefore require a new money reserve. All this does not come under consideration in this basic form. B. We assume that at one time Department 1 advances another £400 in money for purchases from Department 2, and that this money returns to it. while at some other time Department 2 advances £400 for purchases from Department 1, and likewise recovers this money. This assumption must be made, for it would be arbitrary to presuppose the contrary, that capitalist class of 1 or 2 should one-sidedly advance to the circulation the money necessary for the exchange of their commodities. Since we have shown that one should reject as absurd the hypothesis that Department 1 would throw additional money into the circulation in order to turn 202D into money, it would appear that there was left only the seemingly still more absurd hypothesis that Department 2 itself was throwing the money into circulation, by which that constituent portion of the value of its commodities is converted into money which has to compensate the wear and tear of its fixed capital. For instance, that portion of value which is lost by the spinning machine of Mr. X in the process of production reappears as a portion of the value of the yarn. The loss which his spinning machine suffers in value, that is, in wear and tear, on the one hand should accumulate in his hands as money on the other. Now, supposing that X buys £200 worth of cotton from Y, and thus advances to the circulation £200 in money. Y then buys from him £200 worth of yarn, and these £200 now serve X as a fund to compensate the wear and tear of his machine. The thing would simply come down to this, that X, aside from his production, its product, and the sale of this product, keeps £200 to make good to himself the depreciation of his spinning machine, that is, that in addition to losing £200 through the depreciation of his machine, he must also put up another £200 in money every year out of his own pocket, in order to be able eventually to buy a new spinning machine. But the absurdity is only apparent. Department 2 consists of capitalists whose fixed capital is in the most diverse stages of its reproduction. In the case of some of them, it has arrived at the stage where it must be entirely replaced in kind. In the case of the others, it is more or less remote from that stage. All the members of the latter group have this in common, that their fixed capital is not actually reproduced, that is not renewed in natura by a new specimen of the same kind, but that its value is successively accumulated in money. The first group is in quite the same, or almost the same, it does not matter here, position as when it started in business, when it came on the market with its money capital in order to convert it into constant, fixed and circulating, capital on the one hand, and into labour power, into variable capital on the other. They have once more to advance this money capital to the circulation, that is, the value of constant fixed capital, as well as that of the circulating and variable capital. Hence, if we assume that half of the £400 thrown into circulation by capitalist class of Department 2 for exchange with Department 1 comes from those capitalists of Department 2 who have to renew not only, by means of their commodities, their means of production pertaining to the circulating capital, but also, by means of their money, their fixed capital in kind, while the other half of capitalists 2 replaces, in kind, with its money, only the circulating portion of its constant capital, but does not renew in kind its fixed capital, then there is no contradiction in the statement that these returning £400, returning as soon as Department 1 buys articles of consumption for it, are variously distributed among these two sections of Department 2. They return to Department 2, but they do not come back into the same hands, and are distributed variously within this department, passing from one of its sections to another. One section of Department 2 has, besides the part of the means of production covered in the long run by its commodities, converted £200 in money into new elements of fixed capital in kind. As was the case at the start of the business, the money thus spent returns to this section from the circulation only gradually over a number of years as the wear and tear portion of the value of the commodities to be produced by this fixed capital. The other section of Department 2, however, did not get any commodities from Department 1 for £200, but Department 1 pays it with the money which the first section of Department 2 spent for elements of its fixed capital. The first section of Department 2 has its fixed capital value once more in renewed bodily form, while the second section is still engaged in accumulating it in money form for the subsequent replacement of its fixed capital in kind. The basis on which we now have to proceed after the previous exchanges is the remainder of the commodities still to be exchanged by both sides, 400s on the part of Department 1 and 400 constant on the part of Department 2. Footnote: these figures again do not coincide with those previously assumed, but this is immaterial, since it is merely a question of proportions. Friedrich Engels, end of footnote. We assume that Department 2 advances 400 in money for the exchange of these commodities amounting to 800. One half of the 400, equal to 200, must be laid out under all circumstances by that section of Department 2C which has accumulated 200 in money as the wear and tear value, and which has to reconvert this money into the bodily form of its fixed capital. Just as constant capital value, variable capital value, and surplus value, into which the value of commodity capital 2 as well as 1 is divisible, may be represented by special proportional shares of commodities 2 and 1 respectively, so may, within the value of the constant capital itself, that portion of the value which is not yet to be converted into the bodily form of the fixed capital, but is rather to be accumulated for the time being in the form of money. A certain quantity of commodities 2, in the present case therefore 1/2 of the remainder, or 200, is here only a vehicle of this wear and tear value, which has to be precipitated in money by means of exchange. The first section of Capitalists 2, which renews fixed capital in kind, may already have realized in this way, with the wear and tear part of the mass of commodities of which here only the rest still figures, a part of its wear and tear value, but it still has to realize 200 in money. As for the second half, equal to 200 of the £400 thrown into circulation by Department 2 in this final operation, it buys circulating components of the constant capital from Department 1. A portion of these £200 may be thrown into circulation by both sections of Department 2, or only by the one which does not renew its fixed component of value in kind. With these £400 there is thus extracted from Department 1, 1. Commodities amounting to £200, consisting only of elements of fixed capital. 2. Commodities amounting to £200, replacing only natural elements of the circulating portion of the constant capital of Department 2. So 1 has sold its entire annual product, so far as it is to be sold, to Department 2, but the value of 1/5 of it, £400, is now held by Department 1 in the form of money. This money, however, is surplus value, converted into money which must be spent as revenue for articles of consumption. Thus, Department 1 buys with its £400 Department 2's entire commodity value equal to 400. Hence, this money flows back to Department 2 by setting its commodities in motion. We shall now suppose 3 cases in which we shall call the section of capitalists 2, which replaces its fixed capital in kind, Section 1, and that section which stores up depreciation value from fixed capital in money form, Section 2. The 3 cases are the following. A. That a share of the 400 still existing with Department 2 as a remnant in the shape of commodities must replace certain shares of the circulating parts of the constant capital for sections 1 and 2, say 1/2 for each. B. That section 1 has already sold all its commodities, while section 2 still has to sell 400. C. That section 2 has sold all but the 200, which are the bearers of the depreciation value. Then we have the following distributions. A. Of the commodity value 400C, still in the hands of Department 2, Section 1 holds 100, and Section 2 300. 200 out of the 300 represent depreciation. In that case, Section 1 originally laid out 300 of the £400 in money now returned by Department 1 to get commodities from Department 2, namely 200 in money, for which it secured elements of fixed capital in kind from Department 1, and 100 in money for the promotion of its exchange of commodities with Department 1. Section 2, on the other hand, advanced only a quarter of the 400, that is, 100, likewise for the promotion of its commodity exchange with Department 1. Section 1, then, advanced 300, and Section 2 100 of the 400 in money. Of these 400 there return, however, to Section 1 100, that is, only 1/3 of the money advanced by it. But it has, in place of the other 2/3, a renewed fixed capital to the value of 200. Section 1 has given money to Department 1 for this element of fixed capital to the value of 200, but no subsequent commodities. So far as the 200 in money are concerned, Section 1 confronts Department 1 only as buyer, but not later on as seller. This money cannot therefore return to Section 1, otherwise it would have received the elements of fixed capital from Department 1 as a gift. With reference to the last third of the money advanced by it, Section 1 first acted as a buyer of circulating constituent parts of its constant capital. With the same money, Department 1 buys from it the remainder of its commodities worth 100. This money, then, flows back to it, Section 1 of Department 2, because it acts as a vendor of commodities directly after having acted as a buyer. If this money did not return, then Department 2 Section 1 would have given to Department 1, for commodities amounting to 100, first 100 in money, and then, into the bargain, 100 in commodities. That is, Department 2 would have given away its commodities to Department 1 as a present. On the other hand, Section 2, which laid out 100 in money, receives back 300 in money. 100 because first as a buyer it threw 100 in money into circulation and receives them back as a seller. 200 because it functions only as a seller of commodities to that amount, but not as a buyer. Hence the money cannot flow back to Department 1. The fixed capital depreciation is thus balanced by the money thrown into circulation by Department 2, Section 1, in the purchase of elements of fixed capital. But it reaches the hands of Section 2 not as money of Section 1, but as money belonging to Department 1. B. On this assumption, the remainder of Department 2 is so distributed that Section 1 has 200 in money, and Section 2 has 400 in commodities. Section 1 has sold all of its commodities, but 200 in money are a transformed shape of the fixed component part of its constant capital, which it has to renew in kind. Hence, it acts here only as a buyer, and receives, instead of its money, commodity 1 to the same value in natural elements of its fixed capital. Section 2 has to throw only £200 into circulation as a maximum, if Department 1 does not advance any money for commodity exchange between Departments 1 and 2, since for half of its commodity value it is only a seller to Department 1, not a buyer from Department 1. They return to Section 2 from the circulation £400, 200 because it has advanced them as a buyer and receives them back as a seller of 200 in commodities, 200 because it sells commodities to the value of 200 to Department 1 without obtaining an equivalent in commodities from Department 1. C. Section 1 has 200 in money and 200 in commodities. Section 2 has 200D in commodities. On this supposition, Section 2 does not have any advance to make in money, because, vis-à-vis Department 1, it no longer acts at all as a buyer, but only as a seller, hence has to wait until someone buys from it. Section 1 advances £400 in money, 200 for mutual commodity exchange with Department 1, 200 as mere buyer from Department 1. With the last £200 in money, it purchases the elements of fixed capital. With £200 in money, Department 1 buys from Section 1 commodities for 200, so that the latter thus recovers the £200 in money it had advanced for this commodity exchange. And Department 1 buys with the other £200, which it has likewise received from Section 1, commodities to the value of 200 from Section 2, whereby the latter's wear and tear of fixed capital is precipitated in the form of money. The matter is not altered in the least, if it is assumed that, in case C, Department 1 instead of Department 2, Section 1, advances the 200 in money to promote the exchange of the existing commodities. If Department 1 buys in that event first 200 in commodities from Department 2, Section 2, on the assumption that this section has only this commodity remnant left to sell, then the £200 do not return to Department 1, since Department 2, Section 2 does not act again as a buyer. But Department 2, Section 1 has, in that case, £200 in money to spend in buying, and 200 in commodities for exchange purposes, thus making a total of 400 for trading with Department 1. £200 in money then return to Department 1 from Department 2, Section 1. If Department 1 again lays them out in the purchase of 200 in commodities from Department 2, Section 1, they return to Department 1 as soon as Department 2, Section 1 takes the second half of the 400 in commodities off Department 1's hands. Section 1 of Department 2 has spent £200 in money as a mere buyer of elements of fixed capital. They therefore do not return to it, but serve to turn the 200C, the commodity remnant of Department 2, Section 2, into money, while the £200, the money laid out by Department 1 for the exchange of commodities, return to Department 1 via Department 2, Section 1, not via Department 2, Section 2. In the place of its commodities of 400, there has returned to it a commodity equivalent amounting to 400. The £200 in money advanced by it for the exchange of 800 in commodities have likewise returned to it. Everything is therefore all right. The difficulty encountered in the exchange between Department 1, 1000V plus 1000S and 2000C of Department 2, has been reduced to the difficulty on exchanging remainders between 400S of Department 1 and 200 in money of Department 2, Section 1, plus 200C in commodities, plus 200C in commodities of Section 2. Or, to make the matter still clearer, Department 1, 200S plus 200S, against Department 2, 200 in money of Section 1, plus 200C in commodities, plus 200C in commodities of Section 2. Since in Department 2, Section 1, 200C in commodities are exchanged for 200S in commodities of Department 1, and since all the money circulating in this exchange of 400 in commodities between 1 and 2 returns to him who advanced it, 1 or 2, this money, being an element of the exchange between 1 and 2, is actually not an element of the problem which is troubling us here. Or, to present it differently, supposing in the exchange between 200S in commodities of Department 1 and 200C in commodities of Department 2, Section 1, the money functions as a means of payment, not as a means of purchase, and therefore also not as a medium of circulation in the strictest sense of the words. It is then clear, since the commodities 200 of Department 1S and 200 of Department 2C, Section 1, are equal in magnitude of value, that means of production worth 200 are exchanged for articles of consumption worth 200, that money functions here only ideally, and that neither side really has to throw any money into the circulation for the payment of any balance. Hence the problem presents itself in its pure form only when we strike off on both sides, Departments 1 and 2, the commodities 200 of Department 1S, and their equivalent, the 200, in commodities of Department 2C, Section 1. After the elimination of these two amounts of commodities of equal value, Departments 1 and 2, which balance each other, there is left for exchange a remainder in which the problem evinces its pure form, namely, Department 1, 200S in commodities, Department 2, Section 1, 200C in money, plus Section 2, 200C in commodities. It is evident here that Department 1, Section 1 buys with 200 in money the component parts of its fixed capital 201S. The fixed capital of Department 2, Section 1 is thereby renewed in kind, and the surplus value of Department 1, worth 200, is converted from the commodity form, means of production, or, more precisely, elements of fixed capital, into the money form. With this money, Department 1 buys articles of consumption from Department 2, Section 2, and the result for Department 2 is that for Section 1, a fixed component part of its constant capital has been renewed in kind, and that for Section 2, another component part, which compensates for the depreciation of its fixed capital, has been precipitated in money form, and this continues every year until this last component part also has to be renewed in kind. The condition precedent is here evidently that this fixed component part of constant capital 2, which is reconverted into money to the full extent of its value, and therefore must be renewed in kind each year, Section 1, should be equal to the annual depreciation of the other fixed component part of constant capital 2, which continues to function in its old bodily form, and whose wear and tear, depreciation in value, which it transfers to the commodities in whose production it is engaged, is first to be compensated in money. Such a balance would seem to be a law of reproduction on the same scale. This is equivalent to saying that in Department 1, which puts out the means of production, the proportional division of labour must remain unchanged, since it produces on the one hand circulating, and on the other fixed component parts of the constant capital of Department 2. Before we analyse this more closely, we must see what turn the matter takes if the remainder of Department 2C Section 1 is not equal to the remainder of Department 2C Section 2, and may be larger or smaller. Let us study the two cases, one after the other. First case. Department 1, 200S. Department 2, Section 1, 220C in money, plus Section 2, 200C in commodities. In this case, Department 2C, Section 1, buys with £200 in money the commodities 200 of Department 1S, and Department 1 buys with the same money the commodities 200 of Department 2C, Section 2. That is, that portion of the fixed capital which is to be precipitated in money. This portion is thus converted into money. But 20 of Department 2C, Section 1, in money, cannot be reconverted into fixed capital in kind. It seems this misfortune can be remedied by setting the remainder of Department 1S at 220 instead of at 200, so that only 1,780 instead of 1,800 of the 2,000 Department 1 would be disposed of by former exchange. We should then have Department 1, 220S, Department 2, Section 1, 220C in money, plus Section 2, 200C in commodities. Department 2C, Section 1, buys with £220 in money the 220 of Department 1S, and Department 1 buys then with £200 the 200 of Department 2C, Section 2 in commodities. But now £20 in money remain on the side of Department 1, a portion of surplus value which it can hold on to only in the form of money, without being able to spend it for articles of consumption. The difficulty is thus merely transferred from Department 2C, Section 1 to Department 1S. Let us now assume, on the other hand, that Department 2C, Section 1 is smaller than Department 2C, Section 2. Then we have the second case. Department 1, 200S in commodities, Department 2, Section 1, 180C in money, plus Section 2, 200C in commodities. With £180 in money, Department 2, Section 1 buys commodities 180 of Department 1S. With this money, Department 1 buys commodities of the same value from Department 2, Section 2, hence 180 of Department 2C, Section 2. There remain 20 of Department 1S unsaleable on one side, and also 20 of Department 2C, Section 2 on the other, commodities worth 40, not convertible into money. It would not help us to make the remainder of Department 1 equal to 180. True, no surplus would then be left in Section 1, but now, as before, a surplus of 20 would remain in Department 2C, Section 2, unsaleable, inconvertible into money. In the first case, where Department 2, Section 1 is greater than Department 2, Section 2, there remains on the side of Department 2C, Section 1, a surplus in money form not reconvertible into fixed capital, or if the remainder of Department 1S is assumed to be equal to Department 2C, Section 1, there remains on the side of Department 1S the same surplus in money form, not convertible into articles of consumption. In the second case, where Department 2C, Section 1 is smaller than Department 2C, Section 2, there remains a money deficit on the side of 200 of Department 1S and Department 2C, Section 2, and an equal surplus of commodities on both sides. Or, if the remainder of Department 1S is assumed to be equal to Department 2C, Section 1, there remains a money deficit and a surplus of commodities on the side of Department 2C, Section 2. If we assume the remainders of Department 1 always to be equal to Department 2C, Section 1, since production is determined by orders and reproduction is not altered in any way, if one year there is a greater output of fixed component parts and the next a greater output of circulating component parts of constant capitals 2 and 1, then in the first case, Department 1S can be reconverted into articles of consumption only if Department 1 buys with it a portion of the surplus value of 2, and Department 2 accumulates it in money instead of consuming it. And in the second case, matters can be remedied only if Department 1 spends the money itself, an assumption we have already rejected. If Department 2C, Section 1 is greater than Department 2C, Section 2, foreign commodities must be imported to realize the money surplus in Department 1S. If, conversely, Department 2C, Section 1 is smaller than Department 2C, Section 2, commodities 2, articles of consumption, will have to be exported to realize the depreciation part of Department 2C in means of production. Consequently, in either case, foreign trade is necessary. Even granted that for a study of reproduction on an unchanging scale, it is to be supposed that the productivity of all lines of industry, hence also the proportional value relations of their commodities, remain constant, the two last-named cases, in which Department 2C, Section 1 is either greater or smaller than Department 2C, Section 2, will nevertheless always be of interest for production on an enlarged scale, where these cases may infallibly be encountered. Results. The following is to be noted with reference to replacement of fixed capital. If all other things, and not only the scale of production, but above all the productivity of labour remaining the same, a greater part of the fixed element of constant capital 2 expires than did the year before, and hence a greater part must be renewed in kind, then that part of the fixed capital, which is as yet only on the way to its demise, and is to be replaced meanwhile in money until its day of expiry, must shrink in the same proportion, inasmuch as it was assumed that the sum, and the sum of the value, of the fixed part of capital functioning in Department 2 remains the same. This, however, brings with it the following circumstances. First, if the greater part of commodity capital 1 consists of elements of the fixed capital of constant capital 2, then a correspondingly smaller portion consists of circulating component parts of constant capital 2, because the total production of Department 1 for Department 2C remains unchanged. If one of these parts increases, the other decreases, and vice versa. On the other hand, the total production of Department 2 also retains the same volume. But how is this possible if its raw materials, semi-finished products and auxiliary materials, that is, the circulating elements of constant capital 2, decrease. Second, the greater part of fixed capital 2C, restored in its money form, flows to Department 1 to be reconverted from its money form into its bodily form. So there is a greater flow of money to Department 1, aside from the money circulating between Departments 1 and 2, merely for the exchange of their commodities. More money which is not instrumental in effecting mutual commodity exchange, but acts only one-sidedly in the function of a means of purchase. But then the mass of commodities of Department 2C, which is the bearer of the wear and tear equivalent, and thus the mass of commodities 2 that must only be exchanged for money 1 and not for commodities 1, would also shrink proportionately. More money would have flown from Department 2 to 1 as mere means of purchase, and there would be fewer commodities 2, in relation to which Department 1 would have to function as a mere buyer. A greater portion of Department 1S, for Department 1V is already converted into commodities 2, would not therefore be convertible into commodities 2, but would persist in the form of money. The opposite case, in which the reproduction of demises of fixed capital 2 in a certain year is less, and on the contrary the depreciation part greater, needs no further discussion. There would be a crisis of overproduction, in spite of reproduction on an unchanging scale. In short, if, under simple reproduction and other unchanged conditions, particularly under unchanged productive power, total volume and intensity of labour, no constant proportion is assumed between expiring fixed capital, to be renewed, and fixed capital still continuing to function in its old bodily form, merely adding to the product value in compensation of its depreciation. Then, in the one case, the mass of circulating component parts to be reproduced would remain the same, while the mass of fixed component parts to be reproduced would be increased. Therefore the total production of Department 1 would have to grow, or, even aside from money relations, there would be a deficit in reproduction. In the other case, if the size of fixed capital 2 to be reproduced in kind should proportionately decrease, and hence the component part of fixed capital 2, which must now be replaced only in money, should increase in the same ratio, then the quantity of the circulating component parts of constant capital 2 reproduced by Department 1 would remain unchanged, while that of the fixed component parts to be reproduced would decrease. Hence either decrease in aggregate production of Department 1, or surplus, as previously deficit, and surplus that is not to be converted into money. True, the same labour can, in the first case, turn out a greater product through increasing productivity, extension or intensity, and the deficit could thus be covered in that case. But such a change would not take place without a shifting of capital and labour from one line of production of Department 1 to another, and every such shift would call forth momentary disturbances. Furthermore, insofar as extension and intensification of labour would mount, Department 1 would have for exchange more of its own value for less of Department 2's value. Hence there would be a depreciation of the product of Department 1. The reverse would take place in the second case, where Department 1 must curtail its production, which implies a crisis for its labourers and capitalists, or produce a surplus, which again spells crisis. Such surplus is not an evil in itself, but an advantage. However, it is an evil under capitalist production. Foreign trade could help out in either case. In the first case, in order to convert commodities 1 held in the form of money into articles of consumption, and in the second case, to dispose of the commodity surplus. But since foreign trade does not merely replace certain elements, also with regard to value, it only transfers the contradictions to a wider sphere and gives them greater latitude. Once the capitalist form of reproduction is abolished, it is only a matter of the volume of the expiring portion, expiring and therefore to be reproduced in kind, of fixed capital, the capital which in our illustration functions in the production of articles of consumption, varying in various successive years. If it is very large in a certain year, in excess of the average mortality, as is the case with human beings, then it is certainly so much smaller in the next year. The quantity of raw materials, semi-finished products and auxiliary materials required for the annual production of the articles of consumption, provided other things remain equal, does not decrease in consequence. Hence the aggregate production of means of production would have to increase in the one case and decrease in the other. This can be remedied only by a continuous relative overproduction. There must be, on the one hand, a certain quantity of fixed capital produced in excess of that which is directly required. On the other hand, and particularly, there must be a supply of raw materials, etc., in excess of the direct annual requirements. This applies especially to means of subsistence. This sort of overproduction is tantamount to control by society over the material means of its own reproduction. But within capitalist society, it is an element of anarchy. This illustration of fixed capital, on the basis of an unchanged scale of reproduction, is striking. A disproportion of the production of fixed and circulating capital is one of the favourite arguments of the economists in explaining crises. That such a disproportion can and must arise even when the fixed capital is merely preserved, that it can and must do so on the assumption of ideal normal production on the basis of simple reproduction of the already functioning social capital, is something new to them. Part 4. Section 12. The reproduction of the money material. One factor has so far been entirely disregarded, namely the annual reproduction of gold and silver. As mere material for articles of luxury, gilding, etc., there is as little occasion for special mention of them as there is of mentioning any other products. But they play an important role as money material, and hence as potential money. For the sake of simplicity, we here regard only gold as material for money. According to older data, the entire annual production of gold amounted to 800,000 to 900,000 pounds weight, equal roundly to 1,100 or 1,250 million marks. But according to Sertbeers, it amounted only to 170,675 kilograms, valued at roundly 476 million marks, based on the average for 1871 to 1875. Of this amount, Australia supplied roundly 167, the United States 166, and Russia 93 million marks. The remainder is distributed over various countries in amounts of less than 10 million marks each. During the same period, the annual production of silver amounted to somewhat less than 2 million kilograms, valued at 354.5 million marks. Of this amount, Mexico supplied roundly 108, the United States 102, South America 67, Germany 26 million, etc. Among the countries with predominantly capitalist production, only the United States is a producer of gold and silver. The capitalist countries of Europe obtain almost all their gold, and by far the greater part of their silver, from Australia, the United States, Mexico, South America, and Russia. But we take it that the gold mines are in a country with capitalist production whose annual reproduction we are here analysing, and for the following reasons. Capitalist production does not exist at all without foreign commerce. But when one assumes normal annual reproduction on a given scale, one also assumes that foreign commerce only replaces home products by articles of other use or bodily form, without affecting value relations, hence without affecting either the value relations in which the two categories means of production and articles of consumption mutually exchange, or the relations between constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value into which the value of the product of each of these categories may be divided. The involvement of foreign commerce in analysing the annually reproduced value of products can therefore only confuse without contributing any new element of the problem or of its solution. For this reason it must be entirely discarded, and consequently gold too is to be treated here as a direct element of annual reproduction, and not as a commodity element imported from abroad by means of exchange. The production of gold, like that of metals generally, belongs in Department 1, the category which embraces the production of means of production. Supposing the annual production of gold is equal to 30. For convenience's sake, actually the figure is much too high compared to the other figures of our scheme. Let this value be divisible into 20 constant capital plus 5 variable capital plus 5 surplus value. 20 constant capital is to be exchanged for the other elements of Department 1C, and this is to be studied later, but the 5 variable capital plus 5 surplus value are to be exchanged for elements of Department 2C, that is, articles of consumption. As for the 5 variable capital, every gold-producing establishment begins by buying labour power. This is not done with gold produced by this particular enterprise, but with a portion of the money supply in the land. The labourers buy with this 5 variable capital articles of consumption from Department 2, and that buys with this money means of production from Department 1. Let Department 2 buy gold from Department 1 to the amount of 2 as commodity material, etc., component part of its constant capital. Then 2V flow back to gold producers 1 in money which has already belonged to the circulation. If Department 2 does not buy any more material from Department 1, then Department 1 buys from Department 2 by throwing its gold into circulation as money, since gold can buy any commodity. The difference is only that Department 1 does not act here as a seller, but only as a buyer. Gold miners 1 can always get rid of their commodity. It is always in a directly exchangeable form. Let us assume that some producer of yarn has paid 5 in variable capital to his labourers, who create for him in return, aside from the surplus value, a yarn product equal to 5. For 5, the labourers buy from Department 2C, and the latter buys yarn from Department 1 for 5 in money, and thus 5 flows back in money to the spinner of yarn. Now, in the case assumed, Department 1G, as we shall designate the producers of gold, advances to its labourers 5V in money, which previously belonged to the circulation. The labourers spend it for articles of consumption, but only 2 of the 5 return from Department 2 to Department 1G. However, Department 1G can begin the process of reproduction anew, just as well as the producer of yarn, for his labourers have supplied him with 5 in gold, 2 of which he sold, and 3 of which he still has, so that he has but to coin them, or turn them into banknotes, to have his entire variable capital again directly in his hands in money form, without the further intervention of Department 2. Footnote: a considerable quantity of gold bullion is taken direct to the mint at San Francisco by the owners. Reports of H.M. Secretaries of Embassy and Legation, 1879, Part 3. End of footnote. Even this first process of annual reproduction has wrought a change in the quantity of money actually or virtually belonging to the circulation. We assumed that constant capital of Department 2 bought variable capital of 2 from Department 1G as material, and that Department 1G has again laid out 3, as the money form of its variable capital, within Department 2. Hence, 3 of the mass of money supplied by the new gold production remained within Department 2, and did not return to Department 1. According to our assumption, Department 2 has satisfied its requirements in gold material. The 3 remain in its hands as a gold hoard. Since they cannot constitute any element of its constant capital, and since Department 2 had previously enough money capital for the purchase of labour power, since furthermore these additional 3 of G, with the exception of the depreciation element, have no function to perform within Department 2C, for a portion of which they were exchanged, they could only serve to cover the depreciation element pro tanto. If Department 2C, Section 1, should be smaller than Department 2C, Section 2, which would be accidental, and since, on the other hand, with the exception of the depreciation element, the entire commodity product of Department 2C must be exchanged for means of production 1, therefore this money must be transferred in its entirety from Department 2C to Department 2S, no matter whether it exists in necessities of life or articles of luxury, and, vice versa, corresponding commodity value must be transferred from Department 2S to Department 2C. Result: a portion of the surplus value is stored up as a money hoard. In the second year of reproduction, provided the same proportion of annually produced gold continues to be used as material, 2 will again flow back to Department 1G, and 3 will be replaced in kind, that is, will be released again in Department 2 as a hoard, etc. With reference to the variable capital in general, the capitalist of Department 1G, like every other capitalist, must continually advance this capital in money for the purchase of labour power. But so far as this variable capital is concerned, it is not he but his labourers who have to buy from Department 2. It can therefore never happen that he should act as a buyer, throwing gold into Department 2 without the initiative of Department 2. But to the extent that Department 2 buys material from him, and must convert constant capital 2C into gold material, a portion of Department 1GV flows back to him from Department 2 in the same way that it does to other capitalists of Department 1. And so far as this is not the case, he replaces his variable capital in gold directly from his product. But to the extent that the variable capital advanced in money does not flow back to him from Department 2, a portion of the already available means of circulation, received from Department 1 and not returned to Department 1, is converted in Department 2 into a hoard, and for that reason a portion of its surplus value is not expended for articles of consumption. Since new gold mines are continually opened, or old ones reopened, a certain portion of the money to be laid out by Department 1G in variable capital is always part of the money existing prior to the new gold production. It is thrown by Department 1G through its labourers into Department 2, and unless it returns from Department 2 to 1G, it forms there an element of hoard formation. But as for Department 1G surplus value, Department 1G can always act here as a buyer. He throws his surplus value in the shape of gold into circulation, and withdraws from it, in return, articles of consumption 2C. In Department 2, the gold is used in part as material, and thus functions as a real element of the constant constituent portion of the productive capital. When this is not the case, it becomes once more an element of hoard formation as a part of Department 2S, persisting in the form of money. We see then, aside from Department 1C, that even simple reproduction, excluding accumulation proper, namely reproduction on an extended scale, necessarily includes the storing up or hoarding of money. And as this is annually repeated, it explains the assumption from which we started in the analysis of capitalist production, namely that at the beginning of the reproduction, a supply of money corresponding to the exchange of commodities is in the hands of capitalist classes 1 and 2. Such an accumulation takes place even after deducting the amount of gold being lost through the depreciation of money in circulation. It goes without saying that the more advanced capitalist production, the more money is accumulated in all hands, and therefore the smaller the quantity annually added to this hoard by the production of new gold, although the absolute quantity thus added may be considerable. We revert once more, in general terms, to the objection raised against Tuch. How is it possible that every capitalist draws a surplus value in money out of the annual product, that is, draws more money out of the circulation than he throws into it, since in the long run the capitalist class itself must be regarded as the source of all the money thrown into circulation? We reply by summarizing the ideas developed previously in Chapter 17. Point 1. The only assumption essential here, namely that in general there is money enough for the exchange of the various elements of the mass of the annual reproduction, is not affected in any way by the fact that a portion of the commodity value consists of surplus value. Supposing that the entire production belonged to the labourers themselves, and that their surplus labour were therefore only surplus labour for themselves, not for the capitalists, then the quantity of circulating commodity values would be the same, and, other things being equal, would require the same amount of money for their circulation. The question in either case is therefore only, where does the money come from to make possible the exchange of this total of commodity values? It is not at all, where does the money come from to turn the surplus value into money? It is true, to revert to it once more, that every individual commodity consists of constant capital plus variable capital plus surplus value, C plus V plus S, and the circulation of the entire quantity of commodities therefore requires, on the one hand, a definite sum of money for the circulation of the capital C plus V, and on the other hand, another sum for the circulation of the revenue of the capitalists, the surplus value S, for the individual capitalist as well as for the entire capitalist class. The money in which they advance capital is different from the money in which they spend their revenue. Where does the latter money come from? Simply from the mass of money in the hands of the capitalist class, hence, by and large, from the total mass of money in society, a portion of which circulates the revenue of the capitalists. We have seen that every capitalist establishing a new business recoups the money which he spent for his maintenance in articles of consumption as money serving to convert his surplus value into money, once his business is fairly underway. But generally speaking, the whole difficulty has two sources. In the first place, if we analyze only the circulation and the turnover of capital, thus regarding the capitalist merely as a personification of capital, not as a capitalist consumer and man about town, we see indeed that he is continually throwing surplus value into circulation as a component part of his commodity capital. But we never see money as a form of revenue in his hands. We never see him throwing money into circulation for the consumption of his surplus value. In the second place, if the capitalist class throws a certain amount of money into circulation in the shape of revenue, it looks as if it were paying an equivalent for this portion of the total annual product, and this portion thereby ceases to represent surplus value. But the surplus product, in which the surplus value is represented, does not cost the capitalist class anything. As a class, the capitalists possess and enjoy it gratuitously, and the circulation of money cannot alter this fact. The alteration brought about by this circulation consists merely in the fact that every capitalist, instead of consuming his surplus product in kind, a thing which is generally impossible, draws commodities of all sorts up to the amount of the surplus value he has appropriated out of the general stock of the annual surplus product of society, and appropriates them. But the mechanism of the circulation has shown that while the capitalist class throws money into circulation for the purpose of spending its revenue, it also withdraws this money from the circulation, and can continue the same process over and over again, so that, considered as a class, capitalists remain, as before, in possession of the amount of money necessary for the conversion of surplus value into money. Hence, if the capitalist not only withdraws his surplus value from the commodity market in the form of commodities for his consumption fund, but at the same time gets back the money with which he has paid for these commodities, he has evidently withdrawn the commodities from circulation without paying an equivalent for them. They do not cost him anything, although he pays money for them. If I buy commodities for £1 sterling, and the seller of the commodities gives me the pound back for surplus product which I got for nothing, it is obvious that I received the commodities gratis. The constant repetition of this operation does not alter the fact that I constantly withdraw commodities and constantly remain in possession of the pound, although I part with it temporarily to purchase commodities. The capitalist constantly gets this money back as a money equivalent of surplus value that has not cost him anything. We have seen that with Adam Smith, the entire value of the social product resolves itself into revenue, into V plus S, variable capital plus surplus value, so that the constant capital value is set down as a zero. It follows necessarily that the money required for the circulation of the yearly revenue must also suffice for the circulation of the entire annual product, that therefore in our illustration the money required for the circulation of the articles of consumption worth 3,000 also suffices for the circulation of the entire annual product worth 9,000. This is indeed the opinion of Adam Smith, and it is repeated by Thomas Tuke. This erroneous conception of the ratio of the quantity of money required for the realization of revenue to the quantity of money required to circulate the entire social product is the necessary result of the uncomprehended, thoughtlessly conceived manner in which the various elements of material and the value of the total annual product are reproduced and annually replaced. It has, therefore, already been refuted. Let us listen to Smith and Tuke themselves. Smith says in Book 2, Chapter 2, quote, "The circulation of every country may be considered as divided into two different branches, the circulation of the dealers with one another, and the circulation between the dealers and the consumers. though the same pieces of money, whether paper or metal, may be employed sometimes in the one circulation and sometimes in the other, yet as both are constantly going on at the same time, each requires a certain stock of money of one kind or another to carry it on. The value of the goods circulated between the different dealers never can exceed the value of those circulated between the dealers and the consumers, whatever is bought by the dealers being ultimately destined to be sold to the consumers. The circulation between the dealers, as it is carried on by wholesale, requires generally a pretty large sum for every particular transaction. That between the dealers and the consumers, on the contrary, as it is generally carried on by retail, frequently requires but very small ones, a shilling, or even a halfpenny, being often sufficient. But small sums circulate much faster than large ones. Though the annual purchases of all the consumers, therefore, are at least, this at least is rich, equal in value to those of all the dealers, they can generally be transacted with a much smaller quantity of money, etc." Unquote. Tuke remarks to this passage from Adam Smith in an inquiry into the currency principle, London 1844, quote, "There can be no doubt that the distinction here made is substantially correct. The interchange between dealers and consumers, including the payment of wages, which constitute the principal means of the consumers. All the transactions between dealers and dealers, by which are to be understood all sales, from the producer or importer, through all the stages of intermediate processes of manufacture or otherwise to the retail dealer or the exporting merchant, are resolvable into movements or transfers of capital. Now, transfers of capital do not necessarily suppose, nor do actually as a matter of fact entail, in the great majority of transactions, a passing of money, that is, banknotes or coin. I mean bodily, and not by fiction, at the time of transfer. The total amount of the transactions between dealers and dealers must, in the last resort, be determined and limited by the amount of those between dealers and consumers." Unquote. If this last sentence stood by itself, one might think Tuke simply stated the fact that there was a ratio between the exchanges among dealers and those among dealers and consumers. In other words, between the value of the total annual revenue and the value of the capital with which it is produced. But this is not the case. He explicitly endorses the view of Adam Smith. A special criticism of his theory of circulation is therefore superfluous. Point 2. Every industrial capital, on beginning its career, throws at one fling money into circulation for its entire fixed constituent part, which it recovers but gradually in the course of years by the sale of its annual products. Thus it throws at first more money into circulation than it draws from it. This is repeated at every renewal of the entire capital in kind. It is repeated every year for a certain number of enterprises whose fixed capital is to be renewed in kind. It is repeated piecemeal at every repair, every only partial renewal of the fixed capital. While then, on the one hand, more money is withdrawn from circulation than is thrown into it, the opposite takes place on the other hand. In all lines of industry whose production period, as distinguished from its working period, extends over a long term, money is continually thrown into circulation during this period by the capitalist producers, partly in payment for labour power employed, partly in the purchase of means of production to be consumed. Means of production are thus directly withdrawn from the commodity market, and articles of consumption, partly indirectly, by the labourers spending their wages, and partly directly by the capitalists, who do not by any means suspend their consumption, although they do not simultaneously throw any equivalent in commodities on the market. During this period, the money thrown by them into circulation serves to convert commodity value, including the surplus value embodied in it, into money. This factor becomes very important in an advanced stage of capitalist production in the case of long drawn-out enterprises, such as are undertaken by stock companies, etc. For instance, the construction of railways, canals, docks, large municipal buildings, iron shipbuilding, large-scale drainage of land, etc. Point 3. While the other capitalists, aside from the investment in fixed capital, draw more money out of the circulation than they threw into it on purchasing the labour power and the circulating elements, the gold and silver-producing capitalists throw only money into the circulation, aside from the precious metal which serves as raw material, while they withdraw only commodities from it. The constant capital, with the exception of the depreciated portion, the greater portion of the variable capital, and the entire surplus value, save the hoard which may be accumulating in their own hands, are all thrown into circulation as money. Point 4. On the one hand, all kinds of things circulate as commodities which were not produced during the given year, such as land lots, houses, etc. Furthermore, goods whose period of production exceeds 1 year, such as cattle, timber, wine, etc. For this and other phenomena, it is important to establish that aside from the quantity of money required for the immediate circulation, there is always a certain quantity in a latent non-functioning state, which may start functioning if the impulse is given. Furthermore, the value of such products circulates often piecemeal and gradually, like the value of houses in the rents over a number of years. On the other hand, not all movements of the process of reproduction are effected through the circulation of money. The entire process of production, once its elements have been procured, is excluded from circulation. All products which the producer himself consumes directly, whether individually or productively, are also excluded. Under this head comes also the feeding of agricultural labourers in kind. Therefore, the quantity of money which circulates the annual product exists in society, having been gradually accumulated. It does not belong to the value produced during the given year, except perhaps the gold used to make good the loss of depreciated coins. This exposition presupposes the exclusive circulation of precious metals as money, and in this circulation the simplest form of cash purchases and sales, although money can function also as a means of payment, and has actually done so in the course of history, even on the basis of circulating plain metal coin, and though a credit system and certain aspects of its mechanism have developed upon that basis. This assumption is not made from mere considerations of method, although these are important enough, as demonstrated by the fact that Tuke and his school, as well as their opponents, were continually compelled in their controversies concerning the circulation of banknotes to revert to the hypothesis of a purely metallic circulation. They were forced to do so post festum, and did so very superficially, which was unavoidable, because the point of departure in their analysis thus played merely the role of an incidental point. But the simplest study of money, circulation presented in its primitive form, and this is here an immanent element of the process of annual reproduction, demonstrates a. Advanced capitalist production, and hence the domination of the wage system, being assumed, money capital obviously plays a prominent role, since it is the form in which the variable capital is advanced. In step with the development of the wage system, all products are transformed into commodities, and must therefore, with a few important exceptions, pass in their entirety through the transformation into money as one phase of their movement. The quantity of circulating money must suffice for this conversion of commodities into money, and the greater part of this mass is furnished in the form of wages, of the money advanced by the industrial capitalists as the money form of the variable capital in payment for labour power, and which functions in the hands of the labourers, generally speaking, only as a medium of circulation, means of purchase. It is quite the opposite of natural economy, such as is predominant under every form of bondage, including serfdom, and still more so in more or less primitive communities, whether or not they are attended by conditions of bondage or slavery. In the slave system, the money capital invested in the purchase of labour power plays the role of the money form of the fixed capital, which is but gradually replaced as the active period of the slave's life expires. Among the Athenians, therefore, the gain realized by a slave owner directly through the industrial employment of his slave, or indirectly by hiring him out to other industrial employers, for example for mining, was regarded merely as interest, plus depreciation allowance, on the advanced money capital, just as the industrial capitalist under capitalist production places a portion of the surplus value plus the depreciation of his fixed capital to the account of interest and replacement of his fixed capital. This is also the rule with capitalists offering fixed capital, houses, machinery, etc., for rent. Mere household slaves, whether they perform necessary services or are kept as luxuries for show, are not considered here. They correspond to the modern servant class. But the slave system, too, so long as it is the dominant form of productive labour in agriculture, manufacture, navigation, etc., as it was in the advanced states of Greece and Rome, preserves an element of natural economy. The slave market maintains its supply of the commodity labour power by war, piracy, etc., and this plundering is not promoted by a process of circulation, but by the actual appropriation of the labour power of others by direct physical compulsion. Even in the United States, after the conversion of the buffer territory between the wage labour states of the North and the slavery states of the South into a slave-breeding region for the South, where the slave thrown on the market thus became himself an element of the annual reproduction, this did not suffice for a long time, so that the African slave trade was continued as long as possible to satisfy the market. B. The fluxes and refluxes of money taking place spontaneously on the basis of capitalist production in the exchange of the annual products. The one-time advances of fixed capitals to the full extent of their value, and the successive extraction of this value from the circulation in the course of years, in other words, their gradual reconstitution in money form by the annual formation of hoards, a hoarding which is essentially different from the parallel accumulation of hoards based on the annual production of new gold. The different lengths of time, for which, depending on the duration of the production period of the commodities, money must be advanced, and consequently always hoarded anew, before it can be recovered from the circulation by the sale of the commodities. The different lengths of time, for which money must be advanced, if only resulting from the different distances of the places of production from their markets. Furthermore, the differences in the magnitude and period of the reflux according to the condition or relative size of the productive supplies in the various lines of business, and in the individual businesses of the same line, and hence the lengths of periods for which the elements of constant capital are bought, and all this during the year of reproduction. All these different aspects of spontaneous movement had only to be noted and made conspicuous through experience in order to give rise to a methodical use of the mechanical appliances of the credit system, and to a real fishing out of available loanable capitals. To this must be added the difference between those lines of business whose production proceeds under otherwise normal conditions continuously on the same scale, and those which apply varying quantities of labour power in different periods of the year, such as agriculture. Section 13. Destutt de Tracy's Theory of Reproduction. Let us illustrate the confused and at the same time boastful thoughtlessness of political economists analysing social reproduction with the example of the great logician Destutt de Tracy, Volume 1, Chapter 5, whom even Ricardo took seriously and called a very distinguished writer. Reference: Principles. This distinguished writer gives the following explanations concerning the entire process of social reproduction and circulation. Quote, I shall be asked how these industrial entrepreneurs can make such large profits, and out of whom they can draw them. I reply that they do so by selling everything which they produce for more than it has cost to produce, and that they sell one to one another for the entire portion of their consumption intended for the satisfaction of their needs, which they pay with a portion of their profits, to the wage labourers, both those whom they pay and those whom the idle capitalists pay. From these wage labourers they thus extract their entire wages, except perhaps their small savings. 3. To the idle capitalists, who pay them with the portion of their revenue which they have not yet given to the wage labourers employed by them directly, so that the entire rent which they pay them annually flows back to them in this way or the other. Destutt de Tracy, Traité de la volonté et de ses effets, Paris, 1826. In other words, point 1, the capitalists enrich themselves by mutually getting the best of one another in the exchange of that portion of their surplus value which they set apart for their individual consumption, or consume as revenue. For instance, if this portion of their surplus value or of their profits is equal to £400, this sum of £400 is supposed to grow to, say, £500 by each stockholder of the £400 selling his share to another 25% in excess. But since all do the same, the result will be the same as if they had sold to one another at the real values. They merely need £500 in money for the circulation of commodities worth £400, and this would seem to be rather a method of impoverishing than of enriching themselves, since it compels them to keep a large portion of their total wealth unproductively in the useless form of circulation media. The whole thing boils down to this, that despite the all-round nominal rise in the price of their commodities, the capitalist class has only £400 worth of commodities to divide among themselves for their individual consumption, but that they do one another the favour of circulating £400 worth of commodities by means of a quantity of money which is required to circulate £500 worth of commodities. And this quite aside from the fact that a portion of their profits, and therefore in general a supply of commodities in which their profit exists, is here assumed. But Destutt undertook precisely to tell us where those profits come from. The quantity of money required to circulate the profit is a very subordinate question. The quantity of commodities in which the profit is represented seems to have its origin in the circumstance that the capitalists not only sell these commodities to one another, although even this much is quite fine and profound, but sell them to one another at prices which are too high. So we now know one source of the enrichment of the capitalists. It is on a par with the secret of the Inspector Brezig, a character in a number of works by the German humorist Fritz Reuter, 1810 to 1874, that the great poverty is due to the great pauvreté. Point 2. The same capitalists furthermore sell, quote, to the wage labourers, both those whom they pay and those whom the idle capitalists pay. From these wage labourers they thus recover their entire wages, except perhaps their small savings, unquote. According to Monsieur de Stutt, then, the reflux of the money capital, the form in which the capitalists have advanced wages to the labourers, is the second source of the enrichment of these capitalists. If, therefore, the capitalists paid, for instance, £100 to their labourers as wages, and if these same labourers then buy from the same capitalists commodities of this same value, of £100, so that the sum of £100 which the capitalists had advanced as buyers of labour power returns to the capitalists when they sell to the labourers £100 worth of commodities, the capitalists get richer thereby. It would appear to anyone endowed with ordinary common sense that they only find themselves once more in possession of their £100, which they owned before this procedure. At the beginning of the procedure, they have £100 in money. For these £100, they buy labour power. The labour bought produces for these £100 in money commodities of a value which, so far as we now know, amounts to £100. By selling the £100 worth of commodities to their labourers, the capitalists recover £100 in money. The capitalists then have, once more, £100 in money, and the labourers have £100 worth of commodities, which they have themselves produced. It is hard to understand how that can make the capitalists any richer. If the £100 in money did not flow back to them, they would first have to pay to the labourers £100 in money for their labour, and secondly, to give them the product of this labour, £100 worth of articles of consumption, for nothing. The reflux of this money might therefore at best explain why the capitalists do not get poorer by this transaction, but by no means why they get richer by it. To be sure, it is another question how the capitalists came into possession of the £100, and why the labourers, instead of producing commodities for their own account, are compelled to exchange their labour power for these £100. But this, for a thinker of de Stutt's calibre, is self-explanatory. De Stutt himself is not quite satisfied with the solution. After all, he did not tell us that one gets richer by spending a sum of money, £100, and then taking in again a sum of money amounting to £100. Hence, by the reflux of £100 in money, which merely shows why the £100 in money do not get lost, he tells us that the capitalists get richer, quote, by selling everything which they produce for more than it has cost to produce, unquote. Consequently, the capitalists must get richer also in their transactions with the labourers by selling to them too dear. Very well. Quote, they pay wages, and all this flows back to them through the expenditures of all these people who pay them more for the products than they cost them, the capitalists, in wages, unquote. In other words, the capitalists pay £100 in wages to the labourers, and then they sell to these labourers their own product at £120, so that they not only recover their £100, but also gain £20. That is impossible. The labourers can pay only with the money which they have received in the form of wages. If they get £100 in wages from the capitalists, they can buy only £100 worth, not £120 worth. so this will not work. But there is still another way. The labourers buy from the capitalists commodities for £100, but actually receive commodities worth only £80. Then they are absolutely cheated out of £20, and the capitalist has absolutely gained £20, because he actually paid for the labour power 20% less than its value, or cut nominal wages 20% by a circuitous route. The capitalist class would accomplish the same end if it paid the labourers at the start only £80 in wages, and afterwards gave them for these £80 in money actually £80 worth of commodities. This seems to be the normal way, considering the class of capitalists as a whole, for according to Monsieur de Stutt himself, the labouring class must receive a sufficient wage, since their wages must at least be adequate to maintain their existence and capacity to work, to procure the barest subsistence. If the labourers do not receive such sufficient wages, that means, according to the same de Stutt, the death of industry, which does not seem therefore to be a way in which the capitalists can get richer. But whatever may be the scale of wages paid by the capitalists to the working class, they have a definite value, for example £80. If the capitalist class pays the labourers £80, then it has to supply them with commodities worth £80 for these £80, and the reflux of the £80 does not enrich it. If it pays them £100 in money and sells them £80 worth of commodities for £100, it pays them in money 25% more than their normal wage, and supplies them in return with 25% less in commodities. In other words, the fund from which the capitalist class in general derives its profits is supposedly made up of deductions from the normal wages by paying less than its value for labour power, that is, less than the value of the means of subsistence required for their normal reproduction as wage labourers. If, therefore, normal wages were paid, which is supposed to be the case according to de Stutt, there could be no profit fund for either the industrial or the idle capitalists. Hence, de Stutt should have reduced the entire secret of how the capitalist class gets richer to the following: by a deduction from wages. In that case, the other surplus value funds, which he mentions under points 1 and 3, would not exist. Hence, in all countries in which the money wages of the labourers should be reduced to the value of the articles of consumption necessary for their subsistence as a class, there would be no consumption fund, and no accumulation fund for the capitalists, and hence also no existence fund for the capitalist class, and hence also no capitalist class. And according to de Stutt, this should be the case in all wealthy and developed countries with an old civilization. For in them, quote, "In our ancient societies, the fund for the maintenance of wage labourers is an almost constant magnitude," unquote. Even with a deduction from the wages, the capitalist does not enrich himself by first paying the labourer £100 in money and then supplying him with £80 worth of commodities for these £100, thus actually circulating £80 worth of commodities by means of £100, an excess of 25%. The capitalist gets richer by appropriating, besides the surplus value, that portion of the product in which surplus value is represented, 25% of that portion of the product which the labourer should receive in the form of wages. The capitalist class would not gain anything by the silly method de Stutt conceived. It pays £100 in wages and gives back to the labourer for these £100 £80 worth of his own product. But in the next transaction it must again advance £100 for the same procedure. It would thus be indulging in the useless sport of advancing £100 in money and giving in exchange £80 in commodities, instead of advancing £80 in money and supplying in exchange for it £80 in commodities. That is to say, it would be continually advancing to no purpose a money capital which is 25% in excess of that required for the circulation of its variable capital, which is a very peculiar method of getting rich. Point 3. Finally, the capitalist class sells, quote, to the idle capitalists, who pay them with the portion of their revenue which they have not yet given to the wage labourers employed by them directly, so that the entire rent which they pay them, the idle ones, annually, flows back to them in this way or the other, unquote. We have seen that the industrial capitalists, quote, pay with a portion of their profits the entire portion of their consumption intended for the satisfaction of their needs, unquote. Take it, then, that their profits are equal to £200, and let them use up, say, £100 of this in their individual consumption. But the other half, or £100, does not belong to them. It belongs to the idle capitalists, that is, to those who receive the ground rent, and to capitalists who lend money on interest. So they have to pay £100 to these gentry. Let us assume that these gentry need £80 of this money for their individual consumption, and £20 for the hire of servants, etc. With those £80, they buy articles of consumption from the industrial capitalists. Thus, while these capitalists part with commodities to the value of £80, they receive back £80 in money, or 4/5 of the £100 paid by them to the idle capitalists under the name of rent, interest, etc. Furthermore, the servant class, the direct wage labourers of the idle capitalists, have received £20 from their masters. These servants likewise buy articles of consumption from the industrial capitalists to the amount of £20. In this way, while parting with commodities worth £20, these capitalists have £20 in money flow back to them, the last fifth of the £100 which they paid to the idle capitalists for rent, interest, etc. At the close of the transaction, the industrial capitalists have recovered in money the £100 which they remitted to the idle capitalists in payment of rent, interest, etc. But 1/2 of their surplus product, equal to £100, passed meanwhile from their hands into the consumption fund of the idle capitalists. It is evidently quite superfluous for the question now under discussion to bring in, somehow or other, the division of the £100 between the idle capitalists and their direct wage labourers. The matter is simple. Their rent, interest, in short, their share in the surplus value, equal to £200, is paid to them by the industrial capitalists in money to the amount of £100. With these £100, they buy, directly or indirectly, articles of consumption from the industrial capitalists. Thus they pay back to them the £100 in money, and take from them articles of consumption worth £100. This completes the reflux of the £100 paid by the industrial capitalists in money to the idle capitalists. Is this reflux of money a means of enriching the industrial capitalists, as Distut imagines? Before the transaction, they had a sum of values amounting to £200, 100 being money and 100 articles of consumption. After the transaction, they have only 1/2 of the original sum of values. They have once more the £100 in money, but they have lost the £100 in articles of consumption, which have passed into the hands of the idle capitalists. Hence they are poorer by £100, instead of richer by £100. If, instead of taking the circuitous route of first paying out £100 in money and then receiving this £100 in money back in payment of articles of consumption worth £100, they had paid rent, interest, etc. directly in the bodily form of their products, there would be no £100 in money flowing back to them from the circulation, because they would not have thrown that amount of money into the circulation. Via payment in kind, the matter would simply have taken this course. They would keep one half of the surplus product worth £200 for themselves, and give the other half to the idle capitalists, without any equivalent in return. Even Destutt would not have been tempted to declare this a means of getting richer. Of course, the land and capital borrowed by the industrial capitalists from the idle capitalists, and for which they have to pay a portion of their surplus value in the form of ground rent, interest, etc., are profitable for them, for this constitutes one of the conditions of production of commodities in general, and of that portion of the product which constitutes surplus product, or in which surplus value is represented. This profit accrues from the use of the borrowed land and capital, not from the price paid for them. This price rather constitutes a deduction from it. Otherwise, one would have to contend that the industrial capitalists would not get richer but poorer, if they were able to keep the other half of their surplus value for themselves, instead of having to give it away. This is the confusion which results from mixing up such phenomena of circulation as a reflux of money with the distribution of the product, which is merely promoted by these phenomena of circulation. And yet the same Destutt is shrewd enough to remark, quote, "Whence come the revenues of these idle gentry? Do the revenues not come out of the rent paid to them out of their profits by those who put the capitals of the former to work, that is, by those who pay with the funds of the former a labour which produces more than it costs, in a word, the industrial capitalists? It is always necessary to hark back to them, to find the source of all wealth. It is they who in reality feed the wage labourers employed by the former." Unquote. So, now the payment of this rent, etc., is a deduction from the profit of the industrial capitalists. Before, it was a means wherewith they could enrich themselves. But at least one consolation is left to our Destutt. These good industrialists handle the idle capitalists the same way they have been handling one another and the labourers. They sell them all commodities too dear, for instance by 20%. Now, there are two possibilities. The idle capitalists either have other money resources aside from the £100 which they receive annually from the industrial capitalists, or they have not. In the first case, the industrial capitalists sell them commodities worth £100 at a price of, say, £120. Consequently, on selling their commodities, they recover not only the £100 paid to the idlers, but £20 besides, which constitute really new value for them. How does the account look now? They have given away £100 in commodities for nothing, because the £100 in money that they were paid in part for their commodities were their own money. Thus their own commodities have been paid with their own money. Hence they have lost £100. But they have also received an excess of £20 in the price of their commodities over and above their value, which makes £20 to the good. Balance this against the loss of £100, and you still have a loss of £80. Never a plus, always a minus. The cheating practiced against the idle capitalists has reduced the loss of the industrial capitalists, but for all that it has not transformed a diminution of their wealth into a means of enrichment. But this method cannot go on indefinitely, for the idle capitalists cannot possibly pay year after year £120 in money if they take in only £100 in money year after year. There remains the other approach. The industrial capitalists sell commodities worth £80 in exchange for the £100 in money they pay to the idle capitalists. In this case, the same as before, they still give away £80 for nothing, in the form of rent, interest, etc. By this fraudulent means, the industrial capitalists have reduced their tribute to the idlers, but it still exists, nevertheless, and the idlers are in a position, according to the same theory proclaiming that prices depend on the goodwill of the sellers, to demand in the future £120 instead of £100, as formerly, for rent, interest, etc. on their land and capital. This brilliant analysis is quite worthy of that deep thinker who copies on the one hand from Adam Smith that, quote, "Labour is the source of all wealth," that the industrial capitalists employ their capital to pay for labour that reproduces it with a profit, and who concludes, on the other hand, that these industrial capitalists feed all the other people, are the only ones who increase the public wealth and create all our means of enjoyment, unquote. That it is not the capitalists who are fed by the labourers, but the labourers who are fed by the capitalists, for the brilliant reason that the money with which the labourers are paid does not remain in their hands, but continually returns to the capitalists in payment of the commodities produced by the labourers. Quote, "All they do is receive with one hand and return with the other. Their consumption must therefore be regarded as engendered by those who hire them." After this exhaustive analysis of social reproduction and consumption as being brought about by the circulation of money, Destut continues, "This is what perfects this perpetuum mobile of wealth, a movement which, though badly understood, mal connu, I should say so, has justly been named circulation. For it is indeed a circuit, and always returns to its point of departure. This is the point where production is consummated." Unquote. Destut, that very distinguished writer, membre de l'Institut de France et de la Société philosophique de Philadelphie, and in fact, to a certain extent, a luminary among the vulgar economists, finally requests his readers to admire the wonderful lucidity with which he has presented the course of social process, the flood of light which he has poured over the matter, and is even condescending enough to communicate to his readers where all this light comes from. This must be read in the original. Quote, "It will be noted, I hope, how much this manner of viewing the consummation of our wealth is in accord with all we have been saying concerning its production and distribution, and at the same time how much light it throws on the entire course of society. Whence this accord and this lucidity? From the fact that we have met truth face to face. This recalls the effect of those mirrors in which things are reflected accurately and in their true proportions when correctly focused, but in which everything appears confused and disjointed when one is too close or too far away from them." Unquote. There you have the bourgeois idiocy in all its beatitude. Chapter 21. Accumulation and Reproduction on an Extended Scale. Part 1. It has been shown in Volume 1 how accumulation works in the case of the individual capitalist. By the conversion of the commodity capital into money, the surplus product, in which the surplus value is represented, is also turned into money. The capitalist reconverts the so metamorphosed surplus value into additional natural elements of his productive capital. In the next cycle of production, the increased capital furnishes an increased product. But what happens in the case of the individual capital must also show in the annual reproduction as a whole, just as we have seen it happen on analyzing simple reproduction, namely, that the successive precipitation, in the case of individual capital, of its used-up fixed component parts in money which is being hoarded, also finds expression in the annual reproduction of society. If a certain individual capital is equal to 400C plus 100V, and the annual surplus value is equal to 100, then the commodity product amounts to 400 constant capital plus 100 variable capital plus 100 surplus value, or 400C plus 100V plus 100S. These 600 are converted into money. Of this money, again, 400C are converted into the natural form of constant capital, 100V into labour power, and provided the entire surplus value is being accumulated, 100S are converted besides into additional constant capital by transformation into natural elements of the productive capital. It is assumed in this case, 1. That this amount is sufficient under the given technical conditions either to expand the functioning constant capital or to establish a new industrial business. But it may also happen that surplus value must be converted into money, and this money hoarded for a much longer time before this process, that is, before real accumulation, expansion of production, can take place. 2. That production on an extended scale has actually been in process previously. For in order that the money, the surplus value hoarded in money form, may be converted into elements of productive capital, one must be able to buy these elements on the market as commodities. It makes no difference if they are not bought as finished products but made to order. They are not paid for until they are in existence, and at any rate not until actual reproduction on an extended scale, an expansion of hitherto normal production, has taken place so far as they are concerned. They had to exist potentially, that is, in their elements, as it requires only the impulse of an order, that is, the purchase of commodities before they actually exist, and their anticipated sale, for their production really to take place. The money on the one side then calls forth extended reproduction on the other, because the possibility of it exists without money, for money in itself is not an element of real reproduction. For instance, capitalist A, who sells during 1 year or during a number of years certain quantities of commodities successively produced by him, thereby converts into money also that portion of the commodities which is the vehicle of surplus value, the surplus product, or in other words, the very surplus value produced by him in commodity form, accumulates it gradually, and thus forms for himself new potential money capital. Potential because of its capacity and mission to be converted into elements of productive capital. But in actual fact, he only engages in simple hoarding, which is not an element of actual reproduction. His activity at first consists only in successively withdrawing circulating money out of the circulation. Of course, it is not impossible that the circulating money thus kept under lock and key by him was itself, before it entered into circulation, a portion of some other hoard. This hoard of A, which is potentially new money capital, is not additional social wealth, any more than it would be if it were spent in articles of consumption. But money withdrawn from circulation, which therefore previously existed in circulation, may have been stored up at some prior time as a component part of a hoard, may have been the money form of wages, may have converted means of production or other commodities into money, or may have circulated portions of constant capital or the revenue of some capitalist. It is no more new wealth than money, considered from the standpoint of the simple circulation of commodities, is the vehicle not only of its actual value, but also of its tenfold value, because it was turned over 10 times a day, realized 10 different commodity values. The commodities exist without it, and it itself remains what it is, or becomes even less by depreciation, whether in one turnover or in 10. Only in the production of gold, inasmuch as the gold product contains a surplus product, a depository of surplus value, is new wealth, potential money, created, and it increases the money material of new potential money capitals only so far as the entire money product enters into circulation. Although this surplus value, hoarded in the form of money, is not additional new social wealth, it represents new potential money capital, on account of the function for which it is hoarded. We shall see later that new money capital may arise also in a way other than the gradual conversion of surplus value into money. Money is withdrawn from circulation and stored up as a hoard by selling commodities without subsequent buying. If this operation is therefore conceived as a general process, it seems inexplicable where the buyers are to come from, since in that process everybody would want to sell in order to hoard, and none would want to buy. And it must be conceived generally, since every individual capital may be in the process of accumulation. If we were to conceive the process of circulation between the various parts of the annual reproduction as taking place in a straight line, which would be wrong, as it always consists, with a few exceptions, of mutually opposite movements, then we should have to start from the producer of gold or silver, who buys without selling, and to assume that all others sell to him. In that case, the entire yearly social surplus product, the bearer of the entire surplus value, would pass into his hands, and all the other capitalists would distribute among themselves pro rata his surplus product, which naturally exists in the form of money, the natural embodiment in gold of his surplus value. For that portion of the product of the gold producer which has to make good his active capital is already tied up and disposed of. The surplus value of the gold producer, created in the form of gold, would then be the sole fund from which all other capitalists would draw the material for the conversion of their annual surplus product into money. The magnitude of its value would then have to be equal to the entire annual surplus value of society, which must first assume the guise of a hoard. Absurd as these assumptions would be, they would do nothing more than explain the possibility of a universal simultaneous formation of a hoard, and would not get reproduction itself one step further, except on the part of the gold producer. Before we resolve this seeming difficulty, we must distinguish between the accumulation in Department 1, production of means of production, and in Department 2, production of articles of consumption. We shall start with Department 1. Section 1. Accumulation in Department 1. Section 1a. The formation of a hoard. It is evident that both the investment of capital in the numerous lines of industry constituting Department 1 and the different individual investments of capital within each of these lines of industry, according to their age, that is, the space of time during which they already have functioned, quite aside from their volumes, technical conditions, market conditions, etc., are in different stages of the process of successive transformation from surplus value into potential money capital. Whether this money capital is to serve for the expansion of the active capital or for the establishment of new industrial enterprises, the two forms of expansion of production. One part of the capitalists is continually converting its potential money capital, grown to an appropriate size, into productive capital, that is, with the money hoarded by the conversion of surplus value into money, they buy, means of production, additional elements of constant capital. Another part of the capitalists is meanwhile still engaged in hoarding its potential money capital. Capitalists belonging to these two categories confront each other, some as buyers, the others as sellers, and each one of the two exclusively in one of these roles. For instance, let A sell 600 equal to 400C plus 100V plus 100S to B, who may represent more than one buyer. A sells 600 in commodities for 600 in money, of which 100 are surplus value, which he withdraws from circulation and hoards in the form of money. But these 100 in money are but the money form of the surplus product, which was the bearer of a value of 100. The formation of a hoard is no production at all, hence not an increment of production either. The action of the capitalist consists here merely in withdrawing from circulation the 100 in money he grabbed by the sale of his surplus product, holding on to it and impounding it. This operation is carried on not alone by A, but at numerous points along the periphery of circulation by other capitalists, A1, A2, A3, all of them working with equal zeal at this sort of hoard formation. These numerous points at which money is withdrawn from circulation and accumulated in numerous individual hoards or potential money capitals appear as so many obstacles to circulation, because they immobilize the money and deprive it of its capacity to circulate for a certain length of time. But it must be borne in mind that hoarding takes place in the simple circulation of commodities long before this is based on capitalist commodity production. The quantity of money existing in society is always greater than the part of it in actual circulation, although this swells or subsides according to circumstances. We find here again the same hoards and the same formation of hoards, but now as an element immanent in the capitalist process of production. One can understand the pleasure experienced when all these potential capitals within the credit system, by their concentration in the hands of banks, etc., become disposable, loanable capital, money capital, which indeed is no longer passive and music of the future, but active capital growing in rank. However, A accomplishes the formation of a hoard only to the extent that he acts only as a seller, so far as his surplus product is concerned, and not afterward as a buyer. His successive production of surplus products, the vehicles of his surplus value to be converted into money, is therefore the premise of his forming a hoard. In the present case, where we are examining only the circulation within Department 1, the bodily form of the surplus product, as that of the total product of which it is a part, is the bodily form of an element of constant capital 1. That is to say, it belongs in the category of means of production creating means of production. We shall see presently what becomes of it, what function it performs, in the hands of buyers B, B1, B2, etc. It must be noted at this point, first and foremost, that although withdrawing money to the amount of his surplus value from circulation and hoarding it, A, on the other hand, throws commodities into it, without withdrawing other commodities in return. The capitalists of B, B1, B2, etc. are thereby enabled to throw money into circulation and withdraw only commodities from it. In the present case, these commodities, according to their bodily form and their destination, enter into the constant capital of B, B1, etc., as fixed or circulating element. We shall hear more about this anon, when we deal with the buyer of the surplus product, with B and B1, etc. Let us note, by the way, once more we find here, as we did in the case of simple reproduction, that the exchange of the various component parts of the annual product, i.e., their circulation, which must comprise at the same time the reproduction of the capital, and indeed its restoration in its various determinations, such as constant, variable, fixed, circulating, money, and commodity capital, does not by any means presuppose mere purchase of commodities supplemented by a subsequent sale, or a sale supplemented by a subsequent purchase, so that there would actually be a bare exchange of commodity for commodity, as political economy assumes, especially the free trade school since the physiocrats and Adam Smith. We know that the fixed capital, once the expenditure for it is made, is not replaced during the entire period of its function, but continues to act in its old form, while its value is gradually precipitated in the form of money. Now, we have seen that the periodical renewal of the fixed capital of Department 2, the entire capital value of Department 2 being converted into elements worth 1 V plus S, presupposes, on the one hand, the mere purchase of the fixed part of Department 2 constant capital, or 2C, reconverted from the form of money into its bodily form, to which corresponds the mere sale of Department 1 surplus value, or 1S, and presupposes, on the other hand, the mere sale on the part of Department 2C, the sale of its fixed depreciation part of the value precipitated in money, to which corresponds the mere purchase of 1S. In order that the exchange may take place normally in this case, it must be assumed that the mere purchase on the part of Department 2C is equal in magnitude of value to the mere sale on the part of Department 2C, and that in the same way the mere sale of 1S to Department 2C, Section 1, is equal to its mere purchase from Department 2C, Section 2. Otherwise, simple reproduction is disturbed. Mere purchase here must be offset by a mere sale there. It must likewise be assumed in this case that the mere sale of that portion of 1S which forms the hoards of A, A1, A2, is balanced by the mere purchase of that portion of 1S which converts the hoards of B, B1, and B2 into elements of additional productive capital. So far as the balance is restored by the fact that the buyer acts later on as a seller to the same amount of value, and vice versa, the money returns to the side that advanced it on purchasing, and which sold before it bought again. But the actual balance, so far as the exchange of commodities itself, the exchange of the various portions of the annual product, is concerned, demands that the values of the commodities exchanged for one another be equal. But inasmuch as only one-sided exchanges are made, a number of mere purchases on the one hand, a number of mere sales on the other, and we have seen that the normal exchange of the annual product on the basis of capitalism necessitates such one-sided metamorphoses, the balance can be maintained only on the assumption that in amount the value of the one-sided purchases and that of the one-sided sales tally. The fact that the production of commodities is the general form of capitalist production implies the role which money is playing in it, not only as a medium of circulation but also as money capital, engenders certain conditions of normal exchange peculiar to this mode of production, and therefore of the normal course of reproduction, whether it be on a simple or on an extended scale. Conditions which change into so many conditions of abnormal movement, into so many possibilities of crises, since a balance is itself an accident, owing to the spontaneous nature of this production. We have also seen that in the exchange of Department 1V for a corresponding amount of value of Department 2C, there takes place in the end, precisely for Department 2C, a replacement of commodities 2 by an equivalent commodity value 1, that therefore, on the part of aggregate capitalist 2, the sale of his own commodities is subsequently supplemented by the purchase of commodities from Department 1 of the same amount of value. This replacement takes place. But what does not take place is an exchange between capitalists 1 and 2 of their respective goods. Capitalist 2 sells its commodities to the working class of Department 1. The latter confronts it one-sidedly as a buyer of commodities, and it confronts that class one-sidedly as a seller of commodities. With the money proceeds so obtained, 2C confronts aggregate capitalist 1 one-sidedly as a buyer of commodities, and aggregate capitalist 1 confronts it one-sidedly as a seller of commodities up to the amount of 1V. It is only by means of this sale of commodities that Department 1 finally reproduces its variable capital in the form of money capital. If Capital 1 faces that of 2 one-sidedly as a seller of commodities to the amount of 1V, it faces Working Class 1 as a buyer of commodities purchasing their labour power. And if Working Class 1 faces Capitalist 2 one-sidedly as a buyer of commodities, namely, as a buyer of means of subsistence, it faces Capitalist 1 one-sidedly as a seller of commodities, namely, as a seller of its labour power. The constant supply of labour power on the part of Working Class 1, the reconversion of a portion of Commodity Capital 1 into the money form of variable capital, the replacement of a portion of Commodity Capital 2 by natural elements of Constant Capital 2C, all these necessary premises demand one another, but they are brought about by a very complicated process, including 3 processes of circulation which occur independently of one another but intermingle. This process is so complicated that it offers ever so many occasions for running abnormally. Section 1b. The additional constant capital. The surplus product, the bearer of surplus value, does not cost its appropriators, Capitalist 1, anything. They are by no manner of means obliged to advance any money or commodities in order to obtain it. Even among the physiocrats, an advance was the general form of value embodied in elements of productive capital. Hence, what Capitalists 1 advance is nothing but their constant and variable capital. The labourer not only preserves by his labour their constant capital, he not only replaces the value of their variable capital by a corresponding newly created portion of value in the form of commodities, by his surplus labour he supplies them with a surplus value existing in the form of surplus product. By the successive sale of this surplus product, they form a hoard, additional potential money capital. In the case under consideration, this surplus product consists from the outset of means of production of means of production. It is only when it reaches the hands of B, B1, B2, etc. of Department 1 that this surplus product functions as additional constant capital. But it is this virtually even in the hands of the accumulators of hoards A, A1, A2 of Department 1 before it is sold. If we consider merely the amount of value of the reproduction on the part of Department 1, we are still moving within the bounds of simple reproduction, for no additional capital has been set in motion to create this virtual additional constant capital, the surplus product. Nor has any greater amount of surplus labour been expended than that on the basis of simple reproduction. The difference is here only in the form of the surplus labour performed, in the concrete nature of its particular useful character. It has been expended in means of production for Department 1C instead of Department 2C, in means of production instead of means of production of articles of consumption. In the case of simple reproduction, it was assumed that the entire surplus value 1 is spent as revenue, hence in commodities 2. Hence the surplus value consisted only of such means of production as have to replace constant capital 2 in its bodily form. In order that the transition from simple to extended reproduction may take place, production in Department 1 must be in a position to fabricate fewer elements of constant capital for Department 2, and so many the more for Department 1. This transition, which does not always take place without difficulties, is facilitated by the fact that some of the products of Department 1 may serve as means of production in either department. It follows, then, that considering the matter merely from the angle of volume of values, the material substratum of extended reproduction is produced within simple reproduction. It is simply surplus labour of working class 1 expended directly in the production of means of production, in the creation of virtual additional capital 1. The formation of virtual additional money capital on the part of A, A1 and A2 of Department 1 by the successive sale of their surplus product, which was formed without any capitalist expenditure of money, is therefore simply the money form of additionally produced means of production 1. Consequently, production of virtual additional capital expresses in our case, we shall see that it may also be formed in quite a different way, nothing but a phenomenon of the process of production itself, production in a particular form of elements of productive capital. The production of additional virtual money capital on a large scale, at numerous points of the periphery of circulation, is therefore but a result and expression of multifarious production of virtually additional productive capital, whose rise does not itself require additional expenditure of money on the part of the industrial capitalist. The successive transformation of this virtually additional productive capital into virtual money capital, hoard, on the part of A, A1, A2, etc. of Department 1, occasioned by the successive sale of their surplus product, hence by repeated one-sided sale of commodities without a supplementing purchase, is accomplished by a repeated withdrawal of money from circulation, and a corresponding formation of a hoard. Except in the case where the buyer is a gold producer, this hoarding does not in any way imply additional wealth in precious metals, but only a change in the function of money previously circulating. A while ago it functioned as a medium of circulation. Now it functions as a hoard, as virtually new money capital in the process of formation. Thus the formation of additional money capital and the quantity of the precious metals existing in a country are not in any causal relation to each other. Hence it follows furthermore, the greater the productive capital already functioning in a country, including the labour power, the producer of the surplus product incorporated in it, the more developed the productive power of labour, and thereby also the technical means for the rapid expansion of the production of means of production. The greater, therefore, the quantity of the surplus product, both as to its value and as to the quantity of use values in which it is represented. So much the greater is 1. The virtually additional productive capital in the form of surplus product in the hands of A1, A2, etc., and 2. The quantity of this surplus product transformed into money, and hence that of the virtually additional money capital in the hands of A1, A2. The fact that Fullerton, for instance, does not want to hear of overproduction in the ordinary sense, but only of the overproduction of capital, meaning money capital, again shows how extremely little of the mechanism of their own system even the best bourgeois economists understand. Whereas the surplus product, directly produced and appropriated by the capitalists A1, A2 of Department 1, is the real basis of the accumulation of capital, that is, of extended reproduction, although it does not actually function in this capacity until it reaches the hands of B1, B2, etc. of Department 1, it is, on the contrary, absolutely unproductive in its chrysalis stage of money as a hoard and virtual money capital in process of gradual formation. It runs parallel with the process of production in this form, but lies outside of it. It is a dead weight of capitalist production. The eagerness to utilize this surplus value accumulating as virtual money capital for the purpose of deriving profits or revenue from it finds its object accomplished in the credit system and papers. Money capital thereby gains in another form an enormous influence on the course and the stupendous development of the capitalist system of production. The surplus product converted into virtual money capital will grow so much more in volume, the greater was the total amount of already functioning capital whose functioning brought it into being. With the absolute increase of the volume of the annually reproduced virtual money capital, its segmentation also becomes easier, so that it is more rapidly invested in any particular business, either in the hands of the same capitalist or in those of others, for instance, members of the family, in the case of a partition of inherited property, etc. By segmentation of money capital is meant here that it is wholly detached from the parent stock, in order to be invested as a new money capital in a new and independent business. While the sellers of the surplus product, A1, A2, etc. of Department 1, have obtained it as a direct outcome of the process of production, which does not envisage any additional acts of circulation except the advance of constant and variable capital required also in simple reproduction, and while they thereby construct the real basis for reproduction on an extended scale, and in actual fact manufacture virtually additional capital, the attitude of B1 and B2, etc., of Department 1 is different. Point 1. Not until it reaches the hands of B1, B2, etc. of Department 1 will the surplus product of A1, A2, etc. actually function as additional constant capital. We leave out of consideration for the present the other element of productive capital, the additional labour power, in other words, the additional variable capital. Point 2. In order that the surplus product may reach their hands, an act of circulation is wanted. They must buy it. In regard to point 1, it should be noted here that a large portion of the surplus product, virtually additional constant capital, although produced by A1, A2 of Department 1 in a given year, may not function as industrial capital in the hands of B1, B2 of Department 1 until the following year, or still later. With reference to point 2, the question arises, whence comes the money needed for the process of circulation? Since the products created by B1, B2, etc. of Department 1 re-enter in kind into their own process, it goes without saying that pro tanto, to that extent, a portion of their own surplus product is transferred directly, without any intervention of circulation, to their productive capital, and becomes an additional element of constant capital. And pro tanto, they do not effect the conversion of the surplus product of A1, etc. of Department 1 into money. Aside from this, where does the money come from? We know that B1, B2, etc. of Department 1 have formed their hoard in the same way as A1, etc., by the sale of their respective surplus products. Now they have arrived at the point where their hoarded, only virtual money capital is to function effectively as additional money capital. But this is merely going round in circles. The question still remains, where does the money come from which the Bs of Department 1 before withdrew from circulation and accumulated? We know from the analysis of simple reproduction that capitalists 1 and 2 must have a certain amount of money at hand in order to be able to exchange their surplus product. In that case, the money which served only as revenue to be spent for articles of consumption returned to the capitalists in the same measure in which they had advanced it for the exchange of their respective commodities. Here, the same money reappears, but performing a different function. The A's and B's of Department 1 supply one another alternately with the money for converting surplus product into additional virtual money capital, and throw the newly formed money capital alternately back into circulation as a means of purchase. The only assumption made in this case is that the amount of money in the country in question, the velocity of circulation, etc., being constant, should suffice for both the active circulation and the reserve hoard. As we have seen, this is the same assumption as had to be made in the case of simple circulation of commodities. Only the function of the hoards is different in the present case. Furthermore, the available amount of money must be larger. First, because under capitalist production all the products, with the exception of newly produced precious metals and the few products consumed by the producer himself, are created as commodities, and must therefore pass through the pupation stage of money. Secondly, because on a capitalist basis, the quantity of the commodity capital and the magnitude of its value is not only absolutely greater, but also grows with incomparably greater rapidity. Thirdly, because an ever-expanding variable capital must always be converted into money capital. Fourthly, because the formation of new money capitals keeps pace with the extension of production, so that the material for corresponding hoard formation must be available. This is generally true of the first phase of capitalist production, in which even the credit system is mostly accompanied by metallic circulation, and it applies to the most developed phase of the credit system as well, to the extent that metallic circulation remains its basis. On the one hand, an additional production of precious metals, being alternately abundant or scarce, may here exert a disturbing influence on the prices of commodities not only at long, but also at very short intervals. On the other hand, the entire credit mechanism is continually occupied in reducing the actual metallic circulation to a relatively more and more decreasing minimum by means of sundry operations, methods, and technical devices. The artificiality of the entire machinery and the possibility of disturbing its normal course increase to the same extent. The different Bs, B2, B3, etc., of Department 1, whose virtual new money capital enters upon its function as active capital, may have to buy their products, portions of their surplus product, from one another, or to sell them to one another. To that extent, the money advanced by them for the circulation of their surplus product flows back under normal conditions to the different Bs in the same proportion in which they had advanced it for the circulation of their respective commodities. If the money circulates as a means of payment, then only balances are to be squared so far as the mutual purchases and sales do not cover one another. But it is important first and foremost to assume here, as everywhere, metallic circulation in its simplest, most primitive form, because then the flux and reflux, the squaring of balances, in short, all elements appearing under the credit system as consciously regulated processes, present themselves as existing independently of the credit system, and the matter appears in primitive form instead of the later reflected form. Section 1C. The additional variable capital. Hitherto we have been dealing only with additional constant capital. Now we must direct our attention to a consideration of the additional variable capital. We have explained at great length in Volume 1 that labour power is always available under the capitalist system of production, and that more labour can be rendered fluent if necessary, without increasing the number of labourers or the quantity of labour power employed. We therefore need not go into this any further, but shall rather assume that the portion of the newly created money capital capable of being converted into variable capital will always find at hand the labour power into which it is to transform itself. It has also been explained in Volume 1 that a given capital may expand its volume of production within certain limits without any accumulation. But here we are dealing with the accumulation of capital in its specific meaning, so that the expansion of production implies the conversion of surplus value into additional capital, and thus also an expansion of the capital forming the basis of production. The gold producer can accumulate a portion of his golden surplus value as virtual money capital. As soon as it becomes sufficient in amount, he can transform it directly into new variable capital without first having to sell his surplus product. He can likewise convert it into elements of the constant capital. But in the latter case, he must find at hand the material elements of his constant capital. It is immaterial whether, as was assumed in our presentation hitherto, each producer works to stock up and then brings his finished product to the market, or fills orders. The actual expansion of production, that is, the surplus product, is assumed in either case, in the one case as actually available, in the other as virtually available, capable of delivery. Section 2. Accumulation in Department 2. We have hitherto assumed that A1, A2 of Department 1 sell their surplus product to B, B1, B2, etc., who belong to the same Department 1. But supposing A of Department 1 converts his surplus product into money by selling it to B in Department 2. This can be done only by A of Department 1 selling means of production to B of Department 2 without subsequently buying articles of consumption, that is, only by a one-sided sale on A's part. Now 2C cannot be converted from the commodity capital form into the bodily form of productive constant capital unless not only 1V, but also at least a portion of 1S is exchanged for a portion of 2C, which 2C exists in the form of articles of consumption. But now A converts his 1S into money by not making this exchange, but rather withdrawing from circulation the money obtained from Department 2C on the sale of his 1S, instead of exchanging it in the purchase of articles of consumption 2C. So, what we have on the part of A of Department 1 is indeed a formation of additional virtual money capital, but on the other hand, a portion of the constant capital of B of Department 2 of equal magnitude of value is tied up in the form of commodity capital, unable to transform itself into the bodily form of productive constant capital. In other words, a portion of the commodities of B of Department 2, and indeed primo facie, a portion without the sale of which he cannot reconvert his constant capital entirely into its productive form, has become unsaleable. As far as this portion is concerned, there is therefore an overproduction, which, likewise, as far as the same portion is concerned, clogs reproduction, even on the same scale. In this case, the additional virtual money capital on the side of A of Department 1 is indeed a moneyed form of surplus product, surplus value, but the surplus product, surplus value, considered as such, is here a phenomenon of simple reproduction, not yet of reproduction on an extended scale. Department 1 V plus S, for which this is true at all events of one portion of surplus value, must ultimately be exchanged for 2C, in order that the reproduction of 2C may take place on the same scale. By the sale of his surplus product to B of Department 2, A of Department 1 has supplied to the latter a corresponding portion of the value of constant capital in its bodily form, but at the same time he has rendered an equivalent portion of the commodities of B of Department 2 unsaleable, by withdrawing the money from circulation, by failing to complement his sale through subsequent purchase. Hence, if we survey the entire social reproduction, which comprises the capitalists of both Departments 1 and 2, the conversion of the surplus product of A of Department 1 into virtual money capital expresses the impossibility of reconverting commodity capital of B of Department 2, representing an equal amount of value, into productive constant capital. Hence, not virtual production on an extended scale, but an obstruction of simple reproduction, and so a deficit in simple reproduction. As the formation and sale of the surplus product of A of Department 1 are normal phenomena of simple reproduction, we have here, even on the basis of simple reproduction, the following interdependent phenomena. Formation of virtual additional money capital in Department 1, hence under consumption from the viewpoint of Department 2. Piling up of commodity supplies in Department 2, which cannot be reconverted into productive capital, hence relative overproduction in Department 2. Surplus of money capital in Department 1, and reproduction deficit in Department 2. Without pausing any longer at this point, we simply remark that we had assumed in the analysis of simple reproduction that the entire surplus value of Departments 1 and 2 is spent as revenue. As a matter of fact, however, one portion of the surplus value is spent as revenue, and the other is converted into capital. Actual accumulation can take place only on this assumption. That accumulation should take place at the expense of consumption is, couched in such general terms, an illusion, contradicting the nature of capitalist production. For it takes for granted that the aim and compelling motive of capitalist production is consumption, and not the snatching of surplus value and its capitalization, that is, accumulation. Let us now take a closer look at the accumulation in Department 2. The first difficulty with reference to 2C, that is, its reconversion from a component part of commodity capital 2 into the bodily form of constant capital 2, concerns simple reproduction. Let us take the former scheme 1000V plus 1000S of Department 1 exchanged for 2000 of Department 2C. Now, if, for instance, 1/2 of the surplus product of Department 1 equals 1000 over 2S, or 500S, of Department 1, is reincorporated in Department 1 as constant capital, then this portion of the surplus product, being detained in Department 1, cannot replace any part of 2C. Instead of being converted into articles of consumption, and here in this section of the circulation between Departments 1 and 2 the exchange is actually mutual, that is, there is a double change of position of the commodities, it is made to serve as an additional means of production in Department 1 itself. It cannot perform this function simultaneously in Departments 1 and 2. The capitalist cannot spend the value of his surplus product for articles of consumption and at the same time consume the surplus product itself productively, that is, incorporate it in his productive capital. Instead of 2000 of Department 1 V plus S, only 1500, namely 1000V plus 500S of Department 1 are therefore exchangeable for 2000 of Department 2C. 500 of Department 2C cannot be reconverted from the commodity form into productive, constant capital 2. Hence, there would be an overproduction in Department 2 exactly equal in volume to the expansion of production in Department 1. This overproduction in Department 2 might react to such an extent on Department 1 that even the reflux of the 1000 spent by the labourers of Department 1 for articles of consumption of Department 2 might take place, but partially, so that these 1000 would not return to the hands of capitalist 1 in the form of variable money capital. These capitalists would thus find themselves hampered even in reproduction on an unchanging scale, and this by the bare attempt to expand it. And in this connection, it must be taken into consideration that in Department 1 only simple reproduction had actually taken place, and that its elements, as represented in our scheme, are only differently grouped with a view to expansion in the future, say next year. One might attempt to circumvent this difficulty in the following way. Far from being overproduction, the 502C which are kept in stock by the capitalists and cannot be immediately converted into productive capital represent, on the contrary, a necessary element of reproduction which we have so far neglected. We have seen that a money supply must be accumulated at many points, hence money must be withdrawn from circulation, partly for the purpose of making it possible to form new money capital in Department 1, and partly to hold fast temporarily the value of the gradually depreciating fixed capital in the form of money. But since we placed all money and commodities from the very start exclusively into the hands of capitalists 1 and 2 when we drew up our scheme, and since neither merchants, nor money changers, nor bankers, nor merely consuming and not directly producing classes exist here, it follows that the constant formation of commodity stores in the hands of their respective producers is here indispensable to keep the machinery of reproduction going. The 502c held in stock by capitalists too, therefore represent the commodity supply of articles of consumption, which ensures the continuity of the process of consumption implied in reproduction, here meaning the passage of one year to the next. The consumption fund, which is as yet in the hands of its sellers, who are at the same time its producers, cannot fall 1 year to the point of zero, in order to begin the next with zero, any more than such a thing can take place in the transition from today to tomorrow. Since such supplies of commodities must constantly be built up anew, though varying in volume, our capitalist producers, too, must have a reserve money capital, which enables them to continue their process of production, although one portion of their productive capital is temporarily tied up in the shape of commodities. Our assumption is that they combine the whole business of trading with that of producing. Hence they must also have at their disposal the additional money capital, which is in the hands of the merchants, when the individual functions in the process of reproduction are separated and distributed among the various kinds of capitalists. To this one may object on 3 counts. Count 1. That the forming of such supplies and the necessity of doing so applies to all capitalists, those of Department 1 as well as of Department 2. Considered as mere sellers of commodities, they differ only in that they sell different kinds of commodities. A supply of commodities 2 implies a previous supply of commodities 1. If we neglect this supply on one side, we must also do so on the other. But if we take them into account on both sides, the problem is not altered in any way. Count 2. Just as a certain year closes on the part of Department 2 with a supply of commodities for the following year, so it was opened with the supply of commodities on the same part taken over from the preceding year. In an analysis of annual reproduction, reduced to its most abstract form, we must therefore strike it out in both cases. If we leave to the given year its entire production, including the commodity supply to be yielded up for next year, and simultaneously take from it the supply of commodities transferred to it from the preceding year, we have before us the actual aggregate product of an average year as the subject of our analysis. Count 3. The simple circumstance that in the analysis of simple reproduction we did not stumble across the difficulty which is now to be surmounted, proves that we are confronted by a specific phenomenon due solely to the different grouping, with reference to reproduction, of elements of Department 1, a changed grouping without which reproduction on an extended scale cannot take place at all. Part 2. Section 3. Schematic presentation of accumulation. We shall now study reproduction according to the following scheme. Scheme A. Department 1. 4000C plus 1000V plus 1000S equals 6000. Department 2. 1500C plus 376V plus 376S equals 2252. Total equals 8252. Where C equals constant capital, V equals variable capital, and S equals surplus value. We note in the first place that the sum total of the annual social product, or 8252, is smaller than that of the first scheme, where it was 9,000. We might just as well assume a much larger sum, for instance one 10 times larger. We have chosen a smaller sum than in our Scheme 1 in order to make it conspicuously clear that reproduction on an enlarged scale, which is here regarded merely as production carried on with a larger investment of capital, has nothing to do with the absolute volume of the product, that for a given quantity of commodities it implies merely a different arrangement or a different definition of the functions of the various elements of a given product, so that it is but a simple reproduction so far as the value of the product is concerned. It is not the quantity, but the qualitative determination of the given elements of simple reproduction which is changed, and this change is the material premise of a subsequent reproduction on an extended scale. Footnote. This puts an end, once and for all, to the feud over the accumulation of capital between James Mill and S. Bailey, which we have discussed from another point of view in Volume 1, Chapter 24, namely, the feud concerning the possibility of extending the operation of industrial capital without changing its magnitude. We shall revert to this later. End of footnote. We might vary the scheme by changing the ratio between the variable and constant capital, for instance, as follows. Scheme B. Department 1, 4000C, plus 875V, plus 875S, equals 5,750. Department 2, 1,750C, plus 376V, plus 376S, equals 2,502. Total equals 8,252. This scheme seems arranged for reproduction on a simple scale, the surplus value being entirely consumed as revenue, and not accumulated. In either case, both Schemes A and B, we have an annual product of the same magnitude of value. Only under Scheme B, functionally, its elements are grouped in such a way that reproduction is resumed on the same scale, while under Scheme A, the functional grouping forms the material basis of reproduction on an extended scale. Under Scheme B, 875V plus 875S of Department 1, or 1,750 of Department 1V plus S, are exchanged without any surplus for 1,750 of Department 2C, while under Scheme A, the exchange of 1,000V plus 1,000S of Department 1 equal to 2,000 of Department 1V plus S for 1,000 of Department 2C leaves a surplus of 500 for Department 1S for accumulation in Department 1. Now let us analyze Scheme A more closely. Let us suppose that both Departments 1 and 2 accumulate 1/2 of their surplus value, that is to say, convert it into an element of additional capital instead of spending it as revenue. As 1/2 of 1,000 of Department 1S, or 500, are to be accumulated in one form or another, invested as additional money capital, that is, converted into additional productive capital, only 1,000V plus 500S of Department 1 are spent as revenue. Hence, only 1,500 figures here as the normal size of Department 2C. We need not further examine the exchange between 1,500 of Department 1V plus S and 1,500 2C, because this has already been done under the head of process of simple reproduction. Nor does 4,000 of Department 1C require any attention, since its rearrangement for the newly commencing reproduction, which this time will occur on an extended scale, was likewise discussed as a process of simple reproduction. The only thing that remains to be examined by us is 500 of Department 1S, and 376V plus 376S of Department 2, inasmuch as it is a matter on the one hand of the internal relations of both Departments 1 and 2, and on the other of the movement between them. Since we have assumed that in Department 2, likewise, 1/2 of the surplus value is to be accumulated, 188 are to be converted here into capital, of which 1/5, or 47, or to round it off, 48, are to be variable capital, so that 140 remain to be converted into constant capital. Here we come across a new problem, whose very existence must appear strange to the current view that commodities of one kind are exchanged for commodities of another kind, or commodities for money, and the same money again for commodities of another kind. The 140 of Department 2S can be converted into productive capital only by replacing them with commodities of Department 1S of the same value. It is a matter of course that that portion of 1S, which must be exchanged for 2S, must consist of means of production, which may enter either into the production of both Departments 1 and 2, or exclusively into that of Department 2. This replacement can be made feasible only by means of a one-sided purchase on the part of Department 2, as the entire surplus product of 501S, which we still have to examine, is to serve the purposes of accumulation within Department 1, hence cannot be exchanged for commodities 2. In other words, it cannot be simultaneously accumulated and consumed by Department 1. Therefore, Department 2 must buy 140 of Department 1S for cash, without recovering this money by a subsequent sale of its commodities to Department 1. And this is a process which is continually repeating itself in every new annual production, so far as it is reproduction on an extended scale. Where, in Department 2, is the source of the money for this? It would rather seem that Department 2 is a very unprofitable field for the formation of new money capital, which accompanies actual accumulation and necessitates it under capitalist production, and which at first actually presents itself as simple hoarding. We have first 376 of Department 2V. The money capital of 376, advanced in labour power, continually returns through the purchase of commodities 2 as variable capital in money form to capitalist 2. This constant repetition of departure from and return to the starting point, the pocket of the capitalist, does not add in any way to the money roving over this circuit. This, then, is not a source of the accumulation of money, nor can this money be withdrawn from circulation in order to form hoarded, virtually new money capital. But stop! Isn't there a chance here to make a little profit? We must not forget that Department 2 has this advantage over Department 1, that its labourers have to buy back from it the commodities produced by themselves. Department 2 is a buyer of labour power, and at the same time a seller of the commodities to the owners of the labour power employed by it. Department 2 can therefore 1. And this it shares with the capitalists of Department 1, simply depress wages below their normal average level. By this means, a portion of the money functioning as the money form of variable capital is released, and if this process is continually repeated, it might become a normal source of hoarding, and thus of virtually additional money capital in Department 2. Of course, we are not referring to a casual swindle profit here, since we are treating of a normal formation of capital. But it must not be forgotten that the normal wages actually paid, which, ceteris paribus, other things being equal, determine the magnitude of the variable capital, are not paid by the capitalists out of the goodness of their hearts, but must be paid under given relations. This eliminates the previous method of explanation. If we assume that 376V is the variable capital to be laid out by Department 2, we have no right suddenly to sneak in the hypothesis that it may pay only 350V instead of 376V, merely to elucidate a problem that has newly arisen. 2. On the other hand, Department 2, taken as a whole, has the aforementioned advantage over Department 1 that it is at the same time a buyer of labour power and a seller of its commodities to its own labourers. Every industrial country, for instance Britain and the USA, furnishes the most tangible proofs of the way in which this advantage may be exploited, by paying nominally the normal wages, but grabbing back, alias stealing, part of them without an equivalent in commodities, by accomplishing the same thing either through the truck system or through a falsification of the medium of circulation, perhaps in a way too elusive for the law. Take this opportunity to expatiate on this idea with some appropriate examples. This is the same operation as under 1, only disguised and carried out by a detour. Therefore it must likewise be rejected the same as the other. We are dealing here with actually paid, not nominally paid, wages. We see that in an objective analysis of the mechanism of capitalism, certain stains still sticking to it with extraordinary tenacity cannot be used as a subterfuge to get over some theoretical difficulties. But strange to say, the great majority of my bourgeois critics upbraid me as though I have wronged the capitalist by assuming, for instance, in Volume 1 of Capital, that the capitalist pays labour power at its real value, a thing which he mostly does not do. Here, exercising some of the magnanimity attributed to me, it would be appropriate to quote Scheffler. So, with the 376 of Department 2V, we cannot get any nearer the goal we have mentioned. But the 376 2V seem to be in a still more precarious position. Here only capitalists of the same department, mutually buying and selling the articles of consumption they produced, confront one another. The money required for these transactions functions only as a medium of circulation, and in the normal course of things must flow back to the interested parties in the same portion in which they advanced it to the circulation, in order to cover the same route over and over again. There seem to be only 2 ways by which this money can be withdrawn from circulation to form virtually additional money capital. Either one part of the capitalists cheats the other, and thus robs them of their money. We know that no preliminary expansion of the circulating medium is necessary for the formation of new money capital. All that is necessary is that the money should be withdrawn from circulation by certain parties and hoarded. It would not alter the case if this money were stolen, so that the formation of additional money capital by one part of capitalists too would entail a positive loss of money by another part. The cheated capitalists too would have to live a little less gaily, but that would be all. Or a part of Department 2 represented by necessities of life is directly converted into new variable capital within Department 2. How that is done we shall examine at the close of this chapter, under Section 4. First illustration. A. Scheme of simple reproduction. Department 1, 4000C plus 1000V plus 1000S equals 6000. Department 2, 2000C plus 500V plus 500S equals 3000. Total equals 6000 plus 3000 equals 9000. B. Initial scheme for reproduction on an extended scale. Department 1, 4000C plus 1000V plus 1000S equals 6000. Department 2, 1500C plus 750V plus 750S equals 3000. Total equals 9000. Assuming that in Scheme B, 1/2 of surplus value 1, that is 500, is accumulated, we first receive 1000V plus 500S of Department 1, or 1500 of Department 1 V plus S, to be replaced by 1500 of Department 2C. There then remains in Department 1 4000C and 500S, the latter having to be accumulated. The replacement of 1000V plus 500S of Department 1 by 1500 of Department 2C is a process of simple reproduction, which has been examined previously. Let us now assume that 400 of the 500 of Department 1S are to be converted into constant capital, and 100 into variable capital. The exchange within Department 1 of the 400S, which are thus to be capitalized, has already been discussed. They can therefore be annexed to Department 1C without more ado, and in that case we get, for Department 1, 4400C plus 1000V plus 100S, the latter to be converted into 100V. Department 2, in turn, buys from Department 1 for the purpose of accumulation the 100 of Department 1S, existing in means of production, which now form additional constant capital 2, while the 100 in money, which it pays for them, are converted into the money form of the additional variable capital of Department 1. We then have, for Department 1, a capital of 4400C plus 1100V, the latter in money, equaling 5500. Department 2 has now 1600C for its constant capital. In order to put them to work, it must advance a further 50V in money for the purchase of new labour power, so that its variable capital grows from 750 to 800. This expansion of the constant and variable capital of Department 2 by a total of 150 is supplied out of its surplus value. Hence only 600S of the 750 of Department 2S remain as a consumption fund for capitalists too, whose annual product is now distributed as follows. Department 2, 1600C plus 800V plus 600S, consumption fund, equal to 3000. The 150S, produced in articles of consumption, which have been converted here into 100C plus 50V of Department 2, go entirely in their bodily form for the consumption of the labourers, 100 being consumed by the labourers of Department 1, equals 101V, and 50 by the labourers of Department 2, equals 52V, as explained. As a matter of fact, in Department 2, where its total product is prepared in a form suitable for accumulation, a part greater by 100 of the surplus value in the form of necessary articles of consumption must be reproduced. If reproduction really starts on an extended scale, then the 100 of variable money capital 1 flow back through the hands of its working class to Department 2, while Department 2 transfers 100s in commodity supply to Department 1, and at the same time 50 in commodity supply to its own working class. The arrangement changed for the purpose of accumulation is now as follows. Department 1, 4,400C plus 1,100S plus 500 consumption fund equals 6,000. Department 2, 1,600C plus 800V plus 600 consumption fund equals 3,000. Total equals 9,000. As before. Of these amounts, the following are capital. Department 1, 4,400C plus 1,100V in money equals 5,500. Department 2, 1,600C plus 800V in money equals 2,400. Total 7,900. While production started out with Department 1, 4,000C plus 1,000V equals 5,000, Department 2, 1,500C plus 750V equals 2,250, total equals 7,250. Now, if actual accumulation takes place on this basis, that is to say, if production really goes on with this augmented capital, we obtain, at the end of the following year, Department 1, 4,400C plus 1,100V plus 1,100S equals 6,600. Department 2, 1,600C plus 800V plus 800S equals 3,200. Total equals 9,800. Then let accumulation in Department 1 continue in the same proportion, so that 550S are spent as revenue and 550S accumulated. In that case, 1,100 of Department 1V are first replaced by 1,100 of Department 2C, and 550 of Department 1S must be realized in an equal amount of commodities of Department 2, making a total of 1,650 of Department 1V plus S. But the constant capital 2, which is to be replaced, is equal to only 1,600. Hence the remaining 50 must be supplemented out of 800 of Department 2S. Leaving aside the money aspect for the present, we have, as the result of this transaction, Department 1, 4,400C plus 550S to be capitalized. Furthermore, realized in Commodities 2C, the consumption fund of the capitalists and labourers, 1,650V plus S. Department 2, 1,650C, 50 added from Department 2S as indicated, plus 800V plus 750S, consumption fund of the capitalists. But if the old ratio of V to S is maintained in Department 2, then an additional 25V must be laid out for 50C, and these are to be taken from the 750S. Then we have Department 2, 1,650C plus 825V plus 725S. In Department 1, 550S must be capitalized. If the former ratio is maintained, 440 of this amount form constant capital and 110 variable capital. These 110 might be taken out of the 725 of Department 2S, that is, articles of consumption to the value of 110, are consumed by labourers 1 instead of capitalists 2, so that the latter are compelled to capitalise these 110s, which they cannot consume. This leaves 615 of Department 2s of the 725 of Department 2s. But if Department 2 thus converts these 110 into additional constant capital, it requires an additional variable capital of 55. This again must be supplied by its surplus value. Subtracting this amount from 615 of Department 2s leaves 560 for the consumption of capitalists 2, and we now obtain the following capital value after accomplishing all actual and potential transfers. Department 1, 4,400C plus 440C, plus 1,100V plus 110V, equals 4,840C plus 1,210V, equals 6,050. Department 2, 1,600C plus 50C plus 110C, plus 800V plus 25V plus 55V, equals 1,760C plus 880V, equals 2,640. Total, 8,690. If things are to proceed normally, accumulation in Department 2 must take place more rapidly than in Department 1, because otherwise the portion of Department 1 V plus S, which must be converted into commodities 2, will grow more rapidly than Department 2C, for which alone it can be exchanged. If reproduction is continued on this basis, and conditions otherwise remain unchanged, we obtain at the end of the succeeding year, Department 1, 4,840C plus 1,210V plus 1,210S equals 7,260. Department 2, 1,760C plus 880V plus 880S equals 3,520. Total equals 10,780. If the rate of division of the surplus value remains unchanged, there is first to be expended as revenue by Department 1 1,210V, and 1/2 of S, or 605, a total of 1,815. This consumption fund is again larger than Department 2C by 55. These 55 must be deducted from 880S, leaving 825. Furthermore, the conversion of 55 of Department 2S into Department 2C implies another deduction from Department 2S for a corresponding variable capital of 27.5, leaving for consumption 797.5 of Department 2S. Department 1 has now to capitalize 605S. Of these, 484 are constant and 121 variable. The last named are to be deducted from Department 2S, which is still equal to 797.5, leaving 676.5 of Department 2S. Department 2, then, converts another 121 into constant capital, and requires another variable capital of 60.5 for it, which likewise comes out of 676.5, leaving 616 for consumption. Then we have the following capitals. Department 1, constant, 4,840 plus 484 equals 5,324. Variable, 1,210 plus 121 equals 1,331. Department 2, constant, 1,760 plus 55 plus 121 equals 1,936. Variable, 880 plus 27.5 plus 60.5 equals 968. Totals, Department 1, 5,324C plus 1,331V equals 6,655. Department 2, 1,936C plus 968V equals 2,904. Grand total equals 9,559. And at the end of the year, the product is Department 1, 5,324C plus 1,331V plus 1,331S equals 7,986. Department 2, 1,936C plus 968V plus 968S equals 3,872. Total equals 11,858. Repeating the same calculation and rounding off the fractions, we get at the end of the succeeding year the following product. Department 1, 5,856C plus 1,464V plus 1,464S equals 8,784. Department 2, 2,129C plus 1,065V plus 1,065S equals 4,259. Total equals 13,043. And at the end of the next succeeding year, Department 1, 6,442C plus 1,610V plus 1,610S equals 9,662. Department 2, 2,342C plus 1,172V plus 1,172S equals 4,686. Total equals 14,348. In the course of 5 years of reproduction on an extended scale, the aggregate capital of Departments 1 and 2 has risen from 5,500C plus 1,750V equals 7,250 to 8,784C plus 2,782V equals 11,566. In other words, in the ratio of 100 to 160. The total surplus value was originally 1,750. It is now 2,782. The consumed surplus value was originally 500 for Department 1 and 600 for Department 2, a total of 1,100. The previous year it was 732 for Department 1 and 745 for Department 2, a total of 1,477. It has therefore grown in the ratio of 100 to 134. Second illustration. Now, take the annual product of 9,000, which is altogether a commodity capital in the hands of the class of industrial capitalists in a form in which the general average ratio of the variable to the constant capital is that of 1 to 5. This presupposes a considerable development of capitalist production, and accordingly of the productivity of social labour, a considerable previous increase in the scale of production, and finally a development of all the circumstances which produce a relative surplus population among the working class. The annual product will then be divided as follows, after rounding off the various fractions. Department 1, 5,000C plus 1,000V plus 1,000S equals 7,000. Department 2, 1,430C plus 285V plus 285S equals 2,000. Total equals 9,000. Now, take it that capitalist Department 1 consumes 1/2 of its surplus value, or 500. and accumulates the other half. In that case, 1000V plus 500S of Department 1, or 1500, would have to be converted into 1500 of Department 2C. Since Department 2C here amounts to only 1430, it is necessary to add 70 from the surplus value. Subtracting this sum from 285 of Department 2S leaves 215 of Department 2S. Then we have Department 1, 5000C plus 500S to be capitalized, plus 1500V plus S in the consumption fund of the capitalists and labourers. Department 2, 1430C plus 70S to be capitalized, plus 285V plus 215S. As 70 of Department 2S are directly annexed here to Department 2C, a variable capital of 70 over 5, or 14, is required to set this additional constant capital in motion. These 14 must also come out of the 215 of Department 2S, so that 201 of Department 2S remain. And we have Department 2, 1430C plus 70C, plus 285V plus 14V, plus 201S. The exchange of 1500 of Department 1 V plus 1/2 S for 1500 of Department 2C is a process of simple reproduction, and nothing further need be said about it. However, a few peculiarities remain to be noted here, which arise from the fact that in accumulating reproduction, Department 1 V plus 1/2 S is not replaced solely by Department 2C, but by Department 2C plus a portion of Department 2S. It goes without saying that as soon as we assume accumulation, Department 1 V plus F is greater than Department 2C, not equal to Department 2C, as in simple reproduction. For in the first place, Department 1 incorporates a portion of its surplus product in its own productive capital, and converts 5/6 of it into constant capital, therefore cannot replace these 5/6 simultaneously by articles of consumption too. In the second place, Department 1 has to supply out of its surplus product the material for the constant capital required for accumulation within Department 2, just as Department 2 has to supply Department 1 with the material for the variable capital, which is to set in motion the portion of Department 1's surplus product employed by Department 1 itself as additional constant capital. We know that the actual, and therefore also the additional, variable capital consists of labour power. It is not capitalist 1 who buys from Department 2 a supply of necessities of life, or accumulates them for the additional labour power to be employed by him as the slaveholder had to do. It is the labourers themselves who trade with Department 2. But this does not prevent the articles of consumption of his additional labour power from being viewed by the capitalist as only so many means of production and maintenance of his eventual additional labour power, hence as the bodily form of his variable capital. His own immediate operation, in the present case that of Department 1, consists in merely storing up the new money capital required for the purchase of additional labour power. As soon as he has incorporated this in his capital, the money becomes a means of purchase of commodities too for this labour power, which must find these articles of consumption at hand. By the by, the capitalist, as well as his press, is often dissatisfied with the way in which the labour power spends its money. and with the commodities too in which it realizes this money. On such occasions he philosophizes, babbles of culture, and dabbles in philanthropical talk. For instance, after the manner of Mr. Drummond, the Secretary of the British Embassy in Washington. According to him, The Nation, a journal, carried last October 1879 an interesting article which contained, among other things, the following passages. Quote, "The working people have not kept up in culture with the growth of invention, and they have had things showered on them which they do not know how to use, and thus make no market for." Every capitalist naturally wants the labourer to buy his commodities. "There is no reason why the working man should not desire as many comforts as the minister, lawyer, and doctor, who is earning the same amount as himself." This class of lawyers, ministers, and doctors have indeed to be satisfied with the mere desire of many comforts. He does not do so, however. The problem remains how to raise him as a consumer by rational and healthful processes. Not an easy one, as his ambition does not go beyond a diminution of his hours of labour, the demagogues rather inciting him to this than to raising his condition by the improvement of his mental and moral powers." Unquote. Reports of Her Majesty's Secretaries of Embassy and Legation on the manufactures, commerce, etc., of the countries in which they reside. London, 1879. Long hours of labour seem to be the secret of the rational and healthful processes, which are to raise the condition of the labourer by an improvement of his mental and moral powers, and to make a rational consumer of him. In order to become a rational consumer of the commodities of the capitalist, he should above all begin to let his own capitalist consume his labour power irrationally and unhealthfully. But the demagogue prevents him. What the capitalist means by a rational consumption is evident wherever he is condescending enough to engage directly in the trade with his own labourers, in the truck system, which includes also the supplying of homes to the labourers, so that the capitalist is at the same time a landlord for them, a branch of business among many others. The same Drummond, whose beautiful soul is enamoured of the capitalist attempts to uplift the working class, tells in the same report, among other things, of the cotton goods manufacture of the Lowell and Lawrence mills. The boarding and lodging houses for the factory girls belong to the corporation or company owning the mills. The stewardesses of these houses are in the employ of the same company, which prescribes them rules of conduct. No girl is permitted to stay out after 10 p.m. Then comes a gem. A special police patrol the grounds for the purpose of guarding against an infringement of those rules. After 10 p.m. no girl can leave or enter. No girl may live anywhere but on the premises of the company, and every house on it brings the company about $10 per week in rent. And now we see the rational consumer in his full glory. Quote, "As the ever-present piano is, however, to be found in many of the best-appointed working girls' boarding-houses, music, song, and dance come in for a considerable share of the operative's attention, at least among those who, after 10 hours' steady work at the looms, need more relief from monotony than actual rest." Unquote. But the main secret of making a rational consumer out of the labourer is yet to be told. Mr. Drummond visits the cutlery works of Turner's Falls, Connecticut River, and Mr. Oakman, the treasurer of the concern, after telling him that especially American table cutlery beat the English in quality, continues, quote, "The time is coming that we will beat England as to prices also. We are ahead in quality now, that is acknowledged, but we must have lower prices, and shall have it the moment we get our steel at lower prices, and have our labour down." Unquote. A reduction of wages and long hours of labour. That is the essence of the rational and healthful processes which are to uplift the labourer to the dignity of a rational consumer, so that, quote, "they make a market for things showered upon them," unquote, by culture and growth of invention. Consequently, just as Department 1 has to supply the additional constant capital of Department 2 out of its surplus product, so Department 2 likewise supplies the additional variable capital for Department 1. Department 2 accumulates for Department 1 and for itself, so far as the variable capital is concerned, by reproducing a greater portion of its total product, and hence especially of its surplus product, in the shape of necessary articles of consumption. In production on the basis of increasing capital, Department 1 V plus S must be equal to Department 2C plus that portion of the surplus product which is reincorporated as capital, plus the additional portion of constant capital required for the expansion of the production in Department 2. And the minimum of this expansion is that without which real accumulation, that is, a real expansion of production in Department 1 itself, is unfeasible. Reverting now to the case which we examined last, we find in it the peculiarity that Department 2C is smaller than Department 1V plus a half S, than that portion of Product 1 which is spent as revenue for articles of consumption, so that on exchanging the 1,500 of Department 1V plus S, a portion of surplus product 2 equal to 70 is at once realized. As for Department 2C, equal to 1,430, it must, all other conditions remaining the same, be replaced by an equal magnitude of value out of Department 1 of V plus S, in order that simple reproduction may take place in Department 2, and to that extent we need not pay any more attention to it here. It is different with the additional 70 of Department 2S. What for Department 1 is merely a replacement of revenue by articles of consumption, merely commodity exchange meant for consumption, is for Department 2 not a mere reconversion of its constant capital from the form of commodity capital into its bodily form as it is in simple reproduction, but a direct process of accumulation, a transformation of a part of its surplus product from the form of articles of consumption into that of constant capital. If, with £70 in money reserved for the conversion of surplus value, Department 1 buys the 70 of Department 2S, and if Department 2 does not buy in exchange 70 of Department 1S, but accumulates the £70 as money capital, then the latter is indeed always an expression of additional product, precisely of the surplus product of Department 2, of which it is an aliquot part, although this is not a product which re-enters production. But in that case this accumulation of money on the part of Department 2 would at the same time express that 70 of Department 1S in means of production are unsaleable. There would be a relative overproduction in Department 1, corresponding to the simultaneous non-expansion of reproduction on the part of Department 2. But apart from this, until the 70 in money which came from Department 1 returned to it, wholly or in part, through the purchase of 70 of Department 1S by Department 2, this 70 in money figures wholly or in part as additional virtual money capital in the hands of Department 2. This is true of every exchange between Departments 1 and 2, until the mutual replacement of their respective commodities has effected the return of the money to its starting point. But in the normal course of things, the money figures here only transiently in this role. In the credit system, however, where all temporarily released additional money is supposed to function at once actively as an additional money capital, such only temporarily released money capital may be enthralled, for instance, to serve in new enterprises of Department 1, while it should have to realize surplus products held there in other enterprises. It must also be noted that the annexation of 70 of Department 1S to constant capital 2C requires at the same time an expansion of variable capital 2V by 14. This implies, about the way it did in Department 1 in the direct incorporation of surplus product 1S in capital 1C, that the reproduction of Department 2 is already in process with a tendency toward further capitalization. In other words, it implies expansion of that portion of the surplus product which consists of necessary means of subsistence. The product of 9,000 in the second illustration must, as we have seen, be distributed in the following manner for the purpose of reproduction if 500 of Department 1S is to be capitalized. In doing so, we merely consider the commodities and neglect the money circulation. Department 1. 5,000 C plus 500 S to be capitalized, plus 1,500 V plus S consumption fund equals 7,000 in commodities. Department 2, 1,500 C plus 299 V plus 201 S equals 2,000 in commodities. Grand total, 9,000 in commodities. Capitalization takes place in the following manner. In Department 1, the 500 S, which are being capitalized, divide into 5/6, or 417 C plus 1/6, or 83 V. The 83 V draw an equal amount out of Department 2S, which buys elements of constant capital and adds them to Department 2C. An increase of 2C by 83 implies an increase of 2V by 1/5 of 83, or 17. We have then, after this exchange, Department 1, open brackets, 5,000 C plus 417 S, close brackets C, plus open brackets 1,000 V plus 83 S, close brackets V, equals 5,417 C plus 1,083 V equals 6,500. Department 2, open brackets, 1,500 C plus 83 S, close brackets C, plus open brackets, 299 V plus 17 S, close brackets V, equals 1,583 C plus 316 V equals 1,899. Total, 8,399. The capital in Department 1 has grown from 6,000 to 6,500, or by 1/12. That of Department 2 has grown from 1,715 to 1,899, or by not quite 1/9. The reproduction on this basis in the second year brings the capital at the end of that year to Department 1, open brackets, 5,417 C plus 452 S, close brackets C, plus open brackets 1,083 V plus 90 S, close brackets V, equals 5,869 C plus 1,173 V equals 7,042. Department 2, open brackets, 1,583 C plus 42 S plus 90 S, close brackets C, plus, open brackets 316V, plus 8S, plus 18S, close brackets V, equals 1715C, plus 342V, equals 2057. And at the end of the third year, we have a product of Department 1, 5869C, plus 1173V, plus 1173S, Department 2, 1715C, plus 342V, plus 342S. If Department 1 accumulates 1/2 of its surplus value as before, we find that Department 1 V plus 1/2 S yields 1173V plus 587 of 1/2 S, equal to 1760, more than the entire 1715 of Department 2C, an excess of 45. This must again be balanced by transferring an equal amount of means of production to Department 2C, which thus grows by 45, necessitating an addition of 1/5, or 9, to Department 2V. Furthermore, the capitalized 587 of Department 1S divide into 5/6 and 1/6, that is, 489C and 98V. The 98 imply in Department 2 a new addition of 98 to the constant capital, and this again an increase of variable capital 2V by 1/5, or 20. Then we have Department 1, open brackets 5869C plus 489S, close brackets C, plus, open brackets 1173V plus 98S, close brackets V, equals 6358S plus 1271V, equals 7629. Department 2, open brackets 1715C plus 45S plus 98S, close brackets C, plus, open brackets 342V plus 9S plus 20S, close brackets V, equals 1858C plus 371V, equals 2229. Total capital, 9,858. In 3 years of growing reproduction, the total capital of Department 1 has increased from 6,000 to 7,629, and that of Department 2 from 1,715 to 2,229. The aggregate social capital from 7,715 to 9,858. 3. Replacement of the constant capital of Department 2 in accumulation. In the exchange of the variable capital plus the surplus value of Department 1, that is, Department 1 V plus S, for the constant capital of Department 2, that is, Department 2C, we thus meet with various cases. In simple reproduction, both of them must be equal and replace one another, since otherwise simple reproduction cannot proceed without disturbance, as we have seen. In accumulation, it is above all the rate of accumulation that must be considered. In the preceding cases, we assumed that the rate of accumulation in Department 1 was equal to 1/2 the surplus value of Department 1, and also that it remained constant from year to year. We changed only the proportion in which this accumulated capital was divided into variable and constant capital. We then had 3 cases. Case 1, Department 1 V plus 1/2 S equals Department 2C, which is therefore smaller than 1 V plus S. This must always be so, otherwise Department 1 does not accumulate. Case 2. Department 1 V plus 1/2 S is greater than 2C. In this case, the replacement is effected by adding a corresponding portion of Department 2S to Department 2C, so that this sum becomes equal to Department 1 V plus 1/2 S. Here the replacement for Department 2 is not a simple reproduction of its constant capital, but accumulation, an augmentation of its constant capital by that portion of its surplus product which it exchanges for means of production of Department 1. This augmentation implies at the same time a corresponding addition to variable capital 2 out of its own surplus product. Case 3. Department 1 V plus 1/2 S is smaller than Department 2C. In this case, Department 2 does not fully reproduce its constant capital by means of exchange, and must make good the deficit by purchase from Department 1. But this does not entail any further accumulation of variable capital Department 2, since its constant capital is fully reproduced only by this operation. On the other hand, that part of capitalists 1 who accumulate only additional money capital have already accomplished a portion of this accumulation by this transaction. The premise of simple reproduction, that Department 1 V plus S is equal to Department 2C, is not only incompatible with capitalist production, although this does not exclude the possibility that in an industrial cycle of 10 to 11 years, some year may show a smaller total production than the preceding year, so that not even simple reproduction takes place compared to the preceding year. Besides that, considering the natural annual increase in population, simple reproduction could take place only to the extent that a correspondingly larger number of unproductive servants would partake of the 1,500, representing the aggregate surplus value. But accumulation of capital, real capitalist production, would be impossible under such circumstances. The fact of capitalist accumulation therefore excludes the possibility of Department 2C being equal to Department 1 V plus S. Nevertheless, it might occur, even with capitalist accumulation, that in consequence of the course taken by the processes of accumulation during a preceding series of periods of production, Department 2C might become not only equal, but even bigger than Department 1 V plus S. This would mean an overproduction in Department 2, and could not be adjusted in any other way than by a great crash, in consequence of which some capital of Department 2 would get transferred to Department 1. Nor does it alter the relation of Department 1 V plus S to Department 2C if a portion of constant capital 2C reproduces itself, as happens, for instance, in the use of homegrown seeds in agriculture. This portion of Department 2C is no more to be taken into consideration in the exchange between Departments 1 and 2 than is Department 1C. Nor does it change matters if a part of the products of Department 2 is capable of entering into Department 1 as means of production. It is covered by a part of the means of production supplied by Department 1, and this portion must be deducted on both sides at the outset, if we wish to examine in pure and unobscured form the exchange between the two large classes of social production, the producers of means of production and the producers of articles of consumption. Hence, under capitalist production, Department 1 V plus S cannot be equal to Department 2C. In other words, the two cannot balance in mutual exchange. On the other hand, if Department 1 S over X is taken as that portion of Department 1 S which is spent by Capitalist 1 as revenue, Department 1 V plus S over X may be equal to, larger or smaller than, Department 2C. But Department 1 V plus S over X must always be smaller than Department 2 C plus S by as much as that portion of Department 2 S which must be consumed under all circumstances by Capitalist Class 2. It must be noted that in this exposition of accumulation, the value of the constant capital is not presented accurately so far as that capital is a part of the value of the commodity capital it helped to produce. The fixed portion of the newly accumulated constant capital enters into the commodity capital only gradually and periodically, according to the different natures of these fixed elements. Therefore, whenever raw materials, semi-finished goods, etc., enter in huge quantities into the production of commodities, the commodity capital consists for the most part of replacements of the circulating constant components and of the variable capital. On account of the specific turnover of the circulating component parts, this way of presenting the matter may nevertheless be adopted. It is then assumed that the circulating portion, together with the portion of value of the fixed capital transferred to it, is turned over so often during the year that the aggregate sum of the commodities supplied is equal in value to all the capital entering into the annual production. But wherever only auxiliary materials are used for mechanical industry and no raw material, there the labour element, equal to V or variable capital, must reappear in the commodity capital as its larger constituent. While in the calculation of the rate of profit the surplus value is figured on the total capital, regardless of whether the fixed components periodically transfer much or little value to the product, the fixed portion of constant capital is to be included in the calculation of the value of any periodically created commodity capital only to the extent that on an average it yields value to the product on account of wear and tear. Section 4. Supplementary remarks. The original source of the money for Department 2 is V plus S of the gold industry of Department 1 exchanged for a part of Department 2C. The V plus S of the producer of gold does not enter into Department 2 only to the extent that he accumulates surplus value or converts it into means of production 1, that is, to the extent that he expands his production. On the other hand, since the accumulation of money on the part of the gold producer himself leads ultimately to reproduction on an extended scale, a portion of the surplus value of gold production, not spent as revenue, passes as additional variable capital of the gold producer into Department 2. Promotes here the formation of new hoards or supplies new means with which to buy from Department 1 without selling to it direct. From the money derived from this Department 1 V plus S of the production of gold, that portion of the gold must be deducted which certain branches of production 2 need as raw material, etc. In short, as an element for the replacement of their constant capital. An element for the preliminary formation of hoards, for the purpose of future extended reproduction, exists in the exchange between Departments 1 and 2. For Department 1, only if part of Department 1S is sold one-sidedly, without a balancing purchase, to Department 2, and serves there as additional constant capital 2. For Department 2, when the same is the case on the part of Department 1, for additional variable capital. Furthermore, if a part of the surplus value spent by Department 1 as revenue is not covered by Department 2C, Hence a part of Department 2S is bought with it, and thus converted into money. If Department 1 V plus S over X is greater than Department 2C, then Department 2C need not, for its simple reproduction, replace in commodities from Department 1 what Department 1 consumed out of Department 2S. The question arises to what extent hoarding can take place within the sphere of exchange of capitalists too among themselves, an exchange which can consist only of a mutual exchange of Department 2S. We know that direct accumulation takes place within Department 2 by the direct conversion of a portion of Department 2S into variable capital, just as in Department 1 a portion of Department 1S is directly converted into constant capital. In the various age categories of accumulation within the various lines of business of Department 2, and for the individual capitalists in each line of business, the matter is explained mutatis mutandis in the same way as in Department 1. Some are still in the stage of hoarding and sell without buying. The others are on the point of actual expansion of reproduction and buy without selling. The additional variable money capital is, true enough, first invested in additional labor power, but this buys means of subsistence from the hoarding owners of the additional articles of consumption entering into the consumption of the laborers. From these owners, pro rata to their hoard formation, the money does not return to its point of departure. They hoard it. Capital by Karl Marx, Volume 2, edited by Friedrich Engels, was read by Derek LePage for Ukemi Audiobooks. For a full list of Ukemi titles, please go to ukemiaudiobooks.com.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.